Darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here!
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear. Welcome to the land of God! Looking for the end. They already kick off to Haji. They're going to end it on top. BTK have done it. They made their statement. The West has caught up. That's game number 1 going over to BTK.
Oh, there he jumps in and gets 2.
That's it.
Still trying to defend, but the Valley are here to upset the world stage.
We're in an era where underdog teams like Team Spirit and SRG can rise up and take down giants in the MLBB esports scene. With NACT around the corner, it's time for the seasoned teams to lay it all on the line. Or maybe, just maybe, it's time for a new contender to climb up and claim that throne.
NA is an easy server. It depends. I think compared to PH and Indo, which have significantly more players, NA has a smaller pool of competitive players, and in turn, there's less competition when you're really at that higher caliber. Now, for pro players in NA, in order to get better, they should probably watch more international gameplays. For example, learn from the Udu Red Giants from Malaysia, who surprised the world with their performance at MSC. Now, for an average ranked players who just want to have fun, maybe be less toxic, troll less, and stream snipe less. Focus on adjusting in solo queue and dual queue, and make sure your entire team has a fun experience by clinching that victory together.
What's up, everybody? Steph Weezy in the building. Word around town is that North America is an easy server. It's no secret we didn't have the best performance in MSC 2024, but with NACT fall right around the corner and registration opening, it's our chance to prove the world wrong. Make sure you guys register for NACT fall season before the registration closes. A little bit of tips and advice that I'd give to you guys who are looking to compete. Find a team that you can build synergy with. Find a team, despite losing, despite having some hard times, you stick together and you push through it and you find solutions. Honestly, a team that sticks together wins together. I hope to see you guys in the NACT fall season, and good luck in registration.
Legends rise and legends fall. One team will crawl while the other take it all. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to week 2 of the regular season for NACT 2024 Fall. Last week, you got to witness your most anticipated teams make their season debut. This week, the stars will collide. BTK versus C9 will set the tone for our path to glory. With the showdown of the ages unfolding before our very eyes, who better to capture the magic than our Florida stepbrothers, Trex and Wheezy? I'm happy you guys survived the hurricane and you're back with us.
Well, wait a second, Liz. I don't know if we survived the hurricane yet. Today, we have two of the powerhouse teams fighting it out. May start a brand new one, and then also two teams fighting it out with a chance to earn their first victory. Trex, how you feeling about these matches?
I'm just glad to be back at NACT, man. It's we took the first week off. We had some storms coming. We made it through, and now we get to cast some amazing games, some of the possibly hottest games of the season so far. So I'm ready for it.
Yeah, and we're ready to take us into the games. Steph Weezy, I want to know if you actually got to take a look at the format.
Well, I'll tell you what. Some like cheddar, some like mozzarella, but the NACT, we like a good old Swiss for the format for the regular season, where you'll see each team fight it out for a chance at points. Every single match is a chance for points. 4 matches every single day. The winners, the top 4 with the highest points, will move on after 3 rounds into the playoffs for a chance at victory and a ticket to M6.
I love the cheesy lines, so I'm going to keep it cheesy myself, because with a good Swiss, you got to poke some holes in your enemies here. And last week, we saw some okay matches. Things came down 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, 3-1. I'm hoping this week we see some differences.
And let's take a look at which teams will make it less cheesy for us today. We have, for the first match, at 4:30, Excellerate versus GOSU Night Horde. Match 2 starts at 8:20, Cloud9 versus BTK. I really hope today we don't have a 1-hour break.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. But today, lots of these teams have a lot of things to prove, right? In the first series, Excellerate and GOSU Night Horde didn't have the hottest debut. Both of them yet to find a victory in their entire series. And then right behind them for match 2, Cloud9 and BTK. I mean, it's the flip of a coin, but this time Hoon and Zayn on the same team, going up against Cloud9, spearheaded by Basic, and with Nats on the team all the way out from Philippines, RSG. What more could you ask for?
I think both teams have a lot on the line here. Excellerate and Night Horde both need to get some points on the board, whereas the other two teams just need to try to keep some points on the board.
And regardless of how many points they secure, they will still be facing a prize pool of $25,000 and $600 worth of total cash prizes. And that's 1.5 million diamonds you're seeing on the screen here.
Yeah, definitely a lot on the line. The prize pool, the diamonds, and also a ticket to M6 out there in Malaysia. All these teams fighting, ready to hold that banner to be the best in North America, and also possibly earn a ticket to fight out for a chance to be the best in the world.
I mean, you have to remember, the money is nice, but a lot of these players have jobs. They're at school. They're doing things. What they really want is the glory. They want the championship. They want a chance to prove themselves on the world stage, and that's what we're all looking at right now.
And our viewers are looking at the first giveaway for today. On the screen, you see a code and a QR code to scan for 31 tournament chests. So make sure you're one of the first to secure this prize.
Yeah, look at all those amazing skins, 12.50% chance. But, you know, Liz and me were talking about it, Trex, as well. This is not an NA region-locked giveaway, so anybody across the world can scan that code. So those chances might go a little bit down if you're not fast enough. 31 chests available, so claim them while they're still here.
Yeah, I feel like at least before you could maybe get one of the 31 chests. Now it is just a frenzy. Everyone around the world is going to be putting that code in. The QR code makes it even worse, because if you got 2 phones, you know, you're at an advantage. You can scan and grab and all that good stuff. So those 31 chests go fast here at the NACT.
Oh my god, don't expose the secrets. I hope you guys secure the giveaway, and we're jumping into the first series of the day. For Excellerate, you have on screen Ring Force and XP lane, Baby Zen on the jungle, Duck Luck in the mid lane, and Tara on Roam, and Kayaks on the gold lane.
See, I like this. I like when Liz reads the name, because when you see new faces, it's hard to know the pronunciation. So we're just going to stick with whatever Liz says. But Excellerate, They look like they're locked in and ready to go, maybe have a better showcasing today than their debut. Today, it's their time to write their story.
Yeah, this isn't just a new team, a new logo. This is a whole set of new faces on the top 8 of NACT. And they really got a lot to prove here. I think a lot of people are doubting them. A lot of people are putting them down. They're here. They need to show that they belong here in the top 8.
Yeah, and for GOSU Nighthorse, some more familiar faces. Mikasa in the SP lane, Dez in the jungle, Oh My Foe in the mid lane, LC1 on Roam, and Yellow BC on Gold.
Yeah, you're seeing a couple of additions to the team and a couple of players gone. At least one. Legend's not going to be here today, unable to play in today's matches. But with Oh My Foe on the roster, it may be a secret weapon yet to be shown.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Dez play. I'm excited to cast over some games with Dez. There's been a lot of talks about him in Discord channels, a lot of talks about him over the interweb, and we haven't ever got to actually see him play in the top 8 of NACT. He's been on the bench before. He's played down in MLSL, down south, so he has competitive experience, but how is he going to compete against some of the big dogs here in NA?
And since you're hyping him up, I want to see if Trex actually voted for GOSU Nighthorse, and he did. Trex is a man of his words, and so did all our casters predict that GOSU Nighthorse will be the team on top.
Yeah, unanimous decision across the board. And I mean, you got to give credit where it's due, right? We've seen a couple of these players, like Trex mentioned in previous NACTs, like we got to see Dez, not on the front lines. He was a sub for Gaming Gladiators, but nonetheless an excellent jungler. And today we have the pleasure of showcasing that to the world. But not to mention, you can't count out the one on the other side, right? The other team still has things to prove, and it's their time to write the story. We just go with the statistics, and hey, maybe get the ultimate caster curse to flip it around.
I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I think Excellerate has a lot to prove here. I just like the new GOSU Nighthorse logo. I think it's one of the best combination logos we've ever seen. The dragon fitting right in. It's really cool. It's a nice touch.
And I want to see some cool things about our players. Some fun facts for Excellerate: we have Rainforest on the screen. His role is XP lane. His favorite hero is Chow. I guess he learned from Joybot from last week. Favorite player has not been found yet. His hobby is playing PC games. Hometown in St. Petersburg, and device is Samsung Galaxy S23.
Well, wait a second. I think there's an error on the screen because I think he meant to say playing mobile games. So we'll get that fixed right quick. But nonetheless, yeah, some interesting stuff over there from Excellerate. Can't wait to see how Rainforest performs.
Yeah, he's a hometown hero, man. I didn't know this before, but Rainforest is from the same city as me, so I may have to change my vote over to Excellerate. I don't know. Hopefully he at least puts on this is very new to me, so excited to see how he actually performs.
Well, maybe it might be too late for that. And for GOSU Nighthorse, we have Mikasa. His role is XP lane. His favorite hero is Freya. He is a top global Freya. His favorite player has not been found yet. His hobby is working out, speaking from his arm right there. Hometown is Maryland. His device is iPhone 14 Pro.
You know, it's funny. It's like they couldn't get his arms to fit in that picture. They had to crop out his triceps, man. Just absolutely massive. But nonetheless, working out. Hey, I have the same hobby. You know what's interesting, though? Neither player so far, I'm seeing a trend, has yet to have a favorite player.
They don't like anybody. They are not friendly around these parts. They do not respect anybody. They woke up and chose violence today.
Yeah, and Sayuri might be disappointed because last week she mentioned that Mikasa is her favorite player, and she thought that she would be Mikasa's favorite player. But, you know, seems like Mikasa hasn't changed his vote yet, so we're looking forward to some developments on that. But for today's series, for the first series in particular, what are you guys looking for the both teams? I'll start for GOSU Nighthorse. Last week they actually kind of tipped the toes for BTK in the first game. They actually got 4 kills in the very beginning, and we almost expected the dark horse to rise, but unfortunately BTK was the better team at the end of the day. But today, what are you expecting from these two games?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm expecting somebody to put a point on the board. I don't care who it is, but it's going to happen today. But nonetheless, I want to see some excellent gameplay. I really want to see how Excellerate kind of performs, right? GOSU Nighthorde, they have previous top 8 members, but I like to see more newer faces rise to the occasion because we want to have a full stacked season of powerhouse names, not just a couple here and there. And like we said, they're the underdogs, I would say, at least from the caster predictions, and this is their chance to prove what they got.
Yeah, I think one of the keys for Excellerate to get some wins here is try to stop the momentum of Nighthorde. We saw last time, as you said, Liz, they started off so clean against BTK, but then one bad team fight, and it just felt like their games got worse and worse and worse. So if Excellerate can maybe catch them off kilter, catch them off guard, they may be able to pull off even more than just one win. Excellerate, though, needs to come with a game plan. They need to have done their research. They got to be ready to play against some of the top teams in NA.
And I don't know if they're ready because we have a player sub for Excellerate. Ducklut will be subbed in by Asami. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but we do have a mid lane swap.
Well, you know, at the beginning of the show, we said whatever name you say, we stick with it. So Liz, Asami, that's what you're going to be hearing every single time we cast the mid lane. And don't hate us on it. Hey, we laid these rules down as soon as the show started.
Liz chooses the names. She tells us how to pronounce them. She sends us actually a whole list before every stream. This is how you say their names. She's in charge of it all, so when we get it wrong, just remember whose fault it is.
And it looks like our casters chose violence today. But with that being said, the first match is on the way, so Weezy, take us into the draft.
And away we go into the draft. The first game for round 2 of the NACT fall season. Our first debut casting in the NACT fall season after surviving a hurricane. Trex, we're ready for some violence today, and I hope these teams are as well.
Definitely prepared for this, definitely excited for this. NACT is back. I've been waiting for this, and the drafts are already hot. Ruby coming in first pick for Excellerate. And I'm kind of, I'm coming into this wondering exactly where the meta stands. I feel like this is one of the deepest hero pools we've seen in a very long time in terms of meta. And I'm excited to see throughout NACT how things are actually going to form.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, right? I mean, I feel like this meta is an even blend all the way across the board. You can go tankier, you can go for more damage, you can throw a marksman in the mid lane, or in the, not the mid lane, hold on now, let's not get a little crazy. In the jungle, and then sub in the XP lane and the gold lane for something else. But nonetheless, I think this is a great time for all teams to showcase what they can bring to the table. The Ruby for the Excellerate, this is the first time we get to see them run Ruby. They're going to stack it up with the Tig, so it's going to be that Ruby, possibly, it could even be in the gold lane. We've seen Ruby slotted in the gold lane.
Yeah, definitely we've seen the Ruby in the gold lane when things like the Roger come out sometimes in the jungle. It's not completely out. It is a possibility. When I saw both these picks get picked up on both sides, I felt like both drafts are bringing it pretty flexible. I do think Excellerate at this point, the Rubies we're kind of showing it's not going to be Roam, most likely EXP. Still the possibility of gold, but we're pushing it, I think, at that point. I think Excellerate needs to kind of keep it simple, and that's what we're seeing here. Nighthorde, on the other hand, also kind of showing their cards all at once here. Alice Gold, we've been seeing it get picked up here and there. Definitely a possibility. And then we have the Edith and the Arlott.
It could even be that Alice Jungle. We got to see best players sneak that in last weekend. So, yeah, a lot of these heroes can just get flexed into multiple different roles, and that just showcases how deep and three-dimensional these teams can draft. Now, when we're looking at least what both sides have, when I look at Excellerate, they have great crowd control. You have the Ruby, has so much chain CC, the Valentina with the Terrify, a lot of crowd control as well. The Tigreal, to top that off, this is a full anti-invade team, but they can also be aggressive if they want to.
Yeah, I think the Ruby, overall, the Rubies, if the Ruby is placed right, if Rainforce is in the right spot, in the right positions when some of these big team fights happen, it's going to slow down the Edith, it's going to slow down the Alice, it's going to slow down this type of dive composition that we're kind of seeing from GOSU Nighthorde here. So it's a lot on the shoulders of Rainforce if he ends up being the Ruby. If he cannot be in the right position, or if Nighthorde's just able to kind of find better angles, that's going to be a big answer to this.
Yeah, but we need to see what they're going to use for push potential, right? When they're going for heavy crowd control in front lines, we need to see how are they going to push through and deal some damage. When we're looking at Nighthorde, that Alice who's just been dominating, at least this season, it's been such an impactful hero. But then also aside from that, the Edith, right? I'm wondering, this should possibly be, is it going to be the Edith in the XP lane? Are they going to flex the Edith to the roam position and put Arlott in the XP lane? Or are you going to put the Arlott in the roam position and do the opposite? You know, this is just like a puzzle that can be fit in so many different ways, and time will tell as we see these other selections. Now, Right now, I'm liking what I see for both sides. I'm not seeing a lot of damage, though, from the side of Excellerate.
I think both teams are kind of waiting on that, right? We do have some, I mean, we have a little bit of endgame damage with the Valentina, but right now, with this Ruby, Nighthorde, I'm noticing the Ling's open, but it's kind of a risky pick. Like you said, there's a lot of crowd control inside of Excellerate, a lot of things that can catch a Ling out of the sky and bring him down to the ground. And I think that's kind of Excellerate's plan here. We want you to go something a little bit too crazy. We have the stoppers ready for that. So Nighthorde definitely has to think about how they want to pick up their jungler here. The Roger's still open, the Ling's still open, Hayabusa is banned out. Possibilities like a Fanny, like there's still some options out there in the terms of the assassin realm. Julian, Noland, so a lot of options. It's just going to be hard to get in on Excellerate with this front line that they brought.
Yeah, it's just a strong composition, at least for heroes that require getting up close and personal. You're going to get hit by so much crowd control. You know, I'm really going to see how this goes. I would say in the jungle, yeah, there's still a lot of assassins available, but they're going to go in for a little bit more of that fighter combination. This is going to be the alpha in the jungle over there for Dez. He did actually pull this out against BTK in game 1 of their debut. It didn't work out in his favor, though. I mean, you can't, you know, that was Zane. Zane introduced the, you know, he introduced that alpha, so we'll have to see if Dez can live up to the mantle a second time around going up against Excellerate.
I do want to say, though, speaking on Dez, he did play very well last week. I think as the jungler and doing his job, he was really able to perform. I think some of his offlaners, Yellow, Reckless, they're going to need to step up their game here. I think the rest of the team, everyone needs to get on one page. I think there's still a lot to say for Nighthorde. I think they just haven't found their exact groove yet, at least in terms of, you know, top 2. They are going up against Excellerate, another team that took 4 losses last week. So this might be a good time for them to really shine. But Excellerate coming in with the Noland and the Beatrix. So very just solid composition, nothing too crazy. The marksman in the gold lane, we've been seeing a lot of mages in the gold lane, things like Harrods, things like Alice, so keeping a little bit more old school on the Excellerate side.
Yeah, they're gonna go for a little bit of that burst damage over there with the Nolan. Now there's that Zask. You know, Zask has stepped into the meta. He's been such a dominant mid lane out there in the Philippines, out there in Indonesia, and now crossing the waters into North America. And that is going to finalize the draft for game number 1 between Excellerate and GOSU Nighthorde. Our first game for round 2 of the NACT fall season.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. And even taking a look at the drafts, I think both teams have brought something. But hold on, is that a Hayabusa? Do we get a last pick, or is that a miss? What do we have here? We're missing the R lot right now. So unless there was a mispick or that's a misgraphic, Asami is Hayabusa. That's what it is.
Asami, Hayabusa was banned.
And that's not Asami. That is actually just Hayabusa playing for them, just to let everybody know. But let's jump in.
Yeah, let's jump into the game. A lot of questions and not enough time as these teams are boiling and ready to flip this pot over to lead the way and gain their first victory for the NACT fall season. Had a little bit of a rough start with their debut, but today is a different story. Who will lead the way?
So it will be Dez on that jungle alpha. There's been a lot of talks of him possibly switching roles, teams looking for some things. But Dez going to be on the jungle position. We know Legend, or Oh My Foe subs in. Oh My Foe mid. We keep Yellow in the gold lane. Alcy 1 in the roam position, so it was going to be that Edith there. I like the composition. I think this is going to be comfortable for Nighthorde. We're going to have some decent rotations. They have an aggressive early game along with some decent late game heroes.
Yeah, I feel like the damage definitely goes more to the side of GOSU Nighthorde, but in terms of early game pressure, Excellerate can kind of provide that, right? We'll have to see how Dez can kind of close the gap into these objectives. You see him already rotating to that Lethal Wanderer. Baby's in, trying to get there in time. Actually pulls off the Retribution a little bit smoother than him. May have to watch out for that when these first turtles spawn in. Now, right now, gold lane matchups, right? We were kind of looking at what was going to be slotted down there. It is going to be that Ixia up against this Alice. Alice, we've been seeing kind of dominate so far in the season. First blood, though.
Rain. Oh! Luckily, he gets the tower shot back, so it's a 1-for-1. That was a lot of damage from that tower. Luckily, Rainforce doesn't lose it all there. They both will get back on the map. Nothing too lost. Turtle up in 27 seconds, and Tara gets the knock up, the drag back. A little damage. Tara now trying to finish him off. Oh My Foe low. Alcy is able to get the Earth Shaker, knocks them both up and stops them in their tracks.
Yeah, very close call. Both of them very low. That Earthshaker able to buy them the little bit of time needed to get to that turret and recall back to safety. 1-1 on the board. You got to look where the kills go, though. Reinforce on the Ruby. Did fall. Got to kill Mikasa as well. It was an even trade-off because of that last-minute turret damage. I feel like right now it's still equalized. The first turtle is spawning in to give them a major advantage.
And now a little bit of games. I mean, Excelerate's moving decently around the map right now. Able to kind of keep up, and like you said, and what you were stating, they have some early game pressure. This first turtle is going to be huge for both teams.
Yeah, and that's what we got to see. Will the crowd control work in Excelerate's favor to bully out GOSU Nighthawk from this first objective?
And Tara goes a little bit deep, looking to get the implosion. Mikasa able to find Baby Zen. Turtle still on the map. Now Tara in trouble. It's 2 down for the side of Excelerate. GOSU Nighthawk have lost none. As Mikasa pushes back Rainforce and Calyx. It's going to be rough. This should be a nice turtle over the side of GOSU.
Yeah, it takes down the roamer and the jungler. Guarantees retribution for Nighthawk's favor. Some great micro from the side of GOSU Nighthawk over against Excellerate. Now, this is going to put them not only up in kills, but also up by a turtle in an invasion play.
A lot of damage. Up on that orange buff. Tara on the run. Alcyon doesn't want to let it go. On the chase now. Dez also pushing back Baby Zen. Alcyon able to get the kill on Tara there. That's another one down. He comes a full barrage. Isami trying to help out. Alcyon low. Calyx able to go in and pick up the kill. At least they find a trade there. They are able to get their orange buff as well, so Baby Zen does not go away with nothing.
I was like, hold on, wait a second. We said the bullies with the crowd control and pressure should have been Excellerate, but it's looking like the micro is overwhelming the mechanics, and GOSU Nighthawk is performing 4-2-2 so far for them, spearheading the way. 2 kills over there for Mikasa on this R-Lot as well. They need to be careful. Yellow BC, he is running on this Alice. We'll have to see how he kind of plays into this match. See if that lifesteal can kind of work in his favor. But look at the invasion play again.
So much pressure on a Baby Zen. They don't want to let him out a single buff. Baby Zen is able to get his purple, though. Alcyon able to get the Earth Shatter once again on Tara. Tara forced to back off. Excellerate able to keep up, even with all the pressure that GNH, GOSU Nighthawk, don't know which one to call them, are putting on them right now. Excellerate is able to keep themselves in this game. It's only about a 1,000 gold lead right now for the side of GOSU Nighthawk. Let's take a look at the items.
Yeah, you're seeing some of the items pop up on the board. A Thunder Belt over there by R-Lot, by Mikasa. We kind of talked about him having a little bit of a head start, especially with those early kills, providing that pressure with that final slash and crowd control. Look at the damage on the top side. Look at Reinforce barely maintaining his own on the 1v1.
And Reinforce having some trouble up there going up against this Arla. Arla's just a monster in the XP lane, and you can build him so many different ways, from damage to tank to hybrid. And right now, GOSU Nighthawk feeling comfortable around this turtle. I don't even think Excellerate really should or want to contest this, but Tara is relentless, tries to go in, get some vision. Now he's going to pay for it, pay the consequences. Tara able to dash away, looks for the implosion, still taken out. Dez putting the kill into his pocket.
Yeah, able to take him down yet again. Having a really hard time getting online. The roamer for Excellerate, finding his 3rd death of the game. 2 turtles now going over to GOSU Nighthawk. You can tell they're fully in control of the tempo for the early game. We got to see how Excellerate tries to turn this around, right? Oh, speaking of turning around, now invading into the first turret in the mid lane. They're very comfortable for the early phase.
Yeah, this might be a little bit too much. Mikasa keeping Reinforce at bay. Purple buff getting pushed towards Baby Zen here. Also one does miss the Earth Shatter along with the onward. Now he's going to get pulled back in. They get the damage to take out Alcyon. No, gets into the primal form and able to back off with that shield. Purple buff does go still over to Baby Zen. He's been very clean at surviving these invades.
Yeah, at least he was able to get his purple buff, not bullied out of that, but the mid lane, a lot of pressure over there by Oh My Foe. May be able to take that if they're not careful. We know if they lose that mid turret, it's going to allow GOSU Nighthawk to invade even further to Accelerate's map.
Ooh, a lot of damage. Oh My Foe goes down. Calyx able to get the kill. Now Tara also in a little bit of trouble. Final slash connects. Oh My Foe still gets the kill from the little minion. The little Joey sitting in the river, able to get that one, so it's a 1-for-1. Let's look at these off lanes, though. It looks like GOSU Nighthawk's about to lose it. They do take the mid tower, but they lost their gold lane.
Yeah, they're losing turrets on the side lanes to take the mid. So at least Excellerate is finding a couple of trades to keep them in this game. Right now, it's not too one-sided. Definitely GOSU Nighthawk have a little bit more pressure. I would say when it comes to the team fights, we're seeing a massive advantage over there for the side of GOSU Nighthawk against Excellerate. But when it comes to the overall claiming these turrets, Excellerate's able to kind of find a trade to keep them in this game. They have yet to get a turtle, though. The next one is about to spawn in. Will they be able to flip the script here at this next engagement?
Gotta say though, man, I think a lot of us came into this thinking Excellerate was just gonna get mollywopped. I think a lot of people came into this thinking Excellerate were just gonna get the work given to them, and right now they are keeping up in full force. They are hanging on for dear life. Not only that, they're up in towers right now, only 1,000 gold behind. Last turtle on the map, Tar taking a little bit of damage, gonna get tossed back, Earth shattered up, taken out. Calyx also on the run. Mikasa doesn't want to let him go. That's 2 down on the side of Excellerate, and now GOSU Nighthorde want this purple buff this time. They still don't get it. Baby Zen doesn't want to give it to him. Turtle goes over to GOSU Nighthorde. Baby Zen's still hanging out though.
Hey, he's 2 for 2 for his purple buffs. I'm just gonna throw that out there. He's 2 for 2 on the purple buffs for the invasion play.
Masami though with the barrage. Alcyone goes down. Mikasa now also maybe in a little bit of trouble. Able to dash through. Trying to survive as much as he can. Can he get away? No, Asami with the double kill. Asami's been hanging out with the gold lane treatment. 2-0 in 1. Is that their comeback factor, Weezy?
I don't know, though, because I feel like it still worked in Nighthorde's favor. I was watching Dez. I was like, is he going to jump in there and help him out, or is he just going to let Mikasa fight the numbers that are not in his favor? But he had minions bursting down that turret on the top side, so he was just delaying them from being able to defend those minions. So overall, it was still a trade working in Nighthorde's favor.
Definitely, they get the tower. Dez just sitting in the back, watching the fight happen, arms crossed, saying, you got to get yourself out of this one, Mikasa. Mikasa does go down. Let's take a look at the items, though, Weezy.
Yeah, Divine Glaive picked up over there from the Zask. Definitely going in for a lot of that penetration. You are going to see a lot of damage out. Baby's in, taking down Yellow.
Yellow goes down. Here comes the full barrage. Tara taken out by Alcyone. Masami has to stop the barrage, has to flicker back, has to get away. Goes through Nighthorde, though. Look for the next target. Baby Zen in a little bit of trouble. Retri does come out. Final slash just misses. And Baby Zen lives to see another day.
Man, Tara's having a really rough game on this TIG. 0-6-2, yet to find the opportunity he's looking for.
Ooh, that damage from Dez. He's getting out of control. It's 2-0-3, and Tara on the other end.
Yeah, right now just a bloodbath over there from GOSU Nighthorde. Slowly but surely increasing this lead even more in their favor. Excellerate not able to find their momentum. They kind of lost their tempo, and they need to find it quickly, or GOSU Nighthorde is going to go in for a close.
Yeah, Excellerate needs to look for something, but Tara going to get knocked up with the Earth Shatter. The final slash all connects, and Tara once again about to go down.
Tara!
One more hit.
No!
Tara pops the conceal play just to get away, but that's going to be lured over to the side of GOSU Nighthorde. And now that 1K gold lean is inching into more and more and more. A turtle, a lord, in about 3K.
My man popped the conceal to get out of there. That's how you know Tara does not want no smoke today. Able to live to tell another tale, but another objective. The Lord this time going into GOSU Nighthorde's favor. They have claimed every single objective in the jungle with little to no problem up against Excellerate. The only thing they have yet to be able to take is the purple buff from Baby Zen.
Yeah, I think, you know, the big play, it has to be a big play from Excellerate. There has to be something. They have to catch him on guard. They can't just walk in to this composition. A lot of damage onto Reinforce. Reinforce able to pull Dez back in with the Am offended. Out comes the full barrage. A lot of damage onto Dez. Can Baby Zen get it? Finds the kill. Tara goes down. Jungler for Rome, but the Lord still crashing in. Asami able to clean it up. But more towers are going to fall. Tier 2 on the bottom side. It's nothing but inhibitor standing for the side of Accelerating. GOSU Nighthorde doesn't want to give it up just yet. Calyx trying to just take out these minions. Calyx just trying to do something. Reinforce able to get the Am offended on Mikasa. Mikasa takes down the tower. It's another one down for Accelerate, and they are still hanging on.
Man, that Nightmaric spawn over there by Zas just taking the turret hits to allow them to take the inhibitor play.
Reinforce, though, starting to step up his game a little bit. I think they need to rely on him a little bit more than Tara at this point to make these big setups, to make these big plays. And Tara needs to rely on that flicker to look. He cannot just walk in. He's got a flick implosion. You know, it's got to be the big combo player, or else he should not even be there.
I'm looking at the items, too. I mean, he only has the Dominance Eye so far, and, you know, being 11 minutes in, it's not really going to have a heavy impact against all the damage that's being outputted. Even with Zask on the table, I mean, Zask is stacked with the items right now, and now the orange buff play.
Yeah, Reinforce just whiffed. Big whiff on that I'm offended as well. Unable to connect. That's going to be an ult down. That's going to be a Tara down. That's going to be Accelerate down right now. GOSU Nighthorde smell blood in the water.
Yeah, there are definitely some sharks waiting to get a meal, and Excellerate is handing them out left and right. They need to find a way to turn this around, put a stop to this massive bloodbath that GOSU has been performing with game 1.
Yeah, Mikasa tries to go in, get a big final slash, but instead the Earth Shatter connects down to the boss side, up against the wall. Alcyone in yellow, decimating Zen and Nasami, and now they're going to try to connect to lock on. Tara with the concealed play, looking for the play to save the day, but unable to find it just yet, taking his time, but they don't got that right now. GOSU Nighthorde looking for the finish, looking for the clench. Yellow BC going to come in with the blood ode going, the flowing blood to get the dash. They're going to try to lock onto the base, reinforce, trying to get away. Tara finally goes down. Oh my foe, locked onto the base. Calyx down as well, and GOSU Nighthorde gonna take game number 1.
All right, they said, hey, we gotta at least get Tara one more time before we take down this base crystal. That was like the over objective that they were focusing on. Game 1 to GOSU Nighthorde with, I want to say, pretty much a one-sided story. It looked a little bit more promising for Excellerate toward the beginning, but once we got to about that 6-minute momentum groove, we got to see Nighthorde just completely come online and turn things around. Tara over there with 0-9-2, having a very hard time finding those setups that the team was relying on. Some great performance overall from the side of Nighthorde, though. You did get to see Oh My Foe. Man was MVP, stepping up into the scene, replacing Legend, and pulling out that Zaz to dominate.
Yeah, the Zaz was very clean, able to create great zoning, able to slow down Tara when Tara was trying to come in. And I feel like with the composition that Excellerate had, they should have been the ones doing what GOSU Nighthorde did to them. I feel like GOSU Nighthorde just kind of let Tara come in, let them come in, and then capitalize on it. Excellerate had a nice composition to want to let you come to them, but they weren't able to really execute it.
Yeah, and you know, execution is key, especially against a team of this caliber such as GOSU Nighthorde, were previous top 8 contenders. We didn't even get to really see Reinforce provide some reinforcement with that Ruby. I mean, maybe a final slash. I mean, maybe I'm offended here and there to provide the crowd control so that Tara could kind of sneak in an implosion play. Could have been the game plan, but it was a little too late to the punch. And right now, GOSU Nighthorde able to claim their first victory in the NACT fall season, 1 point ahead of Excellerate.
1 point on the map, 1 point closer to catching up to the leaders of this format. Excellerate, though, I mean, like I said, there was never a point where they were actually in the lead, right? There was never a point where it felt like it was an exactly tie game, but they were hanging on. So maybe if they can push a little bit harder, maybe if Tara can push a little bit harder, there's some opportunity. But right now we're focusing on GOSU Nighthorde and these stats. KDA 17, 8, and 34.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the thing that I saw that was promising from Excellerate was the beginning, right? Even though they weren't winning in the team fights, they were not able to take the turtles. They were able to find trades for the turrets. When they lost their mid turret, they were able to take the sides. But right after that moment, it was just a catastrophe as GOSU Nighthorde just started claiming everything on the map. Even in the 1v1 situations, we talked about Mikasa. He's been known to dominate. That was the first blood, by the way. It was an even trade, the first even trade for round 2.
Yeah, definitely a close one overall. Oh My Foe played a great game. And when you're on something like the Zask, you're able to play it safe. You have huge poke, huge range. And Oh My Foe played it to a T. He didn't play it too aggressively. He just supported his team, was able to get kills on the board and barely die at all and make sure that the gold started stacking. And even though maybe it wasn't the flashiest plays overall, still 71 team fight participation.
You know, it was that Nightmare spawn too, just being such a bully. When you throw that down in the lane, the range of where it can deal damage is massive. Even look at the ultimate as well. Able to have such a major range to pretty much hit anybody in that big AoE circle. I mean, the man was all across the mid lane and even had some key plays on the sides as well to help allow Dez to get these turtles. He was always where he needed to be to get the objectives for GOSU Nighthorde.
Yeah, most definitely. And a great game overall by GOSU Nighthorde. They never really lost their composure at all, even in the small moments. Like what we saw there, Asami brings out the big barrage. They know what the objective is. We're going to get close. We're going to get personal. We're going to stop you in your tracks. And that is the answer, right? When you're going up against that full barrage, especially one that doesn't have movement, doesn't have a Matilda or something to kind of reposition it, it's going to be tough. And we saw what they were able to do. They were consistently able to close the distance. The Alice played great. Yellow really stepped up his game. This is the GOSU Nighthorde that we wanted to see last week.
Yeah, this is definitely the one we wanted to see last week, and we're getting the showcasing of it today. I would say on the opposite side of the table, though, for Excellerate, we got to talk about things that they can do to turn this back around in their favor and have a chance to earn their first point for round 2. Number 1 is when they have the draft. I mean, I feel like the draft was okay, right? I don't think the draft was too bad. It was all right. It wasn't like top tier, but it wasn't something that would have costed them the game. I think it was overall the execution that cost them. A lot of invasions happened over there from GOSU to be able to take the orange buffs. They held on to that purple buff for dear life, but they were just letting them easily invade. And you have heroes who are anti-invade. You have a Valentina, you have a Tigreal. These are things you cannot allow to happen. And if it's happening, maybe they should be the ones to try and be the aggressor. Maybe they should be the ones to try and initiate. It felt like that entire match we were watching them be more reactionary and just letting the gameplay come out from the side of GOSU Nighthorde and just reacting. And that puts them a step behind in every single engagement.
Yeah, they had first responder syndrome, right? They just were constantly showing up to try to help all the damage. But the problem is I think in a team like Excellerate, where we're still kind of new to NACT overall, right? I think what's really important to them is try to keep it tight. Try not to be too split up. Even if that means losing a tower, a team like GOSU Nighthorde's going to try to push in on them. They know you could tell that they feel like they are the stronger team with how aggressive they're playing. So Excellerate needs to stay together. You can't have Tara going off by his lonesome. You can't have Baby Zen stuck and alone in the purple buff. Everyone needs to be consistently keeping tabs and not be too far apart from the others.
Yeah, and speaking of far apart, now inside of the second game for this series, a chance for Excellerate to get a point on the board, a chance for Nighthorde to claim their second point this fall season. Now, we talked about Excellerate, we talked about the things that they could do to improve and possibly have that chance at a victory. Now we got to talk about Nighthorde. Let's talk about the things that we saw that went right with their gameplay. We got to see some excellent rotations. We got to see some great invasions from their roamer. Just having a really good rotation. Reckless was just on point, providing the sets and being that nuisance. Dez was able to get those kills, able to get that retribution most of the time, and took every single objective inside of the jungle. I feel like the team synergy when it comes to grouping together and focusing on these turtles and these lords is miles ahead of Excellerate, at least from what we've seen in game 1. And hopefully we can see them jump on that same track for game 2 and have a little bit more of an even match.
Yeah, Nighthorde definitely, it feels like they like to take things a little bit slow. They're not too worried about pushing, at least in the laning phase, right? Dez wants to farm, he wants to make sure he's good, and once he's ready, they will get very aggressive, right? We saw them really start to do the invades and really start to pop off around like second, third turtle. They were kind of feeling it out first turtle, but I think Nighthorde, if they can keep up that pace, and unless Excellerate challenges them early on, the Nighthorde can just keep doing what they're doing. They're winning overall on map, they're winning overall at objectives. They don't really have to switch up their game plan. Excellerate, on the other hand, has to do something. If they're going to go for the slow haul, they need a strong late game. If they want to try to challenge them in the early game, they got to get their mechanics a little bit tighter. Let's take a look at the draft, though. We do have that Phoveus coming in clutch. Since the revamp, at first, everyone said he was trash. About a week later, everyone said he was OP. Phoveus is all over the place now, and I love to see it, man. I like the revamp. It's definitely an interesting spin on him. So let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a brand new Phoveus, right? It's not magic anymore. It's just full physical damage. They even changed everything about him. Now, when he goes in for his ultimate, he's not providing the crowd control, or he's not, flickers and dashes are not going to proc it, right? He has to proc it himself, and his battle spells don't even proc it as well. So it's a lot of changes, but I've heard a lot of positive feedback. We got to talk to Nats, I want to say, at the round table the other day, and he even mentioned that he likes this Phoveus versus the old Phoveus. So definitely a strong hero to kind of select, especially early in the draft. This is the second time we actually get to see Nighthorde pull out this Phoveus. They pulled it out against BTK. Again, didn't really work in their favor. But then they pair it up with this Mathilda, right? So not only do they have the demonic force from that Phoveus to rain down some terror, but they also have the Mathilda to provide that sustainability, to provide that mobility as well. And then to top that off, Dez, you know he's a king of these assassins. They left the Hayabusa open, and he has claimed it.
Yeah, I mean, up against BTK, he played the Hayabusa, and like I said, this is one of the games that I watched that I was like, Dez is actually playing very well right now. He's able to find those picks. I think when they go up against some of the big teams, that slower start kind of hinders them, but it's able to work well against Excellerate. And I think what Excellerate needs to do is they need to capitalize on that slow start. Having someone like a Hayabusa in the enemy jungle, they pick up this alpha. They have some opportunity to be aggressive if they want to. The question is will they actually do that? The Kimmy might be a little sus, and I'm worried about it, especially against the Hayabusa. Kimmy does not have the craziest range, is not the most mobile. I mean, yes, you have the kiting ability, but a Hayabusa is going to close that distance very quickly, and Asami is going to need to think about that.
Even Dejuicin, definitely going to have to watch out for that as well. Hayabusa, especially in the hands of Dez, it's a comfort pick for him, and comfort picks are, especially meta comfort picks, are something you can't take lightly. Now, when we're looking at the side of Excellerate, right, they have a lot of damage. They definitely have that checked off the board. They have a little bit of crowd control with the alpha as well. We have yet to kind of see what they're going to slot inside of that XP lane, though, to go up against this Phoveus, who we've known has had such a strong impact. Man, this is looking really good. The Zask actually does get banned out this time. Looks like they don't want any more pieces of that.
Yeah, they went straight target.
My foe.
Excellerate went straight target, which I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Like I said, the meta is definitely very open right now. But up against a team like Nighthorde, do you really want to give up the Hayabusa? Do you really want to give up the Phoveus? They were on red side. This might have not been the game to target ban Zask, Alice, and Ruby. But we'll see exactly how it plans out. Excellerate, they're here. They're top 8. They're ready to go. They got to have an answer to this because these are 2 powerhouse picks on the field for Nighthorde. And not just that, but like comfy picks for the players too.
Yeah, we still got to see what Excellerate is going to throw in that roam position. I mean, that's really who we need to pay attention to is Tara. What is Tara going to do? Because the TIG is gone, all right? So, I mean, it's not like the TIG was a secret weapon, at least not in game 1. But maybe that's what it was. Maybe he just wasn't too comfortable on the TIG, and maybe he has another pocket pick that he can slide in there, and maybe a totally different story. And there it goes. Tara is going to pull out that Grok, another staple roamer who we've been seeing kind of dominate this NACT fall season. Now, Grok is very setup oriented, right? He has to get a good knockup for the team to be able to capitalize in. And we've seen Tara time and time again kind of out of place, trying to run to the front lines and quickly getting bursted down. And even with hugging that wall, even with the anti-CC, can he turn that back around and still have that same game plan and this time make it work?
I mean, for heroes like Grok and even like the Tigreal, heroes that seem almost simple, they have a very high skill cap, right? And to really be able to make Grok work, you got to be able to get that flicker wild charge, right? You got to be able to hit those angles. You have to be able to surprise your opponent. And just in the composition itself, having the alpha, having the Grok, and now having this as well. I mean, you need to be able to catch Nighthorde off guard. And Excellerate didn't really show that in game 1. They showed all of their movements were very choreographed. It was very kind of easy to read. They have their cards on the table. They need to be able to get the element of surprise off here.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be kind of keeping an eye on, right? I mean, Valentina was slotted over there by Oh My Foe. I'm looking at the Valentina. I'm trying to think of, is it really the best Valentina situation? I mean, we'll see. I feel like you could have even pulled out a Lilia here and still did a lot of damage because these are a lot of up close and personal frontline heroes, and a Lilia loves to kind of burst that down. They have the Irithel in the gold lane, a decent matchup for damage as well, and will scale over time. But speaking of scaling, we are now jumping into game number 2 between Excellerate and GOSU Nighthorde, who will be able to earn their point one step closer to being a top competitor in the NACT fall season.
Now, lots on the line here. This is going to be, you know, the momentum breaker. I feel like at this point, if Nighthorde takes this game, I don't know if Excellerate is going to be able to come back and win the second 2. I think Excellerate has to make the difference here. Now, you mentioned the Aerithil. I want to talk about that because we bring in one of the queens of kiting. We bring in the Kimmy pick. Goes to Nighthorde. GNH decides, okay, you want to pick a kiting marksman? I got one too. I can move while I'm taking shots as well. So I think it's going to be interesting exactly how that matchup plays out. 2 heroes that can kind of move and shoot at the same time. Excited to see exactly what's going to be big is positioning from those 2 when these team fights break out. Taking a look at some of the emblems. Dez taking it very aggressive here, looking for stacks, looking for every bit of extra damage. And I'm excited to see really, I mean, like Dez on this pick, and look at the damage already on Atara there.
Whoa, a lot of damage, able to take him down with the shurikens. First blood going over there to Dez on this Hayabusa. We talked about it, right? His comfort meta pick. It was up for the taking for game number 2. Yeah, you made a good point about the emblems, right? Quantum Charge is actually on Irithyll, so it's going to help Kite even further with the additional mobility on top of having the sprint.
Yeah, and like I said, you got the Quantum Charge, you have Warcry, you have a lot of aggression inside Nighthorde, reinforcing a little bit of trouble, should be able to get away though. Accelerate, once again, keeping up with rotations, but as you pointed out, they are responding more. It feels like they're following more instead of making their own plays.
Ooh, speaking of plays, both sides fighting it out. A chance for another kill. The Terrified catches Davis in his tracks. Oh, my foe will be the one to draw blood. 2 kills on the board for GOSU Nighthorde, yet to find an answer for Excellerate.
Yeah, you know, Jushin was like it for a bit there after MSC. I'm wondering how it's going to stand up currently with how much more prominent assassins are. We're seeing even more mobile roamers, things like the Matilda, and these are all kind of things that can really punish the Jushin. Things that can get up close and personal, close that distance before Jushin can get the throwaway. So Calyx is really, a lot of it's just positioning for Accelerate here. Where are they going to be at the right time? It does look like they might be giving up first turtle here, going for gold lane instead.
Yeah, hopefully they can find the trade. They're definitely putting on a lot of pressure. Dez will be able to get the turtle. They are proxying the lane on the bot side, but look at that, the counterplay over there by GOSU Nighthorde. Tara now taking a lot of hits. Shadow kill on his tail. Dez able to secure the kill, yet to find an answer. 3 kills and a turtle for GOSU Nighthorde.
Turtle goes down, the river speed buff comes in right away, and GOSU Nighthorde makes a jet for the goal lane. They are just on top of Accelerate in a matter of seconds. Accelerate unable to even get that much gold plating out of that, and they lose a hero. So Accelerate just unable to make any plays out of all of this. They're sitting at about a 1.4K, 1.3K gold deficit right now. It's looking even worse compared to last game. They gotta look for something here.
Yeah, definitely need to find an answer. I mean, look at Dez. He's already 2 kills in on this Hayabusa. His job is to provide that early game pressure, and he's doing a great job at that. And now you are looking at a major advantage as the Ouija Shadow kill may go in a 3v1 situation for the bot side. Dez finding his 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, we saw last game Asami wanted to kind of have the gold lane experience, wanted to be able to hang out farm. This time, GOSU Nighthorde not letting it happen. Calyx goes down as well, reinforced with the 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1 now, may be able to avenge his fallen teammate. Demonic Force drops down by Reinforced, but Mikasa not worried about it. The slam dunk him on the way. The final charge. I am you. You are not me. The kill goes over to GOSU Nighthorde. Oh, my foe with the cleanup.
Oh, my foe with the 90-yard catch right there. The double dash, wild charge. I am you. Brought out everything in the book right there. Beautiful play to get that kill.
And now the battle over the purple buff. But Baby's in, able to claim it, but at what cost? Tara will fall dead. The one to take him down. Baby's in to follow. Yellow BC getting that one. Kale responding back, finding Mikasa a 2-for-1 trade and a purple buff. Denied as Baby's in, able to claim it.
GNH, man, just coming in aggressive this game, coming in quick, coming in clean, throwing punches left, right. I mean, it is trouble for Accelerate right now. That gold lead's now escaped to about 4,000. We got one more turtle coming up, but I don't think Accelerate can even fight for it. I'm looking at their comp. I'm thinking, what do they got? Where is their late game at? I guess it's Asami. I guess there's a possibility, but Asami has to get up close and personal. Asami doesn't have crazy range, and they don't really have a big wall for Asami either, so it's spelling trouble for Accelerate.
Did you see how much damage they dished out to kill right there? Had to push back into that turret. Now needing to recall back to safety. They're scaling through the times. A major advantage for the early game for GOSU Nighthorde. 4 kills on the board for Dez on this Hayabusa, an assassin menace. Accelerate, they need some answers, and they need them fast, because Trex, I'm having a feeling that snowball is starting to roll.
And the snowball has been rolling. That thing is halfway down the hill right now. Accelerate's just waiting for it to connect. Tara, 0-3-0. Tara's got to step it up, man. So far, the best wild charge I've seen in this game is from Oh My Foe. So there is a problem on the map that Accelerate needs to find an answer to. And GOSU Nighthorde is not giving them time. They're playing this exactly how they're supposed to play this. They're keeping Accelerate in the box.
Invading on that purple buff yet again. Maybe able to take it. Tara very low. Dez able to get that kill. They want more though. Gets a double. 5 babies in. Does he get the purple buff though? No, I don't think he did. So again, able to hold off on that, but at what cost for the side of Excellerate? Look at Oh My Foe. He wants another highlight play, but he does not have an ultimate at his disposal, but the demonic force will drop down. Oh My Foe, with the final touches, will be able to take down Kale.
Listen, man, a lot of people don't remember Oh My Foe. A lot of people don't know Oh My Foe, but I'm glad we get to see him on an aggressive mage this time because he's looking for that MVP once again. He's 3-0-4. Dez also 6-0-2. So it is a composition and a competition between these two. Who can collect? Who can get it? Accelerate. Like I said, they need to tighten up, man. Baby Zen all alone here. Not with the team.
The flyby. Dez able to take down Baby Zen. The 4v1. Tara not able to get there in time. Again, a repeat of game number 1. Finding an opportunity is what he needs to do, but yet to find it, Dez able to claim another turtle for the side of GOSU Nighthawk. 3 turtles at the disposal. A complete disaster. Accelerate now has to play safe. They have to be passive. They really can't take these fights with this massive deficit.
Yeah, reinforcement, you gotta get back to your homies. You're sitting down in the bottom lane. A lot of damage onto Asami, deleted.
Rough does take him down. Very rough. Maybe able to get another weak shadow kill, but they're stacking up to share the damage. But another turret is gonna fall into Nighthawk's favor.
Yeah, reinforce, able to get a tower though down on the boss side. I mean, at this point, I get it. I get the strategy, but it's risky, man. I keep saying it, I'm gonna keep on saying it. Accelerate needs to stick together and let GOSU Nighthawk overextend a little bit. Let Alcyone come a little bit too deep. Let Oh My Foe try to bite off a bit more than he can chew. Because until that happens, Accelerate's not gonna be able to get anything out of this.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to find anything. I mean, it's a little too late in the game. I mean, look at the gold difference. Even between the gold laners, 6K to about 4K difference. That's just massive when it comes to items. The sustainability, the Hawk's Claws picked up by Irithel as well. Now the battle for the Tier 2 turtle. Ouija Shadow Kill to open up this engagement. Asami, about 10% HP, definitely needs to go back. Tries to send out a last-minute shot. Not able to hit the mark, and GOSU Nighthawk will disengage.
I mean, they can take their time at this point. They've cracked almost down to the inhibitors. One more tier 2 in the mid side, holding about a 8,000 gold lead for the side of GOSU Nighthawk for GNH. Lord gonna be up. Reinforce continues to push that bot lane. Right now, Accelerate really needs to control long lane, right? They need to be controlling that top side. Reinforce getting in a decent position. Accelerate might be going for the Hail Mary here, man. This might be their shot, their only shot. They got to look for something. Tara needs to put on his big boy pants and get a big wild charge, but he's going to get pushed back.
No, man, I don't think he's wearing the right pants right there. He definitely has to disengage. The Lord will work in Nighthawk's favor, but look at Reinforce. They don't know he's there. I mean, he doesn't have a Retribution. He's the XP laner. Is he going to go in for a Hookism strike step? Oh my God!
There he is!
He is him! Him is he! And down he goes, but definitely worth it.
He just took Tara's big boy pants and put them on himself. Reinforce is the only reinforcements Accelerate's got, but Nighthawk doesn't care. They're still going to push in.
Woo! Man, the needle in the haystack, and he found it. But wait a second, Nighthawk. They're angry. They want some blood. But Cosmos, the demonic force, finds Tara. Oh My Foe claims an inhibitor. Kyle will find a kill, responds back to take down the Cosm. But with the Lord still, it has bought Accelerate some time.
They buy seconds, they buy minutes, they bought some excitement from us. Thank you, Reinforce. I don't care if you guys lose at this point. At least I got to scream. Accelerate now, pushing in. Now we got a bit of a game, and for the first time, Accelerate's making the map turn a little bit red, and that side pushing counted. Reinforce now up against Oh My Foe. Don't know if he can take this one.
Yeah, I don't know if he can take it. I mean, hey, he's done what he needed to do, though, right? He got that Lord, he disengaged. Accelerate's now a little bit more comfortable. It's like a little bit of a momentum boost for them. They seem more confident now to take this fight across enemy waters. But can they sustain themselves? Circling Eagle to open up the engagement, trying to catch Kel off track, but does disengage. Right now, still not an even standing. GOSU Nighthawk will have the lead. Tara able to recall. It's so good that they did not spot him out right there, because he's been such a prio target for GOSU Nighthawk.
I still can't get over that steal, man. Accelerate, I'm sorry. Accelerate, let's take a look at these items real quick, man. Take a look at it. Let's take a look at Tara. 4,000 gold. still got the anti-Karasin, looking for Demonic Force next. A lot of physical damage, anything to answer Dez. But the next problem on the list is going to be Oh My Foe, 3-0 and 6, and here comes the engage.
Yeah, the engage on the way. Nighthorde leading this tail. Valdez will take his life. Full team of Excellerate forced into the base, and Nighthorde knocking on the door.
All right, okay. We have a second to breathe, but GOSU Nighthorde, GNH doesn't want to let it happen just yet. And here goes Reinforce, back up to the top side, trying to find a back angle, but they want to engage.
Yeah, Demonic Force drops down. A little aggressive, but worth it. Able to take the inhibitor in the mid lane, opening up the base for Excellerate, and now playing a little bit more passive. Reinforce again. They got to check every bush. Look, if you count 4 over there and you don't see Reinforce, you better check everything around that Lord.
Kick in doors, hide your wives, hide Reinforce. He's looking, he's lurking, he's searching. Here comes On My Foe. Let's see what he does. Oh, oh God!
Oh, he whipped that. He didn't even know he was there. He whipped it. He should have just stayed. I feel like he could have pulled that off. He's been spotted out. Hey, fool me once, shame on me. Oh, fool me twice, shame on me. Now he's not going to get fooled a third time again. You're going to see the Lord spawn in and GOSU Nighthorde wasting no time to burst this one down.
Yeah, Oh My Foe's locked on Dez there as well. Lord gonna go down. Can Excellerate even survive this one? I think the fun and games is over. Reinforce, get your butt back in the base. You gotta hold up. You guys gotta wait for the big defense here because this is second Lord right here. This is a big boy. He's coming at you. You're already down an inhibitor. He's gonna walk right down the mid side, and GNH are gonna be trying to crash everything else. Oh. What did I just say? What did I say? Stay in the base, Reinforce.
They're just going to make an example out of him, man. I know that definitely was not what they expected, and now taking him down means they don't have the numbers to work in their favor.
All right, Calix.
Yeah, does get hit with the Ouija Shadow kill. Both sides still fighting it out. Inhibitor will fall on the top side. Lord making his way to the base crystal. Bursted down very low, though. My goodness! The damage! The double kill! Over there by the goal line for GOSU. Nighthorde gets a triple, and down goes the base crystal. Secure game number 2 against Excellerate.
So game number 1, none of GNH smiled at all when they won that game. They were like, whatever. This time, we're finally seeing some smiles. Hopefully, if they win another one, all 5 of them start to get a little hype. But now it seems like they're starting to have fun. KDA 21, 3, and 51 assists. They took 3 deaths that whole game between the whole team. That game right there is what we call a steamroll.
Yeah, definitely a steamroll. Like you said, even with the snowball, it was rolling the entire time, and nobody was able to pump the brakes on it. But I got to give it. I mean, even though he got the chocolate medal over there from Baby Zen, not Baby Zen, Reinforce, no, he got a silver. He deserved a gold, man. That's still on that Lord. Like, that was
gold in my heart.
That was a top-tier Lord Still. Honestly, one of the probably best Lord Stills we've seen in all NACT history. I'm definitely going to go back after today's stream and rewatch that specific part. If you guys are in the chat, timestamp that, man. I'm telling you. It's definitely some potential there. But again, a similar situation in game number 1. But in game number 2, a flawless victory for GOSU Nighthorde.
If Excellerate loses the next 2 games, that might be the only highlight they get in the weekly highlights. But it was worth it. It was definitely worth it. Reinforce, stepping up. And I like the fact that he's thinking like that. I like the fact that he's making plays like that. It reminds me of like Kohari last season, the one-man army, Kohari the Brave. Reinforce, I think it's good to think about that, but also he needs to also get back to base sometimes. He needs to not be constantly trying to steal the show by himself. We know he's got a mind for the game at this point. We know he's willing to take the risks, but you can't be taking the risks 100% of the time.
You know, it reminds me, this happens sometimes with top-tier teams, too. I mean, even when me and you were out in MSC, and we got to see, like, Basic, he likes to be heavy rotation-oriented sometimes instead of being in the team fights. And that's kind of what you see. It doesn't only happen at the top tier, but sometimes in the lower tier as well. Yeah, the overextension was definitely costly. When it's that late in the game, you need everybody available to fight that Lord marching into the base. And you know they're going to try and close it out. There's not really much you can do by yourself, even if you try and solo push. So overall, MVP is going to go over to Alcy1. Just a really dominant performance. He first picked up that Phobius to be able to, oh no, not Phobius, the Mathilda to dominate and rotate around, provide those heals, the sustainability, the mobility. It's such a strong kit. And you know where Mathilda shines the most? when you're ahead. When you have a midfielder, it's a slow start in the beginning, but if you pick up these turtles, the heals are insane. The mobility is even worse.
Not only that, but with the type of playstyle that GNH is bringing to the field with this aggressive, in-your-face, invade, disengage, it pairs so well with the way they want to play these fights. The fact that they can jump in, then jump out, get the guiding wins. I mean, it's just, it really complements everything they brought to the field. But I do want to say this. I need a recount, I need a rewatch, because I got either Oh My Foe or Dez on that MVP. Those two just played amazing. In the end, Dez did take a death, so shame on him. But either way, both of them played like monsters.
Yeah, I mean, yo, Oh My Foe had a crazy IMU wild charge play in that top side. It was beautiful with the flicker to kind of put some the cherry on the cake, right? So, hey, here we are. Game number 2 is complete. I would say, I think you could agree with me, very similar to game number 1. So yet again, I think the keys to victory remain the same, right? First of all, we need to see Excellerate find a way to accelerate in the early game, find their momentum. I'm starting to kind of notice, I was taking notes when I watched them last weekend, and I said, this team looks like they have a hard time adjusting when they're behind. Like, you know, you see a team like BTK, a prime example, when they were going up against GOSU Nighthorde, and GOSU Nighthorde was leading the way in the beginning, and they were behind. You know, you saw people in the chat saying, oh, what's going on with BTK? But then out of nowhere, boom, BTK's ahead, 5+ kills, and they win the game. Even when they're behind, they play like they're ahead, and I think that's something that Excellerate is going to have to step into, especially in a league with a team of this caliber.
Yeah, I think that is overall just that is a skill thing, right? We see I mean, even outside of just BTK, the best teams in the world, all around the world, they can be 2-3K behind and still come out on top in team fights, right? They know how to position. They know how to do the back and forth baiting. They'll hang out. They could be 3 or 4K behind and still sit in the Lord pit with you dancing, man, and not have a problem with it. So there's definitely some things to say, and Accelerate's got to do something about it. They got to get a bit more comfortable in this.
You're trying to give the viewers a sneak peek of Series 2, aren't you? All that he just said, you're about to see all that here shortly. But man, game number 3, GOSU Nighthorde. How do you feel about them? How do you feel them compared to some of the heavier hitter teams this NACT?
I think they're continuing to get better. I think what's the real, we saw them face against BTK, and they kind of dive bombed. This time we're seeing them very strong, but again, a lot of us put Excellerate on more the bottom side of the tier list. So Nighthorde's kind of sitting in the middle. I still think we need to see more from them. I think if they want to be able to break into that, you know, number 3 team, you know, try to even be a contester for number 2 team, they have to actually be able to take games off the big dogs, right? They actually have to be able to really withstand. And this is going to be good practice for them. This is going to be a good moment for them to start to get their groove. And I do feel like they're playing as a team a bit better. One of the things I saw from them last week is they just didn't seem really as one. Everyone kind of seemed to be doing their own thing. But this time they feel like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, it looks like they've definitely been practicing and reviewing some footage, and it's showcasing with their performance up against Excellerate. Excellerate on the other end, though, a little bit of a repeat from last week, just a little too reactionary for my liking. But I mean, again, this is new faces, right? These are new players all the way across the board, every single member on their team. So you can't really expect the high top of the line prospects, right? They have to learn and get through the grooves. We've seen teams face these challenges in previous NACTs. We saw a team like Bloodhounds back when they were a previous top 8 team. They scaled through NACT seasons. I'm wondering if that's going to be the same for Excellerate. Do we see them a second time around for NACT, or are they going to not hold on to that title as being one of the lower contenders and raise that banner higher and higher as we progress through the regular season?
I mean, if there's one thing we've seen time and time again, there's always a number 8 team, right? There's always a number 7 team. There's normally always a team that doesn't get any wins, and I'm not saying that's going to be Excellerate this time, but one thing is definite, or at least 80% of the time, those bottom teams get tremendously better playing with all these other teams. And if Excellerate does stick around, they can definitely be some contenders. You know, when next qualifiers come around, if we see EXC, we see these players, and we're doing our review videos, we're going to be saying, oh yeah, Excellerate, they're a contender now. They're a team that's made it before. Maybe they can do it again. So we'll see the possibilities. We'll see the chances. I think the real question is do we think game 2, they played worse than game 1, or do we think there are like more possibilities? I think Game 2, Nighthorde played a lot better, but I still don't want to count Excellerate completely out. I still think there's some possibilities for them if they tighten up a bit.
It's hard to gauge because the caliber right now between the elo difference with these two teams is just a little too great. I would say it's hard to really see what they're doing right when Nighthorde's a team that knows how to be aggressive from the start. They start full sprinting as soon as you say go. Whereas you see Excellerate, right? They kind of wait, they kind of stumble around a bit, and then they take off. Nighthorde's not giving you any time to stumble around, right? So if that's how they're going to jump into these matches, they're never going to get past go. I would say for game number 3, maybe switch it up. Don't play the same way. I mean, it's not the draft that's necessarily costing them. It's the execution. It's the micro. It's the macro. When you see a team claim every single neutral objective on the board, they're going to scale. Even if you're holding onto your turrets, that little advantage from these turtles, the little advantage or massive advantage from the lords, that adds up over time, and it makes it even easier for the team that claims those objectives to be able to close out. So I would say for Excellerate, focus on things piece by piece, right? If they focus on, let's say this game, the early phase, let's try being a little bit more aggressive. Speaking of aggression, Tara is going to pull out that TIG again. And if you're going to pull that out, be aggressive with it, especially paired up with the Ruby.
Yeah, I think, I mean, do you get aggressive with it? I don't know. I think, yes, be aggressive with it, but do it at the right time. You know, I don't think you can just walk up. I do think Excellerate, and if you are, I don't know, man. I think, like I said, I think Excellerate needs to maybe keep it very simple with a nice 1-3-1. Baby Zen, Tara, Kayaks, they need to come into this saying, like, bring it down to the very minute basics. Like, okay, right after first turtle, we're going to attack EXP lane. Or right before first turtle, all of us need to be, the 3 of us need to be close to EXP lane to look for the gank. They can't just be walking around doing whatever they want. And even if that means they lose a minion here and there, like I said, lose a tower here and there, they need to be moving as a unit, especially with something like that. They do have some aggression now with this Lunox. It's not just a overall late game hero. There's some decent damage all through. You can put pressure on with this Lunox. You also have great escapability with the Brilliance, but GNH bringing something spicy to the field. They got it, gotcha.
Yeah, that is interesting. I was kind of just peeking my eyes over there to see him. Like, okay, got a Kochka. I think this is the first showcasing for him in this NACT fall season, so we're breaking records today. Now, Excellerate has a little bit of a repetitive pattern that I'm seeing, right? In the first weekend, specifically with Tara, he pulled out the Carmilla 3 times. The performance wasn't the hottest, and like when you're playing 4 games and you're playing for points, this is not best ofs, right? There's no like reverse sweep. Every point matters, and I feel like when the recipe's not working, it's time to throw in a new ingredient. And when you're pulling the TIG out, we've seen how the performance was in game number 1. Pulling it out in game number 3 is a little risky in my opinion. I mean, especially when Nighthorde, they had a plan for it. I mean, I didn't see, there was no point in that game where I was like, okay, Nighthorde is having a little bit of a struggle with this composition, right? So we'll see. Maybe it was just a little bit of a fluke. Maybe they can turn this around. We never want to put the caster's curse on them. But just speaking about patterns, and you know, when you see them, you have to point them out. Now, Aurora's been slotted in. Some heavy crowd control on the side of Nighthorde. That's definitely going to help Mikasa profit with this R-Lot.
Yeah, I think, so Aurora, then we get the Bane and the Yuzong from the side of Excellerate. So once again, kind of similar to game 1, a very tight formation from Excellerate. You have this box you can play in. They don't have an actual long-range marksman, so it is very divey. It is very, we want to roll over you. So with a composition like this, Excelerate's got to do their thing. They got to move as a unit, look for these big 4v4s, 5v5s early on, rotate everyone to first turtle. Everyone has to know their assignment. It is a team, like a team fight composition that Excellerate has brought.
Yeah, and this is the first Lunox that we get to see for KX, right? He's been pulling out a lot of different heroes inside of that gold lane. He even pulled out a Esmeralda last weekend against Cloud9. So definitely keeping it a little spicy, showcasing some additional tools in his box. Baby Zen going a little bit more comfortable. We've been seeing him on the Bane previously in his first debut up against Cloud9. Speaking of debuts, though, round 2 is in the making. Game number 3 between GOSU Nighthorde and Excellerate. 2 points up for GOSU. A chance to possibly turn this around. Can Excellerate put their feet on the gas and go full throttle?
You know, we keep on talking about how this is a point system, right? How no matter what, we play 4 games. And I think there's something to say to that. The fact that I think it gives you some breath in terms of drafting. You mentioned it earlier that maybe the Tigreal wasn't the right play. Maybe they should switch it up. You have opportunity to play around with this. You know, you're not going to get knocked out for losing game 2. You're not going to get knocked out for losing game 3. It gives a lot of opportunity and just kind of space for teams to draft and try some things and get a little bit outside of their comfortability. And that's what we want to see from these teams. And I think it's what we've been seeing a lot from some of the great teams, and maybe not as much from some of the teams that aren't doing as well.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what can Excellerate do to kind of break this downward momentum spiral that they've found themselves in. Is this an opportunity to find an answer? GOSU Nighthorde, you can tell they're comfortable. You can tell their aggressive early game nature has been working every single round. If Excellerate can find a way to tip this in their favor, especially in the early game, that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on.
All right, so we're jumping in. GOSU Nighthorde still kind of has the jump in terms of rotations, but I want to take a look at Excellerate. That's who we've been talking about. They are keeping a line, and Mikasa gets the kill on a reinforce. Does look like, oh, my foe was able to back him up. And now we're already seeing Excellerate maybe kind of take a couple losses here. First turtle's going to be up to 28 seconds. Reinforce will be back on the map. It does look like they will be ready to try to fight for this turtle, though.
See, I'm an XP lane myself, a main on that, and you gotta expect the unexpected. There's a good rotation by foe to be able to freeze him in his tracks and provide that assist and get that kill. You know, he's trying to be aggressive on the 1v1, and when you see an XP laner be overly aggressive and commit, that's when those side laners, or when those mid laners and the jungler capitalize on the games.
Turtle up in 1 second. I'm wondering if Asami's going to try to come down and help. No, did clear the mid wave. Back up to EXP. Baby Zen not forcing it. They're going to take their time. Tara's going to get vision first for the team. GOSU Nighthorde also going to be ready in just a few seconds.
Yeah, both sides getting their level 4s, ready to pop these ultimates and take this objective. Nighthorde has claimed every objective in this series so far. Can Excellerate take this one?
Big whiff on the final slash from Mikasa. In comes the Avatar Guardian, throws it on a Reinforce. Reinforce goes down the last Insanity, able to pick up the double kill, and Baby Zen goes down and makes it a triple. GNH takes the turtle and 3 kills along with it.
My goodness! What are they feeding Dez? That last Insanity! Clean house, clean up on aisle 3 near the turtle. A major objective for GOSU Nighthorde, but they want a little bit more. Did they get it? Oh, I can't tell.
That is it. That is a purple over to the side of GNH right there. Dez is eating good, as you said. I mean, and they're so quick to turn those wins. What GNH is doing great right now is when they get a kill or two, they always turn it into something else. They go for a purple. They go for a tower. They always look for the one-up. They always turn a kill into more.
That nice I'm offended, though, does connect onto LBC. Looking a little promising. Again, the 2v1 on the bot side. A lot of pressure. Some great rotations over there from Excellerate. This time around, they're trying to make the numbers work in their favor and putting a little bit more protection in the side lanes. Now, that is 1 turtle down so far in GOSU Nighthorde's favor. We know these objectives start climbing, especially if they can stack them up.
Asami in a little bit of trouble. Last Asami does connect. The explosion locks on. The freeze. Asami just trying to get away. Pops it on offended. Doesn't connect and pays the price. Tara comes in. Maybe too late. Can the rest of the team help out? KLX looking for damage. And Dez still escapes KLX. Tara decimated. GNH just keep coming out on top. Now Mikasa maybe in a bad spot. Baby Zen wants to kill. Able to find 1. And all that destruction. It's a 1 for 3 across the map.
That was a 4-man set by Tara, even though it didn't really lead to anything. Man, it was beautiful to see. If anybody was there to deal some chip damage, he may have been able to get some kills and turn this game around in his favor. But again, this is where we talk about Tara, right? Overextending and committing when he doesn't have anybody available to deal the damage provided by those amazing sets.
Oh, what is Reinforce doing? What was he doing there? He was an enemy tower. I thought he was under his own tower, and then the damage just kept coming. Baby Zen now looking for the turtle. Tara on the run. Nighthorde just zoning him away. Don't even know if Excellerate wants to go for this. We're seeing Tara and KLX just kind of back off, and that means Baby Zen has to do the same.
Oh, man, it's just rubbing salt in the wounds right now. Able to take the second turtle of this game. Just repetitive action in this entire series. Nighthorde always 1 step closer to these objectives. Excellerate a little slow on their start for the early game. And look at the pressure from Dez already rotating down, forcing Reinforced to that tier 2 turret, allowing Mikasa to make quick work in that lane.
All right. I mean, Accelerate's consistently looking for something, but it feels like they never want to commit. They always back off, and that's what makes Tara go down right there. Baby Zen, the passive does proc. Baby Zen still able to get the kill. Frigid Glacier does come down. Alcyon taking a little bit of damage, but still able to stand. Alcyon might finally go down. The Avatar comes out. Alcyon still up. Finally bites the bullets. KLX able to take the kill. Yellow BC now under the tower. Accelerate looking for more, but Dez wants to get involved as well. Brilliance comes out and helps KLX get away.
It was a good opportunity. I like what they did there, but denied by GOSU Nighthorde, trying to proxy that lane and take that turret in the top side. And now the response play, Last Insanity.
Last Insanity, Flicker does come out from KLX, gets re-engaged. The Chaos, the Bolts, able to get the shutdown. Tara actually puts that kill into his pocket. Gonna be huge. Asami gets the conceal along with KLX. Tara does get revealed. Down in the mid side, Oh My Foe takes some damage. Reinforced finds a 1-for-1. Mage for EXP laner. Finally, Accelerate going blow for blow.
Yeah, they're definitely finding some kills on the board. Still 5 ahead for GOSU Nighthorde. Able to open up the map by taking the turret on the bot side as well. When it comes to objectives, Excellerate is just falling short. They have yet to claim anything, even when they find a kill. Here we go, top side. Is this an answer? But look at them quickly trying to rush there to take down these minions. There goes Yellow for a possible denial. Looks like he is going to push back, though. He doesn't want to overextend and test the waters, and down goes the turret. First turret claim for Excellerate.
You know, sometimes in situations like these, when you feel like maybe you're the worst team mechanically, Baby Zen able to get the turtle there. Wait a second, Tara able to get the implosion. The lock on, the pullback with the Alpha Bend, and the Baby Zen gets the killing spree. Wait, final slash does lock on to Baby Zen, along with Asami. They're both gonna go down. Yellow BC with the shutdown double kill. That's 4 down for the side of Accelerate. GOSU Nighthorde comes out on top.
The damage, they have the sets, but they're lacking in damage, right? We got to see them. It was not only an implosion play, it only caught 1 member, but the I'm Offended grabbed everybody. But nothing happened after that, and that's when you got to see Dez rushing with the Last Insanity to pretty much burst down the entire team and turn it back around in Nighthorde's favor.
Yeah, Baby Zen maybe blew it a little bit too early there. Reinforced keeps looking for this 1v1, but does not win it right now. Arlott is just vicious in the lane. Back to the purple buff. Tara standing there ready to defend. They know GNH is coming. Wait a second, a little damage. Baby Zen looking low, taken out. Killing spree over to Yellow BC. That's 3-0 and 6.
The aggression is too much for Excellerate to match with. GOSU Nighthorde now still in their comfort zone, being the engager for this team, and Excellerate being the reactionary team for this match. Now onto the orange buff as well, forcing them to have little to no breathing room. Down to their tier 2 turrets as well, and an amazing gold lead on top of that. We're only 8 minutes in. You're looking at who has the highest kills in the game. Dez. A great performance so far on this X-Borg. The true damage, able to get in. And X-Borg's one of those heroes, if you don't have a good early start, he falls off. But if you have a decent early start, he scales pretty well and becomes very hard to deal with. And right now, Accelerate is learning that lesson.
All right, so Accelerate. What do they do here? At least in past games, they did have some off-lane control. They were able to kind of push back some towers, but this time they don't exactly have that. I think from Reinforced, we need to see some better Black Dragons. We need to see him use those to open up the map a bit. Reinforced really kind of stuck in this it's me against the world game mode. He never seems to really be team fighting. He always seems to be 1v1 Mikasa, looking for a kill against Oh My Foe, something of that nature. I need to see him go in and open up some space for his team.
He's looking for that window of opportunity, though, but he's not going to be able to find it. Some good defense to push them out of the Lord Pit. Yellow able to claim it for GOSU Nighthorde, which is going to allow them to advance even further on the map, take down some of these tier 2 turrets, possibly even invade on that purple buff. They're not giving them anything.
Baby Zen actually does secure a purple buff, and Baby Zen's done a great job at hitting that retreat button at the right time. But Oh My Foe, I mean, they're just not giving any space, man. And this is what they've done for now 3 games in a row. Just consistently pressure. Accelerate, it's like, maybe they just need to go for the fight. Maybe they just need to go for the blow for blow and see who comes out on top. Sometimes you just got to flip the coin.
Flip the coin and get destroyed. Kind of quoted by Trex in the previous NACT season. That's what they're looking to do here.
And now Lord's going to be encroaching onto the top tier 2. Excellerate still just defending, trying to control the bleeding as much as possible, but GNH is going to be able to take this tier 2 in the mid side. Baby Zen is there along with Kara, able to help out, but they might just have to watch it go down.
Yeah, I'm wondering, can they turn this around? Definitely going to be a little tricky, as now you're going to see both sides fighting it out. The invasion for the base on the way with the Lord knocking on the inhibitor.
Excellerate should be able to survive this just fine. They're doing a good job at defending, but GNH doesn't exactly want to end the game here. They just want to get one of these inhibitors, and here comes the Guardian. Halcyon almost gets the knock up on the multiples, just locks on to Baby Zen there, and Excellerate going to reroute, clean up all the minions. They're okay to live another day.
Yeah, right now, Night Horde with a major advantage, forcing Excellerate into the base. They need to find a way to turn this back around. They gotta wait for a mistake to happen, right? The economy is just too massive right now. GOSU Night Horde, again, always one step closer to victory, always a little bit ahead when it comes to these objectives, and that adds up over time. Excellerate yet to find an advantage this entire series. Now back in the base, holding on to their inhibitor turrets. And GOSU Night Horde, they're just going to starve them out. They're going to wait. They're going to wait for an overextension. And if not, hey, no worries. The Lord will spawn in soon. We're going to go ahead and take that as well. And then we'll push through to the base crystal. Right now, they're just fighting for time. I don't even think they'll have an opportunity like they did in Game 2 with Reinforce to get a still on this Lord play for the seconds of advantage that they're looking for.
Yeah, taking a look at the items, Baby Zen only about 1,000 below Dez right now, able to kind of keep up, does have the Hunter Strike, has the belt. Looks like we're looking for Endless Battle next, so should be able to do a little bit of something, but we're still kind of waiting for that damage to really come online. And here comes Guardian once again, reinforced, taken out. Baby Zen along with him. It's a 5-man steamroll. On to the next. The Offender does come out from Asami, pulls yellow. Wait, the implosion onto the tower. Can they turn this into something? Shut down from Asami. A nice amount of gold, but now Dez also in trouble, has the immortality. Will be able to come back. Ready to drop too much damage, too much action. G and Ace just keeps moving forward. The last insanity to seal the deal, lock on to the tower and end it.
No smiles.
No smiles. just another Saturday.
Just another Saturday. They're locked in. They're focused for this weekend. Just a great performance again, stacking up these points. Now 3 points on the board for GOSU Night Horde, who was sitting at 0. A little bit of a rough start for their first weekend, but round 2 of the regular season is a totally different story. KDA overall 28-50. A lot higher in deaths, though, than it was in the previous round. The previous round, they only had 3 deaths. This time, they have 5 more than that. But again, I mean, it's the same story, right? They were comfortable the entire time.
Let's take a look at this layout. We're still waiting on Excellerate to kind of really put some MVPs on the map. Tara this time does get a silver at least, but I want to focus on GNH because right now, I mean, everyone just playing very, very cleanly. Yellow, I questioned him last week a little bit. I saw some of the plays and I was wondering, where he was going to stand as we move forward, and Yellow has really stepped up the game on the Alice, on several different heroes. I mean, has just done wonders in that gold lane.
Yeah, definitely an amazing performance over there from GOSU Night Horde. The entire team synergized and more alive than ever. It makes you kind of question, with Legend being replaced by Oh My Foe, is this a better synergized team? I mean, they're finding victories. It's kind of hard to tell. I really want to see Legend step back in so I can find that answer. But right now, I'm liking what I'm seeing from the side of GOSU Night Horde. Excellerate, we got to still give these boys a little bit of credit. I mean, they made it to top 8. That's no easy feat. But after top 8, or top 6, I guess we should say now, it's a different ball game, right? And right now you're seeing who knows how to play ball and who doesn't. Night Horde, 20-8, just a dominating performance for round number 3.
Yeah, at this point, Accelerate's on the downward spiral, right? At this point, we're playing for glory. We're playing to show that at least we earned our spot in this top 8, and I want to see something from them. They gotta get a point on the board, man. They gotta get a win, and I don't know what that means for them. But let's take a look at it real quick. Alcyon once again gets the MVP. How do you feel about it?
Oh, it's hard, man. It's really hard to say who I would give it to. Overall, the execution from GOSU Night Horde as a unit is what really shines. I mean, look at them, 3-man stack. They always make sure they have the numbers in their favor. They just know where to be and what to do when they're in that situation, and I think that's what kind of shines the most. But LC1, I mean, he's definitely not disappointing. I will say him being the roamer, it's not the easiest thing to be able to pull off and get multiple MVPs on. I feel like nowadays and age, roamers don't get the respect that they should, and he's earning his respect today.
Yeah. Roamers, more roamers for MVP. Hashtag that one. We want to see it. And Alcyone definitely showing up. Has played a good game overall, just from the point of being an aggressive roamer to being an engager to being a supporter on the Matilda. We've seen a lot from Alcyone and being kind of a new face in here, being someone that we haven't seen a lot before. It's exciting to see him actually keep up with players like Dez, with players like Mikasa, with players like Legend who have been around a very long time.
Yeah, and you know, where do they go from here? I mean, they're having a great performance up against Excellerate, but keep in mind, we got to see them last weekend go up against a more stable team, a team that has a lot more synergy, it's been around a lot longer, and it kind of looked like they were Excellerate when they were versing them. So hopefully they have a little bit of that momentum boost from this to push forward as they progress through the regular season. There's one more game to go, Trex. We gotta give something over to Excellerate. Some words of advice, a prayer, a moment of silence. What do we need to do for these boys?
We gotta, you know, we give him the mighty. There's 2 words that you say to every team that's on a downward spiral. There's 2 of the most important words you'll ever hear.
Can I guess?
Sure.
GG.
Oh, no.
That's cold.
That too. That's if you're the enemy. You say GG. Easy. That's 4 letters. No, you say play better.
Oh.
That's all. I mean, at this point, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm saying that's what it takes sometimes. Sometimes it's not all about drafts. Sometimes it's not this or that, because I don't think their drafts are horrible. I think their drafts are very playable. We've seen some of the top teams, like the Bane is good. The Tigreal's not a bad pick. There's lots of possibilities, and it combos very well with the rest of the composition. They've brought in some decent drafts. It's just, they just got to play better, man. Nighthorde is all over them, and they have to be able to stop that a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge. I mean, again, when it comes to the early game, we have yet to find the momentum that they're looking for to have an advantage. They have yet to find an advantage in every single round of these 4 games. Now, with game number 4, this is their last chance, right? To earn a point, to claim their first victory. For the side of Nighthorde, they've earned 3 wins in a row, so they definitely have been racking up these points for round 2, which is going to help them out a lot to get one step closer to the playoffs. Excellerate, though, this is one of those games they got to at least get one. They need a point off of Nighthorde. You know, you need one, because it's going to be even harder as they go up against teams like BTK, teams like Cloud9. So if you have to at least get something in these 4 games.
I think, you know, I think at this point, they go Central C, man. They go ban for ban. They just got to go blow for blow. You just come in early and you swing, man. You see where the coin flips, like I've said a few times. You know, you got to come in, and we've seen that even on the world stage. Teams that we know are sometimes a little bit weaker, teams that fall a little bit lower on the scale, they just take the fight, man, because sometimes early on in the game, when it's 3 minutes in, when it's only a 1,000 gold reach between each team, you just take the fight, man. You push Nighthorde back. And at this point, you know, if you lose, you lose, but at least you go down swinging. And I think Excellerate needs to go for that, because that's what essentially that's what's Nighthorde doing. They're just fighting, man. They're just, listen, we're going to fight you. And Excellerate seems to not want to do that. And they're getting caught. 1 member here, 2 members there. They're getting pushed out of their jungle. Just push back, Excellerate.
Yeah, they got to be the one to step out first, right? I mean, you can't let them have the advantage in the early game. Speaking of things for this match, the draft is on the way. We are seeing Chip. This is going to be the first time seeing Chip in this entire 4 games. Countered over there by a Fanny from the side of Excellerate.
Hey, man.
Hey, you said step out first. They're stepping.
They're stepping. And the Cho. Okay. Hey,
they got both feet on the ground.
Tara's gonna be. They're standing on business. They're standing on business right now. Tara is gonna be on a fast-moving hero. Gonna be looking for those engages. Hopefully they're not suicidal engages. But they got some moves. They can go blow for blow with a composition like this.
I mean, these are aggressive heroes. These are very aggressive heroes, and we know they love aggression. This is Tara, possibly on this Cho, unless they're gonna flex it into the XP lane. I'll tell you what, man. If reinforced on that Dairoth was not exciting enough with that Lord Steel, a Cho on Tara might just top that off. You're gonna see the Alice picked up as well. This is one of those heroes, like we said, it can be flexed in multiple different roles. We've seen it in the jungle, we've seen it in the gold lane. It's just been such a strong impact, and it's a great pickup for Excellerate. Now, let's look at crowd control aspect, right? Single target CC with the way of the dragon over there by Cho. He does have the Jeet Do, so he can get a possible quad knockup if he's lucky enough. I mean, we did see a nasty quad implosion play from Tara, so hey, anything's possible. But when you look at the side of Night Horde, I feel like it's a little bit more balanced, right? You have sustainability from this Faramis. You have Group CC over there by the R-Lot with the final slash. And then you also have high mobility from this Chip. Is Excellerate prepared to go up against a hero like Chip that can teleport anybody at an instant to the opposite side of the map?
It's going to be tough. Night Horde brings all the answers. I like the aggressiveness that Excellerate brought, but you have this, I mean, you have the Netherrealm. You have a lot of answers to it. You have the teleportation coming from Chip. Chip has literally been a hero that almost in every single global tournament is at 100% ban rate right now. MPLPH, MPLID, I'm pretty sure this hero is not getting played anywhere. So there is reasons for that, and I don't think GNH are going to be slumps about it. I think they're going to use it very well. Accelerate does get the Alice this time, though, which we've seen Night Horde really favor the Alice. We've seen a lot of teams favor this Alice. So there's something. There might be a blade of hope here.
Now, speaking of blades, let's talk about some bullets. Who are we going to put in the gold lane? Oh, it looks like this is going to be an Alice gold lane. You are going to see the Zas slotted up for Excellerate, so that will be in the mid. Whoa! There goes that Ling, and Ling versus the Fanny. Assassin meta is more alive than ever. Now that kind of matches the mobility, right? I mean, Ling and Fanny technically basically have the same job. They bridge the way in the early game for the team to dominate, which means both of these sides are going to be super aggressive on this gameplay. There's even sustainability on the side of Excellerate. I mean, they have the Alice, right? They have the life steal, the Blood Ode to be able to go in there with the flowing blood as well. The Nightmaric spawn and the Dominator's Ascent from the Zas. We've seen how much of a heavy impact and force it had in the previous games for today, but that was on the side of Night Horde. This time you get to see Excellerate pull it out. Can they do the same thing?
I mean, I don't know, man. I think Night Horde brought a lot of answers here. And Dez is a farm. He likes to farm on the jungle, man. He's totally comfortable hanging out for the first 2 minutes. And he's on a hero that is going to do wonders for him. If he can just free farm and Excellerate never pushes in, this Ling is going to be trouble. Yes, Fanny used to be that one pick, I'm the major killer here, but right now Ling is that as well. All right, so the Lapu, I was actually thinking this for XP lane. It is a great answer to the Netherrealm. It is a decent answer to some of what they brought here. It can also jump on to that Bruno. So I'm not against this Lapu. I think it is definitely possible, but once again, Excellerate sits with zero range, really. Yes, they have some poke with the Nightmaric spawn, but overall they are a dive comp, and they don't play like they're a dive comp. They have to dive. They have to attack to be a dive comp. So hopefully they bring the heat this time.
Yeah, and speaking of heat, some flaming soccer balls in the mix. The Bruno has been slotted up for the gold laner of GNH. Definitely has the power of those mecha legs and the worldie. Definitely have to watch out for those flying tackles. Speaking of flying, now flying into the land of Dawn for a final time for the first series of today. GOSU Night Horde up against Excellerate. Who will be able to claim victorious and earn this final point for this series?
And speaking of flying, these games flew by, it feels like. We're already on game number 4, the last one of the series. Here's my question, Ueezy. Can Excellerate do it? Can they do what many are going to think is impossible right here?
Hey, man, they've got 2 feet on the ground, standing on business. Anything is possible. I mean, look at the damage just right there in the mid lane.
Oh, God.
You said you wanted both sides to step out and handle their business, and I think that's what we're going to see today. Oh, my goodness. Wait a second. LC1 finds Baby Zen. What tricks? Now I'm going to extend that question back to you.
I lied. Baby Zen is not standing on business right now. He is not cabling on business right now. There's a problem. Those cables looked a little... he's got this. My dog's got this, man. I got freaking reinforced. He's a St. Pete boy. Represent right now. Almost Florida over here. Here comes Dez into the backside.
Yeah, it's gonna drop down with the tips of blades. Mikasa will find Baby Zen 2 deaths this early in the game. Trex, we're not even 2 minutes in. Not even 2 minutes in, and Fanny has fallen twice. They're going for more, though. Excellerate needs to be careful. The flicker play by Reinforced, getting back to safety. Wait a second, though. Baby's in. Maybe able to get one. Mikasa finds Tara. Dez finds Reinforced. Mikasa finds Baby Zen, gets a triple and takes down Kellex. That is 4 members down. Mikasa will fall, though, after that amazing performance. Now sitting 4-1-1, a 6-1 lead in G&H's favor.
How? How does that even happen? They all went into their jungle. I mean, GOSU and Norde had, some of them were low. Mikasa was low. And they're Yellow BC able to take on Asami now. This is trouble. This is bad. This is looking rough. Accelerate on the back foot. Like you said, we weren't even 2 minutes in. That was 15 seconds ago. This is bad.
Speaking of that, oh my phone, finding Baby Zen. We'll keep the team alive. Tips of blades dropping down. Dez will find Kellex, 2 members down for the side of Excellerate. Dez will fall in the process, though, on the aggressive push. The second kill for Excellerate of this game, still under 3 minutes. Wait a second, oh my foe. Overextension will be costly. Baby Zen will find his first kill of the game.
You know, I was really hyped about this Fanny play, but Baby Zen's got to pick it up. He's 1-4-1. He's about to go down again at the enemy purple. Dez able to get the kill against him in his own jungle. Asami back against the ropes. Yellow BC just zoning him back. Alcyone there as well. Kalex looking for some help.
Ooh, needs to be careful though. Alcyone will find Asami, increasing that kill lead. Finds another Oh My Foe, will take down Kalex. 2 members down on the bot side. Accelerate trying to be overly aggressive, trying to step out, but I don't think they know what they stepped into. Baby Zen will fall with the fence poise finesse. Down he goes. Dez picking up his 4th kill of the game. Bot side though, some matched engagements. Not gonna lead to a kill. Oh, wait a second, it is! Yellow finds Reinforced with the assist from the final slash from Mikasa. Trex, they're fighting it out. I'm not gonna have any room to breathe. We're gonna breathe in though. Asami needs to be careful, take his last breath. Yellow BC will be the one to get the kill. My goodness, 15-3. We're only 3 minutes still in this game. This is over double digits. My goodness, Dez finding Kellex. When does it stop?
It's a bloodbath right now. Like you said, 16-3, 6K gold lead, 4 minutes in. This is the unexpected that we did not predict. Accelerate, maybe thought they had a last hope, but GNH just crushing that right now, giving them, I mean, every game, less and less time to breathe. The grip comes down. GOSU Norde getting stronger and stronger as Accelerate cannot seem to keep up. I mean, Yellow BC 3-0-2. This is a Bruno, man. Mikasa 4-1-4. Everyone on the map. Even Alcyone has a couple kills of his own right now. The roamer. And Dez is just 1v1 Baby Zen. He's taking all 4 buffs for himself.
Mid. Oh, final. Oh my goodness. Now that's just overkill. That is just, was that even necessary, Nighthorde? Down goes Kellex, the invasion onto the orange buff. Oh, Baby Zen trying to cable in. Oh my goodness. The blade's down. Dez racking up the kills. Yellow BC right behind him. Finds Asami. Reinforced. Trapped by the wall. Yellow will take him down to Terra. Responding back will find Oh My Foe. It's a double. Wait a second. Finds Mikasa. Does he stand on business? He's going on the chase. But the base, the turrets are dropping. The objectives are going in the Nighthorde's favor, and the steamroll is rolling.
Yeah, this is bad. This is trouble. This is yeah. There's not a whole lot to say, you know. Accelerate. This not accelerating. Puts on the. That is not the gas pedal, man. That is the brake. And Oh My Foe, and a little bit of Tara's gonna be next. They're in reverse right now. Monster kill over to Yellow.
Oh my goodness, definitely looking bad. Another round procced out. some chip damage over there by the Nightmare spawn. We are seeing Foe very comfortable doing a little bit of breakdancing with the recall spam, working toward the tier 2 turret, 4-man stack, make that 5. Right now, Excelerate's not going to be able to push out and take this fight. I mean, they're too far down in this economy. I mean, it's hard to say, and I really don't want to be the one to say it, but I feel the strategy they had in the previous 3 games was better.
It was better.
It was better.
Yeah, they tried something here. They switched it up. Maybe our advice was wrong. Just play the TIG, okay, Tara? Just play the Bane, Baby Zen. Seems like the cables are getting a little faster. He's doing okay, at least in the base right now, but he's got to take that out to the jungle. But at this point, Baby Zen is just a walking minion, man. He's 1-7-1 right now. He's a cable flying minion, and Yellow shakes him up like Jello.
And Taros says hello to an early grave. You're gonna go ahead and see Baby Zen right beside him. Yellow BC with that double kill on the Bruno, racking up 8 kills, highest in this game.
Okay, Yellow's online. A0 and 2. Accelerate, sitting in the base right now. I don't even know, man. I mean, reinforced to look for something, but all of them are so behind.
Tara freestyle! Zombie fights Frozen! Since Yellow BC takes down Tara from Revenge Dead, finds the zombie. They're trading blows. They're throwing shots. Yellow BC takes down the inhibitor. Baby's in with the flying cables. Back to the base. Needs to get some regen. Needs to go back in. Trying to hold up GOSU Nighthorde. Can he do it? Mikasa with the denial. Netherrealm. The recall spam. Oh my foe. That'd be an oh my goodness here in a matter of seconds. There it goes. Dominator's Descent drops down, forcing out GOSU Nighthorde from the base.
That is the stand on business emo right there. You know, we were calling it the workout bro emo, but that is the flex right there. And they're comfortable with it. Lord gonna be up. Do they even go for it? Does Excellerate even try to fight back here? Asami way behind. This is a hero that you want to be able to farm. They don't have a marksman, so their late game is all, I mean, their whole composition focuses around Baby Zen and maybe Asami in the late game, focuses around them being able to play as a team, and right now, GNH is tearing that team apart.
Oh yeah, they're tearing something apart. Able to take him down. Alex will fall. Reinforced in the mid lane. He needs to get out of it. Do not take that fight. Alcyone is gonna stomp on top of him and take him down. Oh my phone. Now Mikasa. Who's next? Alcyone? No, it's Tara with the recall spams as they quickly make their way into the base. I don't think they can hold this one off, but they're gonna try. They only have one more shot until GOSU Nighthorde closes out this series.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's a shot. We got a Lord coming. We got GNH standing at the front door, kicking it in. Nighthorde's here. Accelerate, looking for the defense.
Yeah, Nightmare's Dominator 6 does drop down, and the spawn as well. Kellic finds on my foe. Able to take down Baby Zen. One member falling for both sides. Airborne knock of a Kellic to take down Mikasa. Here comes the Lord. Yellow finds reinforced. A 2-for-2 trade for both sides. Yellow make the numbers work in GOSU's favor. Able to find kill. Sami trying to find a kill, trying to match blow for blow. 2 minutes to go, and a base crystal in the works for GOSU Nighthorde. Can they do it? Baby Zen finds BC, able to take him down. Lose their push potential. Can they defend? Reinforced spawns just in the nick of time. Rush is in. Got this place. Great spider. Raging slash.
It's back.
Land Sacred Rock pulled back into the heart of the battle, though. Zen cabling for dear life, clearing these minions, and they have done the impossible and pushed back GOSU Nighthorde.
Yes, they have. 10 minutes in. This is I mean, they're going blow for blow, ban for ban. It's all over the place. Accelerate, hanging by the chandelier right now, just hanging on for dear life. Taking a look at the items, what I see is a lot of bigger numbers on the blue side. Accelerate behind right now. Tara able to get a few kicks off there. Baby Zen's cables seem to be getting faster and faster. Asami, that's who we really got to keep our eyes on, because I think Asami is the big chance here along with KLX. But even there, it's all mage damage, right? They're major damage dealers, our magic, and GOSU Nighthorde can still find an answer to that, even if somehow, some way this reaches to a late game, but GOSU Nighthorde doesn't want to let it happen.
backs against the wall and hope on their side. They were able to fend off GOSU Nighthorde, but can they do it again? Base Crystal sitting at roughly 50% HP and minion, closing the distance with a full 5-man team of Nighthorde behind them. BC will find Baby Den. They have the numbers. They have the advantage. Another round to keep him alive. Des finds KLX. Yellow will find Reinforced. Drop them like dominoes. Tara's next. Aside Zombie fighting BC, but taken down by Mikasa. A full wipeout for GOSU Nighthorde and claims the game. A flawless series, 4-0 against Excellerate.
GOSU Nighthorde, just another Saturday, just another easy 4-0 in their pocket. 36, 10, and 70 assists. That's, you know, every game they've been steamrolling, but this one was definitely the cherry on top here. Des on the Ling was monstrous. He was manhandling that Fanny all over both jungles. No buff was safe. No one was safe. Hide your Tara, hide your KLX, hide your baby Zen, because nobody's getting away from GOSU Nighthorde.
Yeah, they were just all over the place on Excellerate, like white on rice. As we look at some of these post-game stats, just overall all gold medals from the side of G&H, a similar story to the previous games for this series. Always one step ahead of Excellerate. I will say, though, there was a glimmer of hope. There was a little bit of a light down the tunnel when they were able to push back G&H. They came together, and if they can find that momentum earlier in the game, then we have a possible good top 8 contender. So I'm excited to see them push forward in the regular season. Unfortunate for them to not be able to find a victory so far in round 1, and now looking like the same story for round 2 up against GOSU Nighthorde. Tomorrow's another story for them. They'll definitely gonna have to do some homework, go back to the books and research a little bit more, but credits to G&H. They found not only their first victory today, but 4 victories in a row to keep them as a top contender.
Yeah, they're sitting in the standings right now. They're going to be comfortable. They got another week to try to get themselves into playoffs. I mean, at this point, they're right there. I mean, depending on how the next series go, they could possibly be tied with BTK or C9. If either of those teams doesn't get a single point on the board, they're going to be sitting right there in the number 2 or number 3 slot. So it's a lot to say. Let's take a look at these replays. Alcyone, the MVP hunter, the roamer of the day, the man, the myth, the legend. 716 gold per minute, 4-0 in 23 assists. Roamers have MVPs too.
Welcome to the House of the Dragon. Alcy1 extending his arms for the world to see, giving roamers the respect they deserve. A great performance yet again. Just when you think he's reached his peak, he goes a little bit further, showcasing he's ready to go to that next level. This is a great look for GOSU Nighthorde. It's a great look for Alcy1 as well, as we want to see more roamers step to the occasion. But where do they go from here, right? I mean, last week was rough, right? They went up against a top contender, BTK, and were taken down 4-0. But this time around, making it up and pretty much neutralizing their points. 4 losses, but then 4 wins back-to-back. Good start, but they have to keep this momentum rolling through this season.
Yeah, and I feel like everyone on the team of G&H has stepped up their game. Like I said, Yellow played phenomenal today. Dez really got to show off, and I think Dez, I really want to point him out because we haven't gotten to see him really play in NACT like that, and he is hunting. He wants to be one of the best junglers in A. I can see it in him, so I got my eyes on Dez as NACT moves forward.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, he's definitely, like you said, a big fan base behind him, and they stand behind him for a reason. And hey, I mean, if anybody questioned who is Dez, today's series should definitely show you that.
All right, let's jump in because I think our host, our beautiful host, Liz, is going to be joining us.
All right, guys, another 4 points secured for Nighthorde. And you guys talked about Dez. Who do you guys think are the MVP of that series?
Oh, that's a hard one, man. It's bittersweet because when everybody does a great job, it's hard to give somebody a medal, right? I feel like overall, GOSU Nighthorde as a collective was the MVP today. The synergy was on point. The heavy focus on the early game. There was never a moment where anybody in a single lane made a mistake. So I feel like as an overall team, they've made a major advantage in jumping toward the right direction from week number 1.
I think to carry off of that, since everyone played great, I have to just go off what were some of my favorite plays? And for me, it's a toss-up between either Dez or Oh My Foe. But Oh My Foe, him just coming in today, not playing last week. I think I got to give it Oh My Foe, man. That that play, that's gonna be a full season highlight right there. That IMU flicker, wild charge, double dash, long range hit. Definitely the play of the night.
And we're definitely going to see that in one of the highlights posted in the NA MLBB YouTube channel on the shorts. So we're looking forward to seeing that. And for Excellerate, what do you guys think are something that they can do to still have a chance in this tournament?
Okay, look. We'll take the hit on giving the advice to just put both feet on the ground and start swinging, all right? Let's not do that going forward. Let's just take it back to the drawing board. I would say watch international teams compete in MPL PH, MPL Indonesia. I think the drafting, I'm pretty sure they are because their drafting was kind of similar in certain points. I wouldn't say it was top-tier drafting, so I think it still needs a little bit of work. But again, these are new faces, right? You can't sit there and expect them to be a #1 contender when this is their first time reaching top 8 in North America. So that's a major victory just being here. But it's only up to them to go that additional mile and put those 2 feet on the ground and learn how to properly swing. So I will say going forward, find a way to dominate in the early game. You have the drafting's okay, but drafting is one thing. Executing the draft is another story.
I agree. I think there's some things to work on. I think they take this time. They stick together. You know, if they change a play or two, that's one thing. But sticking together, get your experience out of this. There are 8 teams for a reason. There's always going to be teams that lose. There's always going to be teams that win. But yeah, I think we could see a lot from them if they keep on playing and keep moving forward.
Like Weezy said, a team that sticks together wins together. And we hope that they do stick together and continue growing. With these new faces coming into the scene, it might take them a few seasons in order to really grind onto the top. But being able to make it to top 8 with so many teams signed up already shows that they are a menace to not be reckoned with.
Yep, and definitely speaking of menaces, I mean, we have some heavy hitters this time around. I mean, every single NACT for the past 2 years, we've been seeing more teams rise to the occasion, right? It's not always just 2 teams. Sometimes, I mean, we even seen like Avalon in last NACT fall take down BTK. So again, it's always an upset that's possible, and we just hope to see it.
Yeah, and it looks like our interview is ready. On the screen, we have Dez. Welcome back to the NACT. This season, we finally get to see you shine in the jungle role.
Thank you for having me.
And congratulations, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations on the 4-0 Blast series. And talking about the game, so we noticed that in game 2 there was a Lord steal. What happened with the Lord steal? How did Excelerate's jungler hide in the bush without noticing? Do you guys just not communicate?
That wasn't even the jungler. That was the Dyrov. Like, I don't know. It's such a weird play that you never expected to happen. So I didn't even I thought that Lord was free, and then you got a Dyrov hiding in the bush. Like, I didn't see that coming. Like, it caught me by surprise. He got the Lord. He killed me. And I don't know. That was just stupid. I don't know. It's like a weird ass play, but it worked because it's weird. Nobody expects it coming. So nobody thought of checking that bush because we were already so ahead, and like, who's gonna hide there? That would be stupid, right? But it worked for him because nobody checked that.
Yeah, so you gotta look out for these out-of-pocket plays. And we saw you go on the lane and a lot of assassin junglers. What do you recommend as a jungler for the viewers to rank up in?
Like, in general tips? Okay, I think if you're playing
tips.
Like if you're playing like Ling, Haya, or like any of those scaling assassins, you should mainly focus on like farming. And you shouldn't, I don't think you should start turtles unless like your team is already ahead and like prepared for it, they set up for it and everything. I think you should let them start it, try to go for the steal or try to go for the sneaky play, or just use it as a bait in order to team fight, because it's really risky, especially in this meta where there's a lot of XP laners and tanky roams with a lot of CC that can like lock onto you easily if you stand like right in front of the turtle. And other than that, just try to split push as much as you can late game, since XP laners are like tanky now and they're slow, so that's gonna be your job. And mainly just focus on farming and scaling.
And watch out for the Dyrod hiding in the bush.
Yeah, don't be like me.
And for Nighthorde, today you guys scored 4 points. What is your objective for this tournament, and how do you think that Nighthorde compares or ranks within the top 8 teams?
Right now, I wouldn't say we're like that far in the list because we did a lot of roster changes. So we had to like play with a lot of different people and adjust. And since you guys saw today, we brought in Foe. He was supposed to be jungling, and then I would play goal lane. But things changed, and the mage couldn't play because of the camera. So he ended up going mage, but it still worked because Foe is the person that we needed in the team in order to have like a shot caller and somebody that basically brings confidence and tells every play on the team. So it definitely helped out. It helped out a lot, but we just gotta like practice a lot more, try to keep screaming, and just keep on working on the roster.
And that you will do. For the rosters, is that the current or what you guys plan on doing looking ahead, or is Foe going to play jungle, and is that how we're looking at it?
We're not sure yet. We're still figuring it out. If we don't find the mage, he'll most likely keep playing mage, but if we do, then he could jungle and I could try goal lane, and we'll see what's best for the team as of now.
And we'll find out next week. And last thing, you are a streamer, and we noticed you actually did pretty well in your recent streams in the past few months. And what is your stream schedule, and what do you want to say to the viewers who are supporting you?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
What is your stream schedule as of now when you're still playing the NACT, and what do you want to say to the viewers who support you?
Usually I just stream in the afternoon, like 2 p.m. Eastern, and like I stream for several hours. And I just want to shout out to all my viewers because they're really funny. And I'll probably, if they wanna tune in, I'll probably be reacting to the C9 and BTK matches tonight, along with BTK Victor, if they wanna tune in and see our reaction to that.
And that's going to be super entertaining with you and Cardi together. And we look forward to seeing that. We look forward to seeing your performance in the upcoming weeks. And good luck to Nighthorde in the upcoming tournaments.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for having me today. And
the GOAT, a legend. I've heard his shorts are actually doing really well. His short screens.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely grinding. You can tell when you perfect your craft by training every single day, you can go even further than players that only compete when NACT is around. So, yeah, he's stepping to the occasion. Last time he was a sub for Gaming Gladiators, this time on the front lines, and I think it's time for the world to see his talent.
I think there's definitely some hunger there. I think he wants to be recognized as, one of the best here, and I think there's definitely possibilities. It's nice to see some new faces, some fresh faces in the NACT realm, especially younger, hungry players who want to be the next it. They want to be the best in NA, and that's what I think NA needs in a competitive sense, so good luck to them.
And speaking about the best of NA, the upcoming series will kind of give us a quick look into who is currently the best of NA. We have C9 versus BTK, and we heard C9 recently moved into a boot camp together. Do you guys think that will kind of mix things up for the outlook of the tournament?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, playing in the same location means everybody's on the same MS, so you don't have to worry about ping. So that is going to be a major advantage for them. And also, you're talking about comms, right? When you have somebody next to you, it's just a lot easier to communicate. So I will say they have the advantage there. But I mean, BTK, they're a heavy swinger, right? They've been at the top of the line, and they are probably the best BTK. A lot can argue, but I think most would be on that side too, that the world has seen in a while. So we'll see how this series goes. It's definitely going to be electrifying. And hey, definitely don't go anywhere because it'll be here shortly.
Yeah, definitely will be here shortly. Possibly the best BTK, possibly the best C9 we've ever seen. as well. And I think them being in a house together could make a huge difference. Could be the game-changing difference, actually. No more Discord comms. You're all in one room. You're living, you're eating, you're breaking bread together. And that is going to be huge in just overall boost for C9.
And we'll see how big the boost it will get as we take a short break. I promise you this time it won't be 1 hour, but hopefully it'll be less than 30 minutes, and we'll see you in a bit.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fire. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Damn, so what y'all gonna do here? Is he gonna kick Gacha? Kidnapo? Gacha. So, Gacha dead. I think the enemy lost turtle, yeah. So I guess that's how you win the turtle fight. Just kill the roam early. And now they cannot contact the turtle. They have to give it. So right here after turtle, I think Joy Boy go to blue, give vision to the team. He almost died. Lucky he got his team. Is Nolan dead? Yeah, Nolan dead after. Joy Boy low though. And he tried to get the ruby. He TikTok. Damn. I think Joy Boy should go back after this. That's like lucky for him. I think if he die, it doesn't matter much because you can see the goal gonna be too much. If he do it and he die, it still doesn't matter. But if it's me, I will go back after that. No risky play. Wait, what Rico? Oh, right now. Oh, they're doing the fireman Rico. I think they have done a good Rico. Is that from all it? Yeah. I think they want to try the new Rico. That it's gonna look better than them on fireman Rico. So right here, I'm trying to recall because the game pretty over. And you know when you recall, it's make enemy like tilting. They cannot focus anymore. So if you could recall in game, try to recall more in front of enemy. It make the team better. So right here we try to pop Lolita. I call the team like pop Lolita. But we did not expect all of here. And Hyundai. That way we lost the turtle. And they did a mistake from us, but Chicken did not call the all of coming, so I guess it's our fault. I think we should give right here, right? I think we give right here. Yep, we have to give it because Hun dead. And I think I'm dead right here too. But the cameraman doesn't show. You can see on the bottom. I'm dead. Yep. And Midland, I think Chicken should go back either. I don't know why he defend that. Cause he had mobile behind him, so he was alive, but he did not. They have Alpha. He can one shot the Edith easily. And after we lost the Midland, we just tell in the VC like keep farming. We win late game, don't we? Because you can see we have Jeep and Alice with his snowball, really good late game. So we should try to farm if we lost early. So yeah. Yo everyone, make sure to come to this weekend to support BTK against C9. It's gonna be the fun series, the only one.
Hi, what's up guys? It's C9 content creator back again with another video, and this time we're reacting to C9 versus Excellerate. Oh, seems like best players in a bad spot. Big Black Dragon formed by Reinforce and a Miss Carmilla ult. Nats with a good swipe angle! Chris follow up! Bane ult. Nice targeting, guys. That was a total of 5 targets. First off, it started with best player getting chunked, probably just because of overconfidence. I don't think he would usually walk in there if he was like more cautious. And then second, just the targeting, like maybe Knots didn't call like the 3-man engage, because I'm pretty sure Chris could have followed up pretty easily with the basics Cloud ult. That for sure would have been a wipe end, but I don't know, maybe they were talking a different Filipino dialect this time around, since they don't speak Tagalog now. Mark Cutie on the Grok, looking for an engage. Wall him up. Oil him up. Oh, that's a good set. That's a good set right there. Do it. 4-man engage. Oh my god, and that's why I got benched. Oh my days, that was seen by Nats Cutie. Savage? Savage? Yeah, don't give it that. Don't give it that. Don't give that to him. Well, in this clip, they were way more sing. It seems like they found the right dialect to talk in. I think they were all speaking Bisaya here or something. I mean, obviously, they're just way outmatched, but they shouldn't be grouping up that much against like 4 massive AoE ultimates. Alright guys, make sure to support Cloud9 in this upcoming match against BTK on this Saturday. And make sure to come and join our watch party with Sir Rose that we're going to be doing.
This pro move Nighthorde did just destroyed BTK in Game 1, and I'm gonna show it to you. Hey guys, this is your host Liz. Today I want to show you some clear and powerful moves that shape the victory of a game. I call it the 16-second rotation. Here, let me show you what I mean. In the first game, BTK versus Nighthorde in week 1, 16 seconds before the 3rd turtle spawn, notice how Nighthorde's solo laner Mikasa is already making his way down to the turtle on the other side of the map, leaving Chicken wave clearing in lane. This macro priority put Nighthorde in a number advantage and eventually resulted in a snowball that gave them a turtle, a tower, a buff, and 4 kills. This is also a great example of how a team can successfully scale up a small advantage into something much bigger. But BTK being BTK is able to quickly use the same 16 seconds power rotation onto Nighthorde instead. 16 seconds before the first Lord spawn, Zia rotated top lane to shove the wave. This not only gave him a lot of solo gold, but also forced Nighthorde to respond by sending Lunox. It's almost like BTK pulled a reverse Uno card onto Nighthorde and now gaining the 5 versus 4 number advantage on the Lord side of the map. BTK decisively forced the team fight and even out the playing field. Notice how this lane priority and number advantage is able to change the direction of the game just like that.
Look at the life and healing he from MOBA Zane onto the back line. Zia finds 2 kills in the back line.
I hope you guys learned this important rotation and have your solo laner pressure the opposite lane 16 to 20 seconds before major objective siege. The goal is to force your enemy into a dilemma where they have to choose between fighting 5 versus 5 and let the far lane tower die, or defending the pressure by fighting 4 versus 5. Either way, you will come off on top. That's it for today's episode. Make sure to follow MLBBNA YouTube channel for more great strategy dissect.
No one would ever know your name. against to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike, for my desire, a light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here!
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Welcome to the land of God.
Looking for the end. They already kick out to Aji. They're gonna end it on top. BTK have done it. They made their statement. The West has caught up. That's game number 1 going over to BTK.
Oh, there he jumps in and gets through. Suns still trying to defend, but the Valley are here to upset the world stage.
We're in an era where underdog teams like Team Spirit and SRG can rise up and take down giants in the MLBB esports scene. With NACT around the corner, it's time for the seasoned teams to lay it all on the line. Or maybe, just maybe, it's time for a new contender to climb up and claim that throne.
NA is an easy server. It depends. I think compared to PH and Indo, which have significantly more players, NA has a smaller pool of competitive players, and in turn, there's less competition when you're really at that higher caliber. Now, for pro players in NA, in order to get better, they should probably watch more international gameplays. For example, learn from the Yudu Red Giants from Malaysia, who surprised the world with their performance at MSC. Now, for an average ranked players who just want to have fun, maybe be less toxic, troll less, and stream snipe less. Focus on adjusting in solo queue and duo queue, and make sure your entire team has a fun experience by clinching that victory together.
What's up, everybody? Steph Weezy in the building. Word around town is that North America's an easy server. It's no secret we didn't have the best performance in MSC 2024, but with NACT fall right around the corner and registration opening, it's our chance to prove the world wrong. Make sure you guys register for NACT fall season before the registration closes. A little bit of tips and advice that I'd give to you guys who are looking to compete. Find a team that you can build synergy with. Find a team, despite losing, despite having some hard times, you stick together and you push through it and you find solutions. Honestly, a team that sticks together wins together. I hope to see you guys in the NACT fall season, and good luck in registration.
We are seeing that BTK again. I want to emphasize this one more time. No coach, no analyst, no problem.
They are on it! The biggest upset here so far. BTK have beaten Blacklist International. GG.
Touch up right, BJ. Touch up right, BJ. Right? Yeah. I love you guys.
The person just win. We're coming and we're gonna compete.
I believe they're not underestimating the cost as much as they did. People probably feel something more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out, there's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
50K now.
Boone is giving a coach his entire BTK. Me, Shark, Boone, Chicken, and Zia are all in BTK now.
Those surprise wins over them. Oh.
Wait. I think it's GG's.
Gosh, that was quick.
All right, base has been opened up. Oh, they're about to close. Best game. That's all she wrote. Minions in play. A small moment to be able to get this victory with the Lord on their side. And game goes over to Overskill, takes down Rakuzan.
The pinnacle moment of the night, BTK versus C9. Will Naz be the game changer for C9 to make any NA opponent just normal? Or will BTK show that the kings of NA will always be kings? Let's see which team has what it takes to win over the crowd. I'm your host Liz, and joined alongside by the talented Florida brothers, Trex and Wheezy. Welcome back, guys.
Hey, glad to be back. I mean, this is a very high moment for the NACT fall season, the most anticipated series that everybody's been talking about. Like you mentioned on Naz, is he the secret recipe for victory for the side of Cloud9? But also the revamped BTK back in action. Is this the super team North America's been looking for?
I definitely think there's a lot of questions that are going to be answered tonight. I think it may be a lot closer than some people predict, but who knows? Maybe it's a complete stomp. It's kind of hard to guess with these two teams.
Yeah, and this is the time you guys get to actually cast the revamped BTK match. Starting from 4:30, we just saw the Excellerate versus GOSU Nighthor match, where GOSU Nighthor kind of stomped Excellerate with the 4 points. Match 2, coming up right now, is Cloud9 versus BTK, what we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, both of these teams ready to fight it out. I mean, hey, we're ready to watch it, right? We've been talking about both sides. There's been so much debates from the Hoon fans, from the BTK fans, from the Zane fans, and then also from the PH fans over there with Nas on the team and the Cloud9 beside them with Basic and so many other notable faces. But the question is, who is sitting in that number 1 seat? And we're going to find that out today.
Yeah, or maybe, I mean, I guess no matter what, it goes to game 5 if they go 2-2. I was going to say, maybe it just ends 2-2. Who knows? Someone will be crowned the better team today, and I'm excited to see who it ends up being.
Yeah, the BTK fans, the C9 fans, you will all be looking at a giveaway. On the screen, you see a code to type in, as well as a QR code for 30 Soldier in Training Lolita skins. That's first come, first serve, guys. Notice some of our viewers have mentioned that they didn't get one of these skins, and that's because you are a little bit too late.
Yeah, definitely claim them while they're available. Liz said 30, but there's actually 29 because Liz has claimed every single one on every... No, I'm just kidding. Get them while they're available, guys. Limited edition. Just the hottest and the greatest from this NACT fall season.
Liz has like 30 phones on her desk right now in front of her. She has the run of shows. She, as we told you guys earlier, she plans all of this, so she's already got them all. But it's kind of cool that Lolita's been slowly kind of hinting her way back into the meta, and we got the nice, cool, fresh skin for her. So we haven't seen any Lolita a lot in NA so far, but she has been peeking her head through around the world a bit.
Anything to set you guys up for some Lolita sets. And now, speaking about Lolita, what do you guys think are the most dominant roamers right now?
Ooh, roamers. I would say, I mean, there's a lot of flexibility with this meta. We've been seeing the Grok sneak up in there. Sometimes the Hylos has been flexed from the XP lane, can also be in that roam position. Same with Edith. It's been a very strong contender. We've been seeing even Tig get the respect he deserves. Maybe not today, but we have seen Tig across the world step into that scene and have some massive advantages. I think we're stepping into a zone where even supports are strong, like the Mathilda, to be able to keep the team alive and also provide that mobility.
Yeah, I think we still have a lot of room to show, and I think this next match is going to show us exactly where some of those picks stand. But as you said, the Matilda is kind of creeping its way back in. The Arlott, super flexible, able to kind of put it in multiple places. The Hylos, of course. And then the Chip, who has the 100% ban rate, or now 99% ban rate, is definitely something to be feared.
99% indeed. And now let's look at the rosters. For Cloud9, the lineup is going to be Naz as XP laner, Best Player in the jungle, Mark Cutie in the mid lane, Cold World on roam, and Basic on the gold lane.
Yeah, definitely a super sharp team, right? With Naz, the new addition, all the way out from RSG Philippines, you got to see a lot of support from him with everybody in the audience. There's been a lot of talks about how is he going to implement strategies for Cloud9 with that international experience, and that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on today. Not to mention, I mean, you even have Basic with international experience, and all these players have taken it to the next level above North America. And so today I'm expecting some high elo, some great rotations, and some great shot calling going up against their contender.
Yeah, definitely
And
some
there you got-
monsters on this team, some up-and-comers, some hungry players, some veterans. I mean, it has the whole package here with the Nats import, with Mark Cutie and Cole World now, you know, some of the best players in NA having their long-haul grind. I mean, it's exciting to see this team come together.
Yeah, and for BTK, we have Fried Chicken in the XP lane, Moba Zane in the jungle, and Hoon in the mid lane, Super Shark on Roam, and Zia on the gold lane. Everyone is in the same pose.
Yeah, they are
ready.
in the same pose. Zane has the biggest smile, though. You can tell he's super happy about this roster, and I think the world is as well. I mean, this is just BTK at its finest, and yeah, going up against Cloud9, they're ready to go and take it to a whole another level. We just got to see who is it going to be victorious, who is going to be the number one.
Yeah, that's a team of faces we all know well. I mean, we know all 10 of these players so well, and it's kind of, it's bittersweet to watch these teams play against each other. Like, depending on what room I'm in and who I'm hanging out with, that's what team I want to win at the time, because we've grown to know all of them so well. And it's tough to even have to cast a vote on these two teams or anything like that.
And we'll find out who Trex actually voted in a bit, guys. In the Captain Basic post, I command you guys that we will take a 10-minute short break, and we'll be right back.
We can make it. We can probably 5-man. We can 5-man, I think.
Yeah, don't be scared, don't be scared.
Wait, I'm on the backside. I'm on the backside. I'm on backside. Hoon. Get him. Hoon.
Nice.
Turtle.
From the van.
Hey, poke him. He's dead. Bane. Push top.
Nice. Okay, get mid.
Shark is here.
Mid.
Tower.
I got shot.
GG. Nice. Go back. Push back.
Yeah, G-ball.
Watch for the all-out swipe.
Try to fight, careful. I can boost you.
Oh, let's just
I got top. Wanna try, Lord?
I'm gonna try bot.
Yeah, I don't want to give it.
As someone goes top, we could try melting it.
They're doing now. That's
They're doing
Lunox,
it.
by the way. That's Lunox. Oh,
No,
Lunox
stop,
there.
stop.
One fight. Do not snipe.
GG. Amir.
Nice.
Alpha.
Oh, get alpha.
Alpha.
The upper.
Holy.
Kill them.
My glowing one's
He's
on.
gonna have ult soon. Careful.
Nice, yeah.
We're fine.
I'm good.
Nice.
Good shit.
Lunox Ruby did.
Oh, mid.
Rachel, triangle.
A line. Down to a line.
Yo, spam Carlos.
I don't have it.
Yo, Rico. Let them try again.
Let's try.
Try again. Help me! Help me!
They can fight.
Oh my god, guys, got a Saki! Bang, kill him. Oh, there's a blue here.
Yep.
Hey!
No?
Oh!
Tulong niyo ako dun, boy! Tulong niyo ako dun, boss!
Savage!
Okay.
Good night, guys.
Avengers here! The Avengers!
Oh, NACT.
The Avengers!
Good night, guys.
Bro.
Damn, so what Chobo gonna do here? Is he gonna kick Gacha? Kinapo? Gacha. So, Gacha dead. I think the enemy lost turtle, yeah. So I guess that's how you win the turtle fight. Just kill the roam early. And now they cannot contact the turtle. They have to give it. So right here after turtle, I think Choyboy go to blue, give vision to the team. He almost died. Lucky he got his team. Is Nolan dead? Yeah, Nolan dead after. Choyboy low though. And he tried to get the ruby. TikTok. Damn. I think Choyboy should go back after this. That's like lucky for him. I think if he die, it doesn't matter much because you can see the goal gap is too much. If he do it and he die, it still doesn't matter. But if it's me, I will go back after that. No risky play. Wait, what recall? Oh, right now. Oh, they're doing the 5-man recall. I think they have done a good recall. Is that from Audit? Yeah. I think they want to try the new recall. That it's gonna look better than them on 5-man recall. So right here, I'm trying to recall because the game pretty over. And you know when you recall, it's make enemy like tilting. They cannot focus anymore. So if you could recall in game, try to recall more in front of enemy. It's make the team better. So right here we try to pop Lolita. I call the team like pop Lolita. But we did not expect all of here. And Hyundai. That way we lost the turtle. And they did a mistake from us, but Chicken did not call the all of coming, so I guess it's our fault. I think we should give right here, right? I think we give right here. Yep, we have to give it because Hun dead. And I think I'm dead right here too. But the cameraman doesn't show. You can see on the bottom, I'm dead. Yep. And Mistland, I think Chicken should go back either. I don't know why he defend that. Cause he had mobile behind him, so he was alive, but he did not. They have Alpha, he can one shot the Edith easily. And after we lost the Mistland, we just tell in the VC like keep farming, we win late game, don't we? But you can see we have Jeep and Alice with his snowball, really good late game, so we should try to farm if we lost early. So yeah. Yo everyone, make sure to come to this weekend to support BTK against C9. It's gonna be the fun series, the only one.
Hi, what's up guys? It's C9 content creator back again with another video, and this time we're reacting to C9 versus Excellerate. Oh, seems like best players in a bad spot. Big Black Dragon formed by Reinforce and a Miss Carmilla ult. Nats with a good swipe angle! Chris follow up! Bane ult. Nice targeting, guys. That was a total of 5 targets. First off, it started with best player getting chunked, probably just because of overconfidence. I don't think he would usually walk in there if he was like more cautious. And then second, just the targeting, like maybe Nats didn't call like the 3-man engage, because I'm pretty sure Chris could have followed up pretty easily with the basics Cloud ult. That for sure would have been a wipe end, but I don't know, maybe they were talking a different Filipino dialect this time around, since they all speak Tagalog now. Mark on the Grok, looking for an engage. Wall him up. Oil him up. Oh, that's a good set. That's a good set right there. Do it. 4-man engage. Oh my god, and that's why I got benched. Oh my days, that was seen by Nats Cutie. Savage? Savage? Yeah, don't give it that. Don't give it that. Don't give that to him. Well, in this clip, they were way more sing. It seems like they found the right dialect to talk in. I think they were all speaking Bisaya here or something. I mean, obviously, they're just way outmatched, but they shouldn't be grouping up that much against like 4 massive AoE ultimates. Alright guys, make sure to support Cloud9 in this upcoming match against BTK on this Saturday. And make sure to come and join our watch party with Sir Rose that we're going to be doing.
This pro move Nighthorde did just destroyed BTK in Game 1, and I'm gonna show it to you. Hey guys, this is your host Liz. Today I want to show you some clear and powerful moves that shape the victory of a game. I call it the 16-second rotation. Here, let me show you what I mean. In the first game, BTK versus Nighthorde in week 1, 16 seconds before the 3rd turtle spawn, notice how Nighthorde's solo laner Mikasa is already making his way down to the turtle on the other side of the map, leaving Chicken wave clearing in lane. This macro priority put Nighthorde in a number advantage and eventually resulted in a snowball that gave them a turtle, a tower, a buff, and 4 kills. This is also a great example of how a team can successfully scale up a small advantage into something much bigger. But BTK being BTK is able to quickly use the same 16 seconds power rotation onto Night Horde instead. 16 seconds before the first Lord spawn, Xia rotated top lane to shove the wave. This not only gave him a lot of solo gold, but also forced Night Horde to respond by sending Lunuts. It's almost like BTK pulled a reverse Uno card onto Night Horde and now gaining the 5 vs 4 number advantage on the Lord side of the map. BTK decisively forced the team fight and even out the playing field. Notice how this lane priority and number advantage is able to change the direction of the game just like that.
Look at the life and healing he gets from MOBA Zane onto the back line. Xia finds 2 kills in the back line.
I hope you guys learned this important rotation and have your solo laner pressure the opposite lane 16 to 20 seconds before major objective siege. The goal is to force your enemy into a dilemma where they have to choose between fighting 5 vs 5 and let the far lane tower die, or defending the pressure by fighting 4 vs 5. Either way, you will come off on top. That's it for today's episode. Make sure to follow MLBBNA YouTube channel for more great strategy dissect. Well, now that one of the players finished their ritualistic shower before the big game, hopefully we can get back into this series. And I'll let you guys guess which player it is in the comments below.
Yeah, just take a guess and let us know what you decide. But while we got some time, we can kind of talk about the things we're looking forward to seeing for this series, which is the most anticipated series for the NACT fall season. It must be a super shower. Oh, dang, maybe I'm giving a...
Super
we'll
shower? Is he swimming in the shower? All right, next topic. Liz, help us.
Well, I will help you guys by jumping into our caster's prediction, and Wheezy is in the hotspot again. How dare you vote against all our fan favorites, BTK? How dare you?
Hey, I'll tell you what, sometimes in life you gotta take a risk, and I'm risking it for the biscuit today. Not to mention, Cloud9's actually, like you said, boot camping, and they're boot camping on the street I was raised on in my hometown. I mean, you have to vote for them. I mean, that's just like a given right there. But I guess I'm doing a favor to the BTK fans. I mean, if Cloud9, or if BTK wins, then I gave BTK my caster curse. But if Cloud9 wins, then hey, I mean, I win a prediction point. So it's a win-win situation.
You're saying you took the easy way out, Wheezy.
The Wheezy way out.
The Wheezy way out. I like it. No, I do think this was a very hard prediction. And like I said before we went to break, I have a lot of love for all the players on both teams, and it is like hard. Like when we get to grand finals, if it's these two teams, it's gonna be tough. You got guys like Cole World who have been grinding for a long time and have earned their spot as one of the greatest roamers in NA, aiming for that Shark spot. You have guys like Shark and Zane who we've watched do this for a very long time. For those that don't know, I'm an old school RSG fan, man. NACT is one of my favorite EXP laners in the world. And seeing him come to NA, it's like I finally get to cast a Nats game. It's just exciting. I'm torn. I'm torn between two right now. I wish it could just go 2-2, but someone's got to win here.
I mean, that might actually happen. And we'll see tonight. We'll see if BTK wins, Wheezy, taking the Wheezy way out, will be the only clown of the night. And now let's take a look at the roster. Hopefully we got that ready. What is the roster that we're looking at? Did we actually go over this already? Yes, we went over this already. But the production is super nice, and they pulled it up again as XP. Best player jungle, mid lane is Mark Cutie, Cool World on the roam, and Basic on the goal lane. And let's quickly look at BTK's roster as well. I'm just pulling the strings here, pulling the production right now, hoping that they're not super mad at me. Can we look at BTK's roster again as well? For BTK, we have Boy Chicken on the XP lane, MLBBNA in the jungle, Hoon in the mid lane, Super Shark on Roam, and gold lane is Zia.
Yeah, two powerhouse teams, a lot of familiar faces. You know what's funny though? Most of the NACTs we've had, it's been a flip of a coin. We've always said it, and that coin has had Zayn on one side and Hoon on the other. This time, Hoon and Zayn are on the same side of the coin, and we have a new face for the other side with Basic spearheading the way. Now, they have a PH import, right? They have NACT over there on their team, and it's proven that with PH imports, the success rate for a team skyrockets. So is that the secret weapon that Cloud9 is going to lean on? Not to mention they have an analyst, they have a coach. I don't know about BTK's analyst and coach. I mean, we've seen them in M3. They're able to go really far. This is a different BTK from M3. Maybe they have a coach or something behind the scenes. I think it's unconfirmed. I don't think it's been released on who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. But I think even without it, the synergy that these players have from years and years of being together, being international as well, I think it makes up for it.
I think it definitely makes up for it. I think no matter what, we're going to see a heck of a 4-point series here. I think no matter what, we're going to see some great games. I'm ready for some of the matchups. I could go on and on about this, but I think Liz has something for us.
Yes, let's take a look at some fun facts about our players. For Naz from Cloud9, his role is XP lane. His favorite hero is Arlaw, Yujon, and Edith. His favorite player is Captain Basic. His hometown is, well, his hobby is cycling. His hometown is Abington, and his device is iPhone 14 Pro.
Cycling. Now that's interesting. I think that's the first that I've seen for that hobby. Basic as his favorite player, just keeping it within the team. Love to see it. I mean, I guess that explains on how he got that invite possibly over to Cloud9. We'll have to find out more later on that. But with NAS, the new addition, I know there's a lot of PH fans out there supporting him and holding that banner. So we'll have to see what impact he brings to the table. But speaking of impact, there goes the opposite side of the XP lane, Fried Chicken.
Yeah, Fried Chicken, we got his role, EXP lane, favorite hero, Hylos, doesn't have a favorite player. Typical Fried Chicken. Hometown, Shamberg, device, Red Magic, 9S Pro. We got to plug that in there real quick. But this is my favorite part, and this is very chicken, you know? Hobby, not sure yet. He's just a teenager, man. He's just a kid. He's not sure.
And it looks like even Mobile Legends is not put as a hobby, but we hope to see there at one point during this night. But without further ado, guys, the draft is finally ready, and take us into the draft casters.
And here we go. The most anticipated match for the NACT fall season has finally arrived. Definitely grab some popcorn, get some drinks, put your seatbelts on, because there's going to be some turbulence through this draft between C9 and BTK.
Yeah, and C9 is going to be on the blue side. They get first pick. They lock in the R lot. I want to take a look at the bands real fast because these drafts are firing off quick. Yeah, the Hylos, the Ruby, the Alpha to target down onto MLBBNA. On the side of BTK, the Ling against best player. We get the Foveus so that Nats can't get his hand on it in the chip as well. And these things are coming in right now, Weezy.
Yeah, I mean, Prioing the Edith over there for Fried Chicken. He's definitely going to be possibly swapping to that. I mean, they still can flex it over there to Shark, the Lilia. This is interesting on Hoon because majority of the games that we've been watching, at least from week 1, he's been playing a lot of those mages that fight from afar, like the Navaria, you know. And so with this, Lilia is going to be more up close and personal. Now, the black shoes can be taken by the Valentino over there by Marcuti, so it can kind of provide some survivability on his side. Jungle, Zayn's going to run this Bane against the Nolan. I mean, I feel like the Bane is great on pushing objectives. He's good for bursting down those turrets as well. It's more of a Zayn playstyle, right? He just focuses on his farm. When you're looking at best player, he loves the assassins. He thrives on trying to get those early kills. And what better hero to do it than the Nolan?
Yeah, most definitely now. I'm thinking about what's coming. The Lolita band does come out for BTK. I thought maybe they might try to prio that. It pairs very well with the Lilia, but either way, if they put Shark on the Edith here, it's an aggressive mid lane. You got Bane as well. It is a in-your-face mid lane. You know, you mentioned that we've been seeing a bit more long-range mages from Hoon, but I think this pairs very well with a fast early game comp. Lilia has some insane wave clear, some insane pressure, especially at level 4. Once you get those black shoes, you can look for dives, you can look for invades, you have the full package. C9 gonna ban out the Alice. BTK last ban, do they keep hammering into the roam position here?
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen, even when speaking of roams, like the Edith can still be flexed over there to Shark. I mean, we got to actually see that when Chicken picked up that glue, the first showcasing of glue the entire NACT fall season. So there's definitely a lot of opportunity on the board. I mean, even if he wanted to run that Edith in the XP lane, there's some Mathilda still on the table if they want to go in for the support route. There's just so much to grab, and honestly, I think Mathilda would work out here because then you have the Valentina who doesn't profit off the Roamer's ultimate. So we'll have to see which way this goes between both sides. We're yet to see what's going to be ran inside of the gold lane. There's been a lot of interesting things in the gold lane, right? Harith still on the board, yet to be banned out. Will they pick that up with this opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, both sides needing the gold laner. Harith open. I think it's a solid pick for Zia. They could go for, something a bit more out of bounds. It's not like we haven't seen anything, but I think Harith is definitely the solid go-to right now. They're on first pick. They do still either need an EXP or Roam, but they go for the God Out Chaka. This is going to be our second time seeing it. Earlier, we saw it come up from the Night Horde, from GOSU Night Horde. So that means most likely that will be in the Roam position. Edith into the EXP. I mean, you get the taunt, right? You get that pull-in, which can also buy Hoon a little bit of time to get those glooms off. So it's definitely interesting. And once again, it is a very Ube-esque composition so far. Very keep it together, steamroll over the opponent.
Well, I mean, with the Gatakachka, that's definitely going to be inside of the roam position. So that means Chicken is going to be running this Edith in the XP lane. Now, the R-Lot still can be flexed. This can still be an R-Lot roam, but no, it's going to be the Grok slotted in over there for Cold World, going to swap over there with Nats. So we are going to be looking at, this is actually something I've been wanting to see, right? Chicken up against Nats. Who is going to kind of be more impactful in terms of rotations? You mentioned it earlier during the day, the XP lane. A lot of teams kind of overlook that lane and don't really see the importance, and it doesn't get put in the spotlight as much. But the XP lane has a heavy impact on creating opportunity in the early game.
Yeah, and Basic seems to go for comfort here on the Claude. It's a pick that we've seen him use a lot. You mentioned the EXP lane. My eyes definitely on the gold lane as well. Just, I mean, all over. There's so many matchups here. The Hoon versus Mark Cutie, the Zia versus Basic, the Fried Chicken versus Nats, Zane versus Best Player. I mean, it is all over the place. But I think this game, at least for me, it's definitely the off lanes. Fried Chicken and Nats, Zia and Basic. I do feel like there's a bit more of a grudge match between Zia and Basic right now on who the best gold laner in NA is.
Well, we're rolling out the red carpet into the Land of Dawn for the most anticipated series of the NACT fall season. The Bloodthirsty Kings revamped versus Cloud9 with the new addition from the Philippines, who will be able to claim a victory and earn the title as North America's greatest.
So let's take a look at this. Mobazane on the Bane. We saw him pick it up once last week. Last week we saw him actually play 4 different junglers 4 different times, so it doesn't seem like hero pool is a huge issue currently. He does have backup picks. He has opportunity. So I'm excited to see how that goes. But Cold World and Mark Cutie already putting huge pressure onto Hoon. The Grok, I mean, having the Grok, picking up that emblem, you're able to clear lanes almost faster than anyone else, and it's going to give C9 a huge advantage when it comes to wave clear.
Yeah, you are going to have to keep a close eye on Cold World, especially with these wild charge plays for the knockup. Now, you know, last week we got to see Cloud9 go up against Excellerate. I feel like it was more of a fun time for them, right? They were just pulling everything out of their bag, not really too worried about it. But BTK, it wasn't the same story. They were going up against a little bit of a harder competitor, GOSU Night Horde, and they definitely had to put on a little bit of a stronger performance to maintain their composure and claim that 4-0 victory. Now with Cloud9 facing up against BTK, they have to apply that pressure. You can't take this one lightly, and that's what we're seeing right now with their aggressive nature.
Yeah, Nats being pretty proactive, able to keep Fried Chicken at bay as well. Best Player does look for the camp steal. Not sure exactly if he got it. BTK needs to start moving. It seems like finally they're getting into the groove. They are moving a little bit. Fried Chicken misses the Earth Shatter. Nat's able to sidestep, and with Fried Chicken down to half health and Turtle up in 10 seconds, is this going to be the deal breaker?
Yeah, deal breakers is what we're going to be looking for. Who will be the first to make a mistake and who will seize the opportunity? We are seeing the Turtle quickly spawn in the next 5 seconds. Everybody getting ready for this level 4 to fight it out. Zane, definitely known for his farm rotation and taking the early advantage in the jungle, but he's paired up against Best Player, both of them in position for the retribution.
Ult does come out. Fried Chicken able to get the Flicker Earth Shatter on the backside. Best Player goes down. Mobazane goes down. Mark Cutie takes the Turtle. Jungler for jungler. Now Shark in trouble. It's a double kill over to Cold World. May not be the hero you want to give it to, but it's still a win in the book for Cloud9.
Yeah, able to not only get
more kills, but to take that turtle as well and do some chip damage on the turret for some additional gold. And Coldworld's doing a great job providing additional vision and pressure onto Mobile Zane's purple buff. We talked about it, right? Zane thrives on farming, and if you can get him uncomfortable there, it can give you the little bit of momentum you need to push forward in the early phase.
And right now, it's both teams just locked onto the other team's jungler. Everyone in BTK went for best player. Everyone in Cloud9 went for Zane. Both junglers go down. So at least neither team's going to get a huge lead in terms of retribution here. It's level 5 to level 6, so best player is a little bit ahead. Zane's going to need to catch up, but Cloud9 feels the momentum. They have the pressure right now.
Yeah, and you know what I say about pressure. It makes diamonds or it bursts pipes, and that's what we're going to be looking at today. Now, Basic running on this Claude. More of that mid to late game marksman, but has a lot of survivability in his kit, which is going to work really well, especially up against Harith, who could be super aggressive up close and personal in your face. And with the changes to Harith, having those additional dashes to deal some damage. Speaking of damage, though, Zane taking his first death alongside best player, both of them an eye for an eye on that turtle play, but the turtle did go over to Cloud9. Can they keep that momentum moving forward, though? You're seeing everybody shift focus down to the bottom side for a possible play. May be able to find that opportunity as Coldworld rushes on Mobile Zane.
A little bit of damage on Hoon. Marcuti able to get a couple shots off, pushing Hoon back. And you know, I came into this game thinking that BTK might have the laning phase advantage, thinking they might be a little bit faster paced, but the concussive blast on that Grok is giving Coldworld and Marcuti such a quick lane clear, and Hoon isn't able to keep up with Shark. They're getting split up, whereas Coldworld and Marcuti are rotating on the map. They're looking for plays. They're keeping map control. It does look like we might be having a pause coming up, though.
Yeah, that one came over from Fried Chicken, so as we are going to probably come back over here to your caster's desk, man, a lot to break down within the first few minutes of round number 1, right? Zane and best player, both of them dying side by side. Marcuti making up the difference and claiming that turtle. The first objective on the board for Cloud9 is going to give a little bit of advantage. Not too much to say it's out of the ballpark for BTK, but a good start for the early phase.
Yeah, I think it's pretty huge. I want to take notice real fast. If we notice the Cloud9 camera, it's the team camera. It doesn't swap around between players. All of the teams sitting around the table right now, giving real, you know, just that's the vibe we haven't. It's the first house that we've seen in NA, and it's nice to see them all together. Nice to see them all playing together. And right now, it does feel like it's making the difference. They're moving as a unit. To whereas Hoon's kind of suffering for something that we see from him. We've seen it happen before with Hoon. He's sitting a little bit too much in that mid lane. I need to see him move around a bit more. Shark's moving, but he's consistently kind of leaving Hoon behind. And Marcuti and Coldworld are able to find that cutoff point and split them up.
Yeah, I was going to say, Coldworld's doing a great job on making sure he gets to where he needs to before the opposing side can. Even invading Zane's purple buff, we got to see a little bit of that before the pause. It reminds me of when Shark was against Zane, and he would do that time and time again, and I was always pointing it out. I was like, you have to be aggressive on him. You cannot give him breathing room. But speaking of breathing room, let's go ahead and dive right back into the Land of Dawn for some more anticipated action.
All right, so now Shark, Hoon, Fried Chicken all trying to make their way to this turtle. It's a full 5v5, everybody in the house. Zia now getting involved as well, drops him on Force, able to get the vision down on Marcuti. The Avatar comes out, best player still able to get the turtle though. Shark in a little bit of trouble.
Go!
Best player looking for the target as Coldworld escapes as well. Deadly catch does not connect. Fried Chicken flickers in, does not connect as well. Everybody standing, but Nats wants more. Big final slash on the Shark. Shark taken low, able to dash away in just the nick of time. Marcuti does not connect, but Cloud9 still comes out on top. We're looking at 2-0, not only in kills, but in turtles as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was an overall win for Cloud9, and nothing traded back for BTK. They didn't find a kill. They didn't find an opportunity on the map as well. And Cloud9 putting on that pressure again. Almost able to steal that orange buff. Look at the bot side in the 2v1 lineup, but Zia, honest comfort pick with this Harris will force Nats and best player out. Right now, even though it's not high in kills, slightly in the mechanics, Cloud9 is performing a little bit better.
Cloud9, just like I said, man, they feel comfortable right now. BTK, though, they're not behind too much. It's a 2,000 gold deficit. We know, we talked about it last series. Some of the top teams can definitely play from this. We haven't seen BTK really take that full fight yet, and they are going to hit a power spike at some point. So Cloud9's job is to either keep up the aggression or watch out for the level 8 power spike and just know when their time to shine is. But here comes the wild catch, the deadly catch. Marcuti able to pop the black shoes with the IMU, back to full health.
Yeah, and that's what you said. Picking up that Valentina to kind of profit off this Lilia pickup. Both of them having the black shoes to get back to safety and also bait out some utility. You got to see Hoon bait out that final slash from Nats and then use the black shoes to get all his HP back and utilize some of that utility across the board to not have to worry about in these team fights. And those are the decisions you have to make to give your team the little bit of edge you need to win these fights. Right now, you're looking at a big, massive fracture from best player, hitting Zia Shark and Zane in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's huge. BTK's gonna have to watch out for that. Best player in his comfort zone right now on this Nolan. Feeling good about it. Here comes the conceal play. Focusing down onto Fried Chicken. Fried Chicken under the tower. But with 4 members of C9 going for the dive, there might not be an escape. The wild charge connects. Fried Chicken looks for the Earth Shatter. Norde just zoning him away now. BTK coming up to save the day, coming up to help out. Turtle on the map.
I think that was a little bit of an overcommitment. Now he doesn't have the wild charge for this turtle fight. He's going to use that wall, though, to go ahead and reset it. A wise decision and a high IQ play. And this is what you see from the greatest in North America. Right now, though, 2-1 on the scoreboard. Still a pretty even game, even though both turtles have gone to the side of Cloud9, and they're trying to claim the last one here. BTK ready to try and take it away.
Watch for best player. He's trying to be sneaky. He's hanging out up in that top bush. Mobazane can't help but start this objective, and sometimes that's not the best move, but he's going to go for it. Turtle does not get reset. Mobazane able to take it unscathed. They needed that one on the map to make sure this gold lead doesn't escape them, but look at the boss side. Basic drilling down on those towers.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Basic, one of those players, he's not really too team fight oriented, but more objective focused, right? He likes to split push and go where the enemy team is not. So he finds a trade for that turtle. Yes, they lose it, but they're able to get the turret on the bot side, and I'm okay with that. As long as you find something to kind of work in your favor. But BTK claim that turtle is going to give them a little bit of room that they need, right? Some additional XP boost, gold boost, and shielding, especially for these next team fights. You are going to have to watch out for Basic, though, on this squad. Like we said, he's going to scale through the time. He's going to pick up that DHS. He's going to pick up that the golden staff. Those enhanced basic attacks are going to be a problem when he jumps in with BMI. But right now, BTK still putting on some pressure. They are a team that knows how to play, even when they're behind.
Yeah, losing that turtle and getting that tower is a great trade for C9, honestly, because here's the thing. Next Lord comes up on top side, and if you have opposite lane control, you have control of that long lane, it gives you a huge advantage over these Lords. So making sure they did it on that third turtle, well played. Basic hanging out on that boss side, making sure the wave is continuously pushing. And the movement he has with the BMI, he's always going to be a little bit ahead of Zia, I feel like. He's always going to be able to make it back to these fights a little bit faster. So right now, with Basic in control of that lane, it's a big advantage for Cloud9.
I mean, it's a ticking time bomb right now, right? The more items he gets, the more he's going to be able to burst down the heavy frontline composition that BTK has. I mean, you're talking about a Gattatkachka, talking about an Edith, a Bane, and the Harith, who requires to play a little bit up close and personal as well. So they are going to have to watch out for him, maybe try and find a way to pick him off and stop that train that he's starting to roll on. But right now, Cloud9, you can tell they're in control of this game. They're the one kind of leading the way in terms of the map. Definitely in terms of the economy as well, spearheading the way in gold. They are up by only 1,000 gold, though. And, you know, this is the thing when it's top teams. They don't have a high kill count, but they have, like, high mechanics on taking these objectives. They play everything with such a passive play style, but know when to be aggressive as well.
Yeah, both teams taking a slow Lord. Now up. Basic getting involved up in the top side. More damage down on the tower. It's just hanging on. Fried Chicken trying to defend. Zia going back down to the boss side to clear the lane. Does Cloud9 make the big play here? All 5 members up at the top.
Yeah, you are looking at Cloud9. They lost that last turtle. They got the trade on the turret, and now going to go in for this objective. They need this Lord for push potential, and best player will be the one to seize that objective. Nobody falling in the process, and BTK not able to find a trade.
Yeah, they just rushed it, bursted it down, and, you know, you said that Cloud9 feels in control not only of the game, but just of the map right now. Playing so well, just kind of keeping BTK where they want them. BTK finally maybe going to be able to get a tower here, find something with this Lord coming towards them. It's a small win in a big game.
Yeah, you're going to see Lord make its way on the bot side. Basic continuing to farm, waiting to jump in with that BMI, ready to get a kill. Needs to watch out for him. You're going to see that Dominance Ice picked up by Cool World, trying to limit some of the, get some anti-heal to work in his favor. Now, they need to take down the turret in the mid lane to be able to invade easier on the map in their favor. It's still only 2-1, 10 minutes in. I mean, earlier we saw like, what, 15 kills in like 5 minutes? This is not the same story, and this is the difference in caliber on a higher elo team.
Basic comes in with the Blazing Duet, able to dodge out of the way of the deadly catch. MLBBN in a little bit of trouble. Avatar Guardian does come in, but MLBBN still goes down. Big knock up, wild charge coming in from Cold World. Shark next on the block, getting chopped. Fried Chicken not trying to defend, but look at Zia. Lord still crashing in. Fried Chicken in trouble. Mark Duty finds the kill. 3-0. Cloud9 decimating the Bloodthirsty Kings.
I feel like G the Ico's in the kitchen making them some steak right now. I think that's why they're getting hyped up. They are performing today, dominating in this game. The Bloodthirsty Kings need to find a way to take this back in their favor as the tier 2 falls for the mid lane.
Can I just say that Mark Duty and Cold World right now are on fire. They look like Hoon and Shark a year ago. You know, they look like Zia and Shark back in M3. I mean, these guys right now are just playing so clean as a unit. They've been aggressive from the beginning. They've been in BTK's face, and most of the time it's BTK at another team's face. BTK unable to handle the pressure right now. They got to find something out.
Yeah, but you can tell they're getting super confident from the side of Cloud9, and sometimes overconfidence breeds arrogance, and arrogance breeds mistakes. So they need to still be cautious, still take it passive, like they did this entire game if they want to maintain that momentum. Freaking momentum!
Mons Force does drop. Avatar unable to connect onto Cold World because of the passive. No knock-up. Basic gets in the Gold Meteor for a little bit of a passive protection when his health gets low. Going to give him a bit more survivability. Bloodthirsty Kings, 6K behind, Wheezy. What do they do here if they want to take this game?
I mean, they just need to hit those power spikes, right? They need to get Zia online so he can deal that damage. They need to find a way to catch Basic out of position because he is scaling through the times. He's at almost 9K gold, 1K above Zia right now. Definitely building those core items, Corrosion Sight, Golden Staff, Golden Meteor, and the Demon Hunter Sword. He's almost full kit right there at the 13-minute mark. He's ready to go in with that Blazing Duet. He's ready to go with that BMI. I think BTK, maybe they try and find a mistake. They try and, you know, like I said, the arrogance starts to breed mistakes, and that mistake can be something they can lean in on to turn this back in their favor.
I feel like the Gatakacha is a little off right now. Best player able to get another big Lord. BTK able to do nothing about it. I just feel like the ultimate's a little too telegraphed. Not only that, but Cloud9's composition doesn't really call for a team clumping up. It's a team that's looking for angles. You have Best Player trying to make his way to the backside. You have Basic, who's not getting involved until at least halfway through the fight. Gatakacha wants to go against maybe something like a Feramiz, where everyone's going to jump together. Something like an Estes, where everyone's going to be clumped together. So Shark's unable to find any big ultimates, you know? And when he does bring it out, everyone knows it's coming a second or two before the animation connects.
Yeah, it's just telegraphed, pure poetry in motion right now for Cloud9. With the Luminous Lord on the top side, lanes are being synced right now, and only Inhibitor standing for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings. It's looking like they're planning on opening up this base.
That Lord's going to be knocking down. Mark Cutie holding on the front side along with Cold World. Look for the big wild charge. Does not pop it off just yet, but the deadly catch does come out. MLBBN just trying to defend Nats. A little over. There comes the wild charge. 3-man knockup before Chicken responds to the Earth Shatter. Brings him up. Mark Cutie still dashes away to safety. And while this is happening, middle Inhibitor does go down. Best Player pulling a sneaky one around the side. Prolific Roar does finally lock in for MLBBN, but Basic still finds the tower. Cloud9 is coming in from all angles, and now MLBBN goes down. Avatar connects to nothing. Nats bites the bullet, but it doesn't matter because Basic is cleaning up with a Blazing Duet. Going to be able to BMI away. Cold World still holding down the front with Mark Cutie. Cloud9 find 2 Inhibitors and a Nats. I mean, all for the price of a Nats.
Man, that's a high price right there. That's how expensive Nats is. Look at that. Look at how much they gained from him falling right there for Cloud9. 1 Inhibitor standing for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings. The concealed play called out. Can they close this game?
Best Player looking for more. Zia trying to bounce around, trying to find an angle. Zia able to take out Cold World's Mons Force does come down. He's hard one to catch. Zia still 2-0-0. Finally got in. The magic penetration should be able to do a little bit more damage. That's who they need to come online here.
Yeah, I mean, BTK, their team win behind, still knows how to play like they're ahead, so we can't count them out just yet. We've seen Zane with the odds stacked against him still be victorious. So we'll have to see how this plays out. 7-3 on the scoreboard at the 15-minute mark. We're just now hitting 10 kills overall as a collective. Right now, almost 50K. Everybody's slowly getting to full build. You did see Cloud9 hit those power spikes a lot earlier, just due to them getting 2 turtles and also all of these lords at bay. Oh
no,
my god!
The 1v1. The 1v1. This is what they all wanted. Best player versus MLBBNA in this game. Best players coming out on top.
Yeah, able to take him down with the Nolan. The burst potential from that fracture, too much to handle. Zane, a very rough start for game number 1 on this vein, sitting at 0-4-2, and they don't have the retry, an opportunity for another Lord in Cloud9's hands.
They're gonna try to go for this Lord. The burst is so fast.
Go!
This guy doesn't have time. But now Shark on the run. Nat's able to get a nice final slash. Monsporce does come down. Sia able to dance around. Able to put up a nice amount of damage. Best player goes down the shutdown. Sia collects. Looking for more of a skill falls. Mark Judy finds him in the midst of the chaos. Who now in trouble as well. Getting bursted. Nat's on the chase. He's hungry. MLBBNA looking for the final shot, but can't get the kill. Shark on the run as well. Now well, looking for more. Shark does go down. Mark Judy with the killing spree. 3-0-5. Unkillable, untouchable. Lord coming, looking for the rush. BTK against the ropes. They're gonna lock on. Basic won't let it go down easy. That's gonna be game 1 for Cloud9.
What a game! Number 1 for the debut Cloud9 BTK, the match everybody's been waiting to see. Cloud9 starting it off early with a nice finish, claiming a victory. And honestly, it was cool, calm, collective. The addition of NACT definitely had a heavy impact. The R-Lot was there when needed with the final slash. The team overall barely missed a beat. I mean, they only lost 1 objective. They lost 1 turtle that entire game. Everything else was for the taking. Even when Basic wasn't in the team fights, he was split pushing, he was taking the turrets, and he was making the opportunities still work in their favor. And that's what you have to do if you want to take down a heavy contender like the BloodThirstyKings. But now the question is, where did BTK go wrong?
I think it was more of where did Cloud9 go right, man. I think the Grok pick was great, especially against Lilia, who has great wave clear. The Grok pick with the concussive blast gave them a guaranteed wave clear win. They were able to beat out in the laning phase, and Cold World and Mark Cutie were all over the place. Mark Cutie 3-0-5. This guy is stepping up. I've had my eyes on him since last season, ever since he joined Cloud9, and he has not disappointed. And I was one of the doubters. I was wondering if he belonged on the team, and now this dude is a monster right now. From Area 77 to here, he is proving himself.
See, I was the opposite. I was always a Mark Cutie fan. Even when he was running in the gold lane, I was like, dude, this man is a problem. He knows how to be passive and aggressive at the same time. It's just a perfect combination. And yeah, switching. I mean, the mid lane wasn't even his main role. He flexed over to the mid lane and just dominating overall. As you're seeing some of the stats pop up on the board, that doesn't even really paint the picture of the amazing gameplay we saw from match number 1. Now, for the side of BTK, they just got to put on a little bit more pressure, right? I mean, there were some things that went right, but there was a lot more that just didn't work in their favor. I think maybe they didn't expect the aggressive nature to really be that dominant on these early objectives. I mean, we got to see Cold World. You kind of mentioned him a little bit earlier. Rotating to the purple buff, rotating to the orange buff, providing that vision, and keeping Zane away from farming as easily as he's used to against other teams.
Yeah, I think a big mess up here as well. I think the Gatakacha wasn't the most solid pick. I don't know if it was testing something. I don't know if maybe they just didn't make it work right, but it did not do what was intended. And it kind of made Shark and Hoon kind of lose out there. So I don't think it's exactly over for BTK. I think it's definitely back to the drawing board. I think now they know what they are up against. But overall, I just think C9 kind of won in all positions. From jungle, we were wondering about the off lanes. Nats was given work to Fried Chicken in the early game. We might have not had the camera on it, but I was watching the mini map, and Fried Chicken's health bar was consistently low. I think they need to think about giving, I don't know if they can give that R-Lot over to Nats. It is a monstrous pick in his hands.
Yeah, we got to see what how Chicken responds in game number 2. I mean, I'm right there with you. This is not a team where it's like this is the entire story for each round. They're going to adjust, right? They're only going to get better. They know how to scale through the times and adapt. And BloodThirstyKings, if any team can pull that off,
they definitely can. And I don't like seeing a one-sided story. I don't like seeing 4 wins in a row. I like seeing an even blend of competition.
Go back and forth.
Right, that's what we want, back and forth, like a match of ping pong. And so I feel in game number 2, they need to find a way to allow Zane to get the farm he needs, right? They need to find a way to get those turtles, a way for him to get his orange and purple buffs. Does that start with Chicken in the XP lane, trying to find a way to create that opportunity with Nats on his tails? Maybe so. Is there a way they can delay Basic? If Basic's not in these team fights, they need to be winning these team fights. If Basic is split pushing and they're not going to win the team fights, then stop Basic from split pushing.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Does Zia just stay with Basic the whole time? Does he stay in that lane? Does he need to be glue on Basic, or does he get involved? Because right now it does feel like C9's Basic has a lot of confidence in his team that he can leave them and they can at least hang out with all 5 of BTK. And even if they don't get the turtle, they buy enough time and they don't lose any members so that Basic finds something in the off lane. We know that's a strategy, like you said, that's a strategy that Basic likes to take, especially early to mid game. He doesn't get too involved in team fights. He's always looking for off lanes. So BTK either needs to call on that or they need to win some of these 5v4s when it comes to the turtle.
100%. There's no in the middle. It has to be one or the other, especially up against Cloud9 right now, because, man, that was an amazing performance. That was a great debut for game number 1. Speaking of games, though, we are going to be jumping into the draft for the second match of the day, the highly anticipated match everybody has been waiting to see. Cloud9, 1 point ahead, which means they're sitting in that number 1 position technically. Can we see? You know what? Every time we see these powerhouse teams face off, though, it has always been back and forth. So, you know, we'll put this one in BTK's favor.
Kind of surprised they banned the Fanny. For me, it feels a little questionable. I mean, yes, it's good, but I don't know if it's like it right now. I think the Ling is very viable. Hayabusa and Nolan both still open. That R-Lot's still open. And if I'm BTK, I'm thinking I kind of want the R-Lot. But C9 knows that. So it's like maybe we give him something else. Maybe we force a trade here. This time, they're taking a lot more time on these bans. It's not as a quick fire and draw as last game. They're definitely thinking about this now. BTK knows what they're up against. C9 knows what they're up against.
Yeah, I mean, even Mathilda's open. So does BTK ban that out? Do they allow it to walk? I mean, that's still a strong comp for Cloud9 to kind of profit on. It's just a very shaky time when it comes to drafting and trying to ban everything out. You can't ban everything out. There's just so much on the table. But there's a direct response right there from Cloud9. They're going to go ahead and take down that alpha away from Zane. I think they just want him to run that Bane. They're trying to get him on more comfortable picks that they're used to going against. There's the Ruby pickup, though, from the side of BTK. Still can be flexed. Typically, we see it in the gold lane. This allows Edith to be picked up over there by C9. I wonder if they're going to take that away from Chicken. We'll have to see. But right now, yeah, it's definitely going to be back to the drawing boards. We're not going to see the same game plan from game number 1 like we mentioned. We're going to see BTK adjust and adapt through the times. There's that Mathilda we were looking for. So now, sustainability will work in Cloud9's favor.
I think we see that R-Lock get picked up here by C9. It's just so good in Nat's hands. They get the Matilda here. Maybe they go for something else, but BTK with the Ruby pickup up front. I'm wondering if they're going to go for something we saw last week where they put Zia on a fighter in the gold lane and maybe give Mobazane something like the Roger, maybe give him something a bit more quick moving, maybe completely just switch up here. C9 on the other hand instead go for the Vexana, so taking a very different approach. I mean, a very different draft than last game, and like I said, this is a format where it leaves a lot of breathing room for these types of drafts where you can have some fun, you can test different things. You're even BTK, it's not a best of 3 where you're just going to get knocked out if you lose this game. Everything's not on the line right here. You have 4 games to put points on the board. There is no the match winning point here. There's no match point. So we are going to see Mobazane on the Julian, though. Arlot does get picked up by Fried Chicken, so they take that away. So now we're just wondering, is this Ruby going to be in Shark's hand, or will they go fighter off lanes?
Oh, man. Picking up that Julian this early. This is interesting, right? I mean, I honestly would have probably went the Roger route like you mentioned. I like the Roger when you have the Ruby in the gold lane. I think it's just a little bit safer. You are going to see Cloud9, though, similar to game number 1, best player. Hey, he did it once. Why not again? He is going to pick up that Nolan. Now, they are, I say, lacking a little bit in the crowd control. Yeah, they got the Eternal Guard over there by the Vexana, but I feel like they need a little bit more additional CC, and that should be able to be made up inside of the XP lane. You know who's still available? Hylos is still on the table. If they do want to pick that up. We have yet to see it.
Big chance it could get banned out here. Especially since Nat still has an open EXP lane here. Big chance BTK might ban it out. Maybe they won't. Maybe they have a plan for it. Maybe Fried Chicken feels comfortable against it. I wouldn't personally feel comfortable against it, especially with a composition like Matilda and Nolan on the field, where you're just going to get this Highland and Hylos and high horsepower moving around the map, you know? It's definitely a scary pick to add to C9's composition right now. They already have damage with Best Player, decent damage with Mark Cutie on this Vexana. C9 is on the ban though right now. I do have one possibility. What if the Julian goes mid?
I mean,
we saw it a little bit in the past. We haven't seen it in a bit, but it's a possibility. It could be the wild card.
It really could. I mean, it's been flexed in the past. Yeah, we'll have to see. There goes that Khalid ban out though. They were watching Nats from last week. Just dominating. So we'll have to see how this this Julian kind of steps into that. Will it be a jungle Julian? Can it be flex? If it is flex, I feel like it may be a little bit of a gamble just because it hasn't really been tested as much in today's day and age as what me and you have seen in the past with previous NACTs. Now for the side of Cloud9, they've got some options for that XP lane. A lot is open. You know who else is out there? Terizla. I was just about to say that. Dang, you beat me to the punch. Even though Terizla got a little bit of a nerf, he is still a problem. Even though you're not playing him for necessarily damage, you're playing him for utility, right? He has the anti-CC. He has that penalty zone to be able to drop down and give some massive setups. And we saw that last weekend for round 1. So I think that's a wise decision from the side of Cloud9. Honestly, right now, I'm kind of favoring their draft a little bit more. We have to see how BTK closes this draft out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot on the line for BTK here. I think if this game goes to C9, it could definitely be a downhill slope. Momentum is definitely going to be important. Morale is going to be important. And as we saw, C9, they're hanging out together, man. When you're in a room together and you win a game, you're feeling yourselves. And that's just going to keep on going up. So they're feeling good. They pick up the Terizla. Going to be great on Nats here. You have some nice engage. You have a great diver behind Cold World as well. BTK round things out with the Yve and the Edith. So it is the gold lane Ruby most likely here. Maybe Edith Rome, Fried Chicken Arlot.
I would love to see it, but I think right now I like Cloud9's draft a little bit better because even with the Yve, there's some answers, right? Not only is Cold World running on this Mathilda, he can do the Mathilda Airlines, the Circling Eagle, bring somebody with him while Yve is stationary with that real world manipulation. Not to mention, basic, you know, he just picked that last moment Claude, so he has the BMI to be able to get out to safety, to be able to extend that distance away. And then you have Nats who can just jump in to the Yve, wait for that manipulation to drop down, which means Hoon is going to have some excellent placement to be able to provide that utility and slow that the team is going to be looking for, especially in this early phase. But with round number 2 on the way, let us know your guys' thoughts on who you think won this draft and which way you think this round is going to go.
It's definitely going to be a big question as we jump in to game number 2. Can BTK put a point on the map and even things out? Or will C9 continue their climb right now? It's definitely a lot on the line, and BTK brings a very interesting draft to the field. How are we feeling about it?
Oh man, honestly, I don't really like it too much with the Julian jungle pickups from Zane.
There's the damage.
Like the damage is a little what I'm kind of looking at seeing. Best player, we saw how the Nolan affected BTK. Not to mention, they need to make sure they stop Cloud9 from taking these objectives. It's very imperative because Cold World has Mathilda. If you let that Mathilda scale, those heals are going to be very hard to deal with, and they're going to be able to close that distance on BTK with no problem.
Oh, sorry, that was a lot of damage on a Hoon there.
Yeah, he quickly got
sent back
down.
again. Oops, sorry. If
No, you're
Hoon
good.
gets sent back again, this is becoming a problem. For a second, I felt like they finally won on wave clear this in game number 2, and then they stuck around in that mid lane, let Mark Cutie and Cold World get the jump on them. And now, once again, BTK is going to be a little bit behind in this laning phase in terms of rotation. And Cold World and Mark Cutie, they know the objective. They're gonna move, man. Cold World's going to make his way up. They're going to keep tabs. One thing that BTK does have going is they do seem to have a decent river control. Overall, it's not too pushed in like it was last game, because last game Cold World and Mark Cutie...
Massive kill. Hoon takes down Cold World over there by Sharp with that amazing knock-up. First blood for BTK.
Okay, hopefully that means we got us a series. Hopefully that means we got us a game. Big fracture from best player, though. BTK looking for plays. Fried Chicken versus Nats. This is the match everyone's been waiting for. Last time Nats seemed to have the advantage. Can Fried Chicken turn the tables this time?
Yeah, I mean, right now, like we said, BTK is known to kind of turn the tables back in their favor. I'm hoping for a match of ping pong where they're able to kind of even out the scoreboard. You don't want to see a one-sided story, but Cloud9, eyes on the prize, focusing on the turtle pit, may be able to take this away. Best player with direction play, and now the clash on the way. Final slash does not hit the mark. Nas rushing in with the execution strike onto Shark. One more hit. Not able to close the distance. Maybe punish. No, he does get it. Shark falls. Chicken now at a deficit of numbers. 3v1. Circling Eagle disengages, but Cold World locks on with the kill.
Another one. 2-1 turtle into the hands of Cloud9. BTK falling behind. Once again, it's 3 minutes in, and look at the gold plating. It's going to go into Nat's hand right here. Fried Chicken not going to be able to make it up there for at least another 3 to 5 seconds. Taking a look at these items. Nothing too crazy. Nats is going right into damage here. Looks like he may be working into... Is there going to be an endless battle there? As his first item, did pick up the tough boots. Going to be a little bit reliable against some of the CC that the Ruby or the Arlot might bring to the table. But luckily, Mobazane hasn't died. I think what he needs to do... He's no longer a Fredrin, man. He's no longer a big tanky jungle. He doesn't always have to be the first one to engage on these objectives. If you watch the way best player takes it sometimes, he looks for angles, he waits for his time to come in, so he lets the other team sometimes start the objective. And I think that's where Mobazane needs to get his headspace at.
Yeah, definitely need to find a way to get that farm and turn this back in his favor. Even though he didn't fall, it still could be promising to shift the momentum on BTK's side. But right now, Cloud9, with that turtle, with the kills being in their favor, they are going to have to watch out. Still keeping an eye on Basic. I mean, now he's going up against a Ruby. Ruby who's sustainable, but Basic who definitely can apply that late game damage if you let him scale. And if they keep getting these objectives, we're going to start seeing that BMI, that Blazing Duet, hit like a truck once he gets those core items. I got to see how it goes. Right now, BTK, they need to do something to turn this tide.
Ooh, a lot of damage on a Hoon there.
Ooh, manipulation dropping down. Best player in the mid lane, forced to go back and recall. Turtle available with best player out of position. Won't be able to get the retro play. Zane does spot this out. Wastes no time on this objective, but that's trying to delay him. Gets him with the penalty zone and the execution strike. Chicken forced to engage. Nat saved by Cold World. Pull back to safety. Buys him the time needed. Best player is now in the turtle pit. Distance for retribution. He gets Shark. But Zane gets the turtle. Nat will fall. Zane able to claim that kill as well. They have found the opportunity they were looking for.
Okay, BTK needed that. Zane able to not only get a kill, but also get the turtle, spiking them back up, lowering that gold deficit. They find an orange buff as well. They steal it away. This is huge for BTK. Keeps them in the game. It was looking a little sketchy there for a second. Hoon did just get the book in, able to get an item in, also has a kill. And the Eve is going to start doing a bit more damage. It's going to start being a bit more reliable. And once BTK is able to kind of clump up as a 5-man, the RWM comboed up with the Ruby is definitely a deadly combo. Zia can really hold people into that box as long as possible. So a lot of possibilities in the composition that BTK has brought. They just need to make it work.
Oh, speaking of making it work, final slash. Oh, he does drop the RWM as well. Best players able to survive both of those ultimates, which means if they decide to engage, they can definitely make it work in their favor. I do agree with you, though. Right now, Zia is definitely going to have a heavy impact when the RWM drops down, and he's doing a great job on cutting the lane against Basic. We said, does he stick on Basic like glue? How does he find a way to stop him from rotating? And right now, he's doing exactly that.
Yeah, the real, there's one thing kind of the big counter to Hoon's real world manipulation right now is going to kind of be this Matilda. Cold World's going to be able to get people out of there quickly. So it was a little bit of a surprise to see it picked up so late in the draft after the Matilda was kind of already locked in. So they have to kind of think of that, right? It's going to be a little bit tougher to keep Cloud9 in the box where they want to fight but BTK doesn't care. They're finding towers on the map. They're kind of moving as a unit now, and that's when I think BTK is going to play at their best, when they are together, when they are working as a team, especially because Cloud9 likes to kind of keep things spread out. They like to attack from multiple different faces, so BTK needs to take advantage of that and look for the pickoffs. Look for the one person kind of hanging out in the off lane, kind of like how Nats is getting pushed back. MLBBN should be able to get another turtle here. Let's see what BTK can do with it.
Yeah, Zia rushing in, hit with the BMI, gonna chunk him down to 50% HP, circling Eagle in, locked for a kill. Marcuti able to deal the final touches. Down goes Zia. Not able to take the turret though, so I mean, it was a kill, but at what cost? You are looking at BTK still leading in terms of the map and able to take 2 turtles to 1, which means they have found a way to gain control of this game compared to number 1.
Yeah, they definitely have found, they found some control. They found a gold lead. Cloud9, though, is going to hit a power spike very soon. Base is going to get that second, third item locked in around 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Wait!
Ooh, big final slash for the knockup. Nats needs to get out of there. Execution strike trying to negate the CC, but the damage is still there. Able to keep him alive. Pro World with the last minute save, but Marquis, man, has been left behind. He does fall and the turret drops alongside him. Mid as well, BTK climbing on the objectives.
Yeah, getting this mid is huge, especially since Best Player was able to take that tier 3 on the top side. Best Player looks for the trade, does find it, but now the trade still falls into the hands of BTK, seeing as they find the tier 3 in the middle there. BTK now finding more map control, more purchase on what they're trying to grab here. Gonna look for another orange buff, and I think BTK just needs to keep up this pressure.
Yeah, and right now, circling Eagle again, not going to really be able to do anything there, trying to deal some chip damage. Right now, BTK is at a massive advantage. I mean, you're seeing some of the items pop up on the board right now, just scaling through the times.
All right, so Basic just got the Golden Staff locked in. He's got the DHS. Next thing's going to be the Corrosion Scythe. At this point, Basic can still do a good chunk of damage. In another minute or two, or another 2 or 3 minutes, he'll be doing even more. And I think that's going to be the time that Cloud9 really wants to try to capitalize on some team fights. So we're just kind of waiting at this point, right? We're biding a little bit more time. White Chicken, a little bit of trouble. Basic getting some chunk down. We'll be able to get away from there. Cloud9, as long as they don't lose too much, they are still very much in this game.
Yeah, still in the game. Zane, though, will clear the turret on the top side to open up the map even more in BTK's favor. I think this is going to be a longer game than expected, right? This is going to go down to whoever makes a mistake in the end game. I feel like C9, even though they're losing these turrets right now, it's going to be BTK trying to close it out where I feel like they're going to kind of struggle. But we'll see. We are looking at the Lord in play. Mobile Zane in position to claim it. Basic claiming the turtle off screen. The turret off screen. Zane able to get the Lord. Both sides fighting out though. Airborne knockup on the chicken. A lot of crowd control not working in his favor. Nats able to shut him down. Zia in the heart of the battle. Takes some hits himself. Nats does rush again on the Hood. But who will find him forced to use the RWM?
Look at boss side though. Basic cleaning up. Cloud9 always finding trades. It's something they do so well at. BloodThirstyKings though, they get that Lord. They get a lot of that trade. They find Nats. They're able to push in, put more pressure on orange buff side for Cloud9. Cloud9 does not go unchecked. Best player down. Zia starting to output some damage as well. The composition is rounding out for BTK.
That was a little risky for best player. I mean, look how far he was from everybody else. I mean, I know you're running on this Nolan, right? You have the burst potential, but is it worth it? Right? I mean, there's a Lord pushing on the top side. Now you have to wait to spawn back in, and this is a potential for them to crack open the base up against Cloud9.
I feel like both teams are making a few overextensions here, but are making up for it in other places. White Chicken in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, in some trouble with the Lord on the double on the top side. Makes his way to the inhibitor, circling Eagle all the way from Cold World. A little bit of utility wasted. But right now, Cloud9 able to put on that pressure. They lose their tier 2 turret for the mid and the top side. Still holding on to the bottom and still holding on to their inhibitors. Right now, BTK with a slight lead.
Yeah, honestly, Cloud9 has beautiful siege defense here, right? You have base, you have the marksman who can shred down a Lord. You have that Eternal Guardian that can really drop down on some people when they try to come through the bottleneck of the towers. You have a lot of answers to people trying to come into your base. So BloodThirstyKings, I don't think they're going to be able to just walk in. I think they're going to need to look for the pick or two, right? They're going to need to take out a player or two before they can really encroach. And as long as Cloud9 can kind of not lose anybody, they can hang on in this fight. So it's really a battle of will still here, and who's going to be able to find that game-winning moment? Can BTK take out a member or two so they can get the big base rush? Can Cloud9 hold out and buy themselves enough time till Basic can just shred everyone down?
Well, that's the question, Basic, right? Is he going to actually go in for these team fights right now? I mean, we're pretty much in a position where Cloud9 can still turn this around. Does he go in for the team fights, or does he try and get the sneaky play and take some turrets? This is where Basic kind of separates himself from a lot of majority of the marksmen. Even, you know, in the international tournaments we've seen, he likes to go in for that split push. You look at him right now. Look where he's at. He's on the top side. I think he's going to possibly go in for that. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on his rotations, especially for these next engagements. They're going to be crucial right now. 15 seconds until the next Lord spawns in.
Ooh, Zia able to get a nice grab. Best player might be in trouble.
I think he's good, though. He's able to get out of there. Crow World with the distraction of the circling eagle.
No.
Nope, looks like he got caught.
Nah, fam.
They're going to drop everything they got on him. I mean, without the retribution, it's a possible free play. But look at Basic. I just talked about this split push on the top side. He's not with the team. He's not engaging. He's just trying to go in and open up this map even more in their favor for a potential closeout.
Is it worth it, Weezy? Like, that's my question, right? Wait a second, a little bit of damage on Zia here.
Yeah, circling eagle for a means of escape. No, Komo dives back in. A lot of damage going in from both sides. BMI plays a duet combination. Zia will find Mark Cutie, able to take down another member of Cloud9. They definitely don't have the numbers to work in their favor. This is a chance for BTK to claim this Lord.
Here's the thing, right? Where the Ruby is really coming in clutch here is normally Nats has a very clear objective, right? It's like, I go for the gold lane, I go for the mage, maybe I go for the jungler if I see him, but there is no gold laner to go for right now, right? There's a lot of bulky boys sitting in the front line, and Nats does not have a clear target. And even if he does lock on to Hoon has the passive shield if he wants to proc the RWM. He has Zia and Fly Chicken kind of peeling for him, kiting for him, and you're immediately getting locked up whenever you try to engage. So it's hard for Nats. Same thing for Cold World. If he tries to dive in, he's getting locked up by the scythe. So it's an issue that Cloud9 has to find an answer to with Lord marching down.
And they need to find that answer fast. As the inhibitor for the mid lane does fall, Hoon will be the one to kind of take that in their favor. Right now, 5 versus 5. Do they go in and try and do some damage on the base? Because I feel like they don't have the opportunity. It is going to be bursted down. Forced out of the base, but Nat is going to grab all 4 members of BTK. The battle's on. Zane finds Basic. Zia finds Nats. A little bit of an over-engagement and overextension could be caught. The Bloodthirsty Kings wasting no time. Best player falls short. Shuts him down, and Zane to finish with the triple kill. Down goes the base crystal, and BTK claims game number 2 against Cloud9.
Is this not what we've been waiting for? It's 1-1 BTK up against Cloud9, second week of the season. And I'm sure there was a lot of people wondering what was going on with BTK in game number 1. Well, they just showed you they were ready for game 2, and they did it the same way Cloud9 did them in game 1. They took it with a very clean fashion. Now it's a game. Now it looks like we could go the long haul, and this is what we wanted. Overall, I gotta say, MLBBN and the Julian was very clean. He had the support he needed. He was able to output the damage. Zia as well on the Ruby. Started really outputting, I would say, but 5-0 and 6. MLBBN, Julian, Assassin. How we feeling about it?
Oh, man. I know the crowd is going wild. Like I said, I like a match of ping pong. I'd like to see it be a little bit more of an even setup, and that's what we're seeing today. BTK went back to the drawing board, and they found an answer for Cloud9, and now Cloud9 has to do the same exact thing. Do they have that in them to be able to turn this back around and have the momentum boost for this series? Both of them tied 1-1, which means they're sitting in that number 1 position still with an even matchup. Now, we asked the question about Basic, right? Split pushing that late in the game instead of team fighting. I mean, he didn't have a single kill on this Claude, and this is technically late game Claude, right? He had everything he needed to be able to dish out that damage. Yeah, they were slightly behind in the turrets, but I feel like if he could have just played a little bit more with the team, it could have tipped the scales a little bit easier to win those team fights. But instead, trying to take the turrets, I feel like it's a little hard when it gets to those situations. But it's starting to become a little bit of a repetitive pattern. I think maybe for game number 3, if he's in that situation, try the team fight. See how that goes and see if it makes a difference. Because right now, every time that split push goes out, it just doesn't really seem to work in his favor.
It's tough, and I mean, don't get me wrong, Claude is a shredder, but he is not the shredder, so it is a tough position. And you know, there's not really much excuse for communication, right? They're all in the same room. So I got to think that the whole team was okay with what he was doing, right? I don't think it was just like a basic, making a basic move in general. I think that was the idea. They also had a very tough time engaging on the composition of BTK. So what could he really do in those team fights? I think maybe they needed a bit more time, but I don't know, man. It's a hard call to make. But overall, MLBBNA MVP on the Julian. Now, I was reading the chat a bit. People were not happy with the Julian pick, but MLBBNA showed up on it this game, 5-0 and 6.
Look at him just smiling at the chat right now, letting them know. That's my Julian. He's letting them know.
This ain't just anybody's Julian.
That's Zane's Julian. 1-1 on the scoreboard. You'd love to see it. You never know which way it's going to go, and that just shows you that North America's in great hands with some of these hot prospects in this NACT fall season.
I got to say, another big thing is we saw in the last game, Mark Cutie and Cold World had control of the mid lane, and they just had pressure on BTK's side of the river the whole time. This time, Shark and Hoon step up their game a bit. They get that, remember that first pickoff? Shark got the big knock up. The flicker, he was in the mid river bush, flickers to enemy jungle bush, gets that first pickoff, and we immediately see them kind of reverse that pressure. And I think that's going to be kind of what we need to watch out for in these next 2 games. Who has river control in those first 4 minutes, right? Who's pushing into the enemy jungle in those first few minutes? And it felt like BTK was doing. They were able to steal an orange buff early on. They were able to do a lot in those first few minutes. And I think whoever's able to apply that pressure could maybe end up just being the winner of the game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the tank mage synergy is very impactful, and it showcases with today's series. And you are right. It's whoever can get to the punch a little bit faster and who can be more as a collective hype mentality to pull off that synergy. And right now, I mean, we saw both teams are capable of doing it, but who can do it more fluid, right? Who can be more consistent in these rounds yet to come? And I think right now, with it being even, I love what I'm seeing. High hero pool, 3-dimensional drafting. I think even when Zane pulls out something like the Julian and everybody's doubting him, he shows the world that, hey, I have a plan, and the plan shows to work. So we're just letting the pros be the pros, and we're here to witness the greatness. And right now, greatness is in the making between these 2 teams.
Oh, the greatness. I love the great. You know, M6, we're great again. I love it. You know, all that good stuff. North American Challenge Tournament, who's going to be the greatest here in NA? And right now, we're looking at possibly one of those 2 teams. We'll see how things unfold throughout the rest of the season, but it's 1-1. And, you know, we talked a bit about, we've been talking a lot about Mark Cutie, Cold World, Hoon, Shark. This time, we mentioned EXP lane in the very beginning before this series started, and Nats kind of gave Fried Chicken the business in game number 1. But this time, Fried Chicken responded, man, and I'm at a point where I'm wondering, do we think it's just hero matchup? Like, is one of them clearly better than the other, or is it going to all come to who gets what in the draft? Because it's kind of feeling draft when it comes to these 2 players. Last time the R-Lot went to Nats, he was given work. This time, Fried Chicken gets the R-Lot, and he was putting in work.
It's hard because, honestly, I feel like both of them are doing what they're supposed to do in the XP lane. I feel like it's the tank mage synergy that's kind of having a heavy swing on how they perform over there. Being able to gank, being able to get those turtles is what is being more of the difference. Like Zane being invaded on his jungle, I feel like is what kind of led to C9 winning in the XP lane in game number 1. But with game number 2 with the Julian, we didn't see too many invasions. And not too many times we saw Zane not able to get his orange, his purple buff. So you didn't really see Chicken struggle too much in that lane when Zane was comfortable thriving. So I think tank mage synergy is what really kind of dictates that, at least for these 2 teams. Speaking of these 2 teams, we are now jumping into game number 3. An even trade for both sides, 1-1 in this series.
I just want to say this right now, the meta is so refreshing, man. It is like I feel like every draft we've seen different things. Every ban phase we've seen at least one hero change. This time we're going to see the Ruby on the side of C9, so none of that for BTK. And it doesn't feel game ruining to ban something a little off in game number 2 or 3, right? It doesn't seem game ruining to not pick a certain hero in the first 3 choices, right? And that's normally how it's been for the past several years. And this time, things definitely feel very open on both of these teams. C9 are on blue side with the R-Lot open. I definitely think they favor that. They're going to pick it up, put it into the hands of Nats. How does BTK respond? They have to change it up from what they did in game 1.
Oh, the Arlott is such a strong pick. We've seen it it's been pretty much the deciding factor on which team wins. I mean, every side the Arlott's on, the winner prevails. So I think it's a good read from the side of Cloud9. Still can be flexed if they do want to put it in the wrong position. That's okay. But now Chicken has to decide how he wants to respond. Usually BTK, we see them kind of prioritize Chicken, right? The Edith is still on the table. Does he go in for that? Is that something he wants to let up for grabs? The Mathilda, again, is a potential pickup. We got to see Cloud9 perform on the Mathilda, but we haven't got to see BTK do it yet. There goes that Valentina, though. A little early for Valentina, but yeah, again, it's a good take because it can profit off the final slash. It also provides some draft pressure. There goes that Edith we were talking about for the XP lane matchup, and I think it's a good read.
I think the Valentina, yes, the Valentina could be early, but also I think it's really good against Cloud9, especially in this position. Last game, BTK banned out the Valentina because they didn't want Mark Cutie to have it. This time, they know they can't ban it, so they go for the trade more. Fine, you get the Arlott, but we're going to steal Mark Cutie's Valentina, make sure he can't play that, but Mark Cutie brings in... I'm having a mind blank. The Lu Yi, thank you, Weez. I wouldn't know what I'd do without you. Brings in the Lu Yi, which was a hero that was so meta last year we barely ever saw it, but this time it's got a more stable pick rate. It's getting picked sometimes it's not, but it definitely brings a very different dimension to the game.
Julian is picked up this time on the side of Cloud9, taking that away from Mova Zane. Zane can still run the Bane though. I mean, it's
or the Nolan.
Yeah, he could run the Nolan too, and he has run the Nolan previously. So I think nonetheless he should be comfortable whichever way it goes. He can still run a Roger if you really wanted to. There goes the tick pickup though. So they are going to have some great crowd control. Not only do they have the Valentina to be able to use the IMU, can take away the diversion over there from the Lu Yi, can take the final slash, but then you also have a Tig to make up for it with the crowd control on top of that. So right now it's good. There's not a jungler yet. Right now for the side of BTK. We're yet to see what Zane is going to pull to the table for game number 3.
Yeah, C9's not going to give Zane that many options, I will tell you that. The fact that if Zane doesn't pick jungle in first 3 picks, it is getting targeted down on. There goes the Bane. Up next, big chance they might ban out the Noland, something of that nature. We do see the Claude get banned out, so also basic, losing some options. BTK will have first pick next, and I honestly don't think that... I think there's a big chance we don't see them pick up Zane first. I think they go for gold lane first, especially since they also haven't picked up their gold lane. Maybe they slot Zia with the Harith and leave basic with not many other choices, right? Alice is still out there, actually. Alice, Zia might pick Alice, and Mobazane might go something like the Roger, like you said, like something damaging. I think that could end up being the play here.
Moskov is slept on too. I feel like the Moskov can still be slotted. A lot of teams have been overlooking him recently in this NACT. But yeah, I definitely think the gold lane prow is a wise opportunity. There's no reason to slot in Zane right here. I mean, I guess you could if you still want to kind of read the draft, but I feel like saving that for the last pick could be a wise decision. Now, I'm looking at crowd control, still leaning heavily for the side of Cloud9. You have the Yin Yang overturn over there, the duality from this Lu Yi. And it profits massively with the Astro's Eye over there from this Arlott to be able to get those sets, right? He's going to be able to dash in multiple times as long as you can hit that CC chain. So it's a good look over there for this Arlott. Now, how do we see BTK respond, right? You see a Tig. He can be aggressive, but you can't really rush in to a Lu Yi like that. It's not that easy, right? You're going to get hit once, then twice, then you're going to get stopped in your tracks. So this is going to force Shark to be a little bit more... selective on the angles he hits these implosion plays.
Listen, this ain't no offense, but this ain't no Tara Tig reel right here. This is a Shark Tig reel. We're gonna see some flicker implosions. I will say this Tigreal will have a way to get in. Mobazane is going to pick up the Noland here. They do not prio the gold lane. Going to let Zia get the final pick, the possible counter pick. C9, what do they go for? Like we said, we have the Harith open. We have the Alice open. The Lunox got banned out. We have the Moskov. Plenty of options here. C9 going to go for the carry.
Oh, okay. Spicy. It's a little interesting. The carry definitely can soak into the Tigreal, the Edith. You have to watch out for that Nolan, though. If he closes that distance, he is going to burst down that carry like it's nobody's business. But if C9 can scale, then that's when the carry will kind of profit. Now, with the carry, though, this means that Basic's not going to be able to split push like we've been seeing, right? Carry is nowhere near as mobile as that Claude. So if you see him on the opposite side of the map, you're going to see a quick conceal and a quick kill going into PTK's favor. So this is probably going to be Basic being more team fight oriented and trying to scale in his actual lane and get ready for the engagements.
It's C9 telling Basic, listen, you're with us this game, okay? You're gonna stay right here this game. Ain't none of that running around the map stuff. And there goes that Alice pick from Zia. So I think I like this, man. I think Mobazane feels comfortable with a nice box around him. You mix that in with Hoon on this Valentina as well. It's aggressive. It is definitely in your face. It is divey. It is what BTK wants. Cloud9 once again taking the more around the map angle here, man. Their composition scene, it's like we have two very different playstyles from both these teams. BTK wants to regularly kind of stick together, look for these big clumped up fights, where Cloud9 wants to regularly look for angles, look for range, have players around the map, look for teleports. Cold World on the Cho and now Basic on this carry. I like it. It's going to definitely be a battle of who comes out on top.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be finding out today. Both of these teams even on the scoreboard for our final series of the day. The powerhouse teams of North America sitting in that #1 position. The Bloodthirsty Kings up against Cloud9.
All right, so let's give the breakdown real quick, because we talked about the carry being a little bit short range, and I think there's more to risk than just the Noland on this carry. Pretty much, if he gets close to anyone, it makes the Tigreal's job a little bit easier too, we could say, because we were wondering how he's going to get in. He doesn't have as much of a distance to close at this point, so I think what's big for Cloud9 is don't get too clumped up at any points. Find those angles that you're looking for. Let Cold World try to get these pickoffs and use those teleports to the best of your ability. That is going to be huge. And BTK wants to look for the big 4 or 5 man fights as soon as possible. I'm talking second, third turtle. Try to get everyone together. Try to look for those invades. Put as much pressure down as possible.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be looking for. Has Zane going to go in for that purple buff? You saw a little bit of a possible invasion, but they decided to disengage. A wise decision. Now, what does Hoon do, right? Does Hoon pick up the diversion over there from this Lu Yi to be able to teleport across the map? Or does he go for a little bit more of an aggressive ultimate, like the final slash, especially for this turtle that is going to be popping up?
Here we go again. Fried Chicken versus Nats. This is what we saw in game 1, and Nats got the upper hand. Fried Chicken in trouble. Cold World coming in. G-Kondo, the knockup. Fried Chicken just able to get away. Shark there in time. That was a close call for Fried Chicken. He knows how to test his limits.
He didn't go back, though. He's waiting. He's just going to continue to rotate around. Definitely showcases his comfortability on this Edith. We talked about Fried Chicken on the Edith, too. It's a comfort pick that he often either chooses to run or flexes it over to Shark. This time, Shark, though, is going to be running the TIG. He's going to showcase to the world the proper way to get these sets on the implosion. But we're going to have to see, like we mentioned, he has to hit angles, right? You're running up against a Lu Yi who has an easier way to kind of hit him with that chain CC. Now, with the turtle spawning in, who will be able to claim this one? Game 1, Cloud9 was on fire. They were able to find a way to stop BTK from these neutral objectives. But game 2, it was a totally different story. And here we are for game number 3.
Whoa. Big diversion comes in, able to spot C9 with the airdrop. Shark in a little bit of trouble. Hoon now moving on to Nats, best player, able to get the turtle, and Cloud9 backs off. They got the objective they came for. A well play of the diversion. I think as long as Marcuti doesn't get stingy with them, just keep using them, man. Every time you have them, use them. I think that's what's important for a lot of Lu Yi players. I think sometimes they're a little too stingy on those diversions.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask, right? How is he going to use these diversions? Is he going to be aggressive early and use them for kills, or is he going to be there for placement to make the team uncomfortable? Speaking of placement, though.
Ooh. This time, Fried Chicken getting the better of Nats in the top lane. I like it, man. We're wondering. Oh, the Cold World's like, not today. Fried Chicken goes down. This ain't a 1v1. This is a 5v5.
My man slid on him. He slid on him on the top side. Nats wasn't even phased. I think he planned the whole thing.
Very possible. Diversion might be coming. Cold World able to get repositioned, and this is where I think the diversion is really going to come in clutch. They're just going to be airdropping Cold World all around the map, so he can find the angles we've been talking about. Cloud9 holding down the game with a 1,000 gold lead right now.
Yeah, 1,000 gold lead. I mean, that's pretty decent, especially only being 3 minutes in. Implosion.
A lot of damage. Cold World bites the dust. Hoon able to get the kill, tying it up 1-1. Still 800 gold lead for Cloud9, but BTK showing they still got something.
Yeah, 1-1 with both sides tied up. I mean, you did see the first turtle go over to Cloud9, giving them a slight advantage, but BTK still on their tail. An even matchup between both of these teams. Shark, though, taking a little bit of damage. Hoon catches some as well in the mid lane. Right now, Zane, we got to see how he kind of performs on this Nolan. Look at him, ready for some burst damage. Spotted out, though, by Cold World.
Oh, the way the Dragon does connect. Cold World gets stopped in his tracks, though. The fracture locks on to Cold World. Hoon, Fried Chicken coming out from the backside. Cloud9 know they're there. They're going to back off. Cold World keeping tabs on. He has kept tabs this whole time. Watch for that divergent play. Around the side, MLBBN forced to run away. They're on the fight for the purple. Nats with the final slash. Fried Chicken with the primal wrath. Able to dodge back. Shark looking for Marquis. Fried Chicken going to flicker in. They're going to lock down. Nats brought low. Best player taken out. Nats going to be next. Fried Chicken with the revenge kill. Now MLBBN up against Marquis, but Marquis gets the duality proc. He's going to pay his life for it, but that is a good trade to help save the day. Still, though, it's going to be 4-2 if Marquis goes down here, and he's just playing with them. Marquis still up. Marquis still standing, finally taken out. Hoon gets the kill. It's 4-2. BTK finally finds the lead.
No, he's buying time, though. Look at the top side. Basic. Able to take all the gold plating off of that turf. Bot lane, though.
Damage. Zia should be okay. Able to dodge the enhanced chains, able to flicker flowing blood to the side, and he keeps going. Zia on fire, takes out best player. Nats is trying to clear the wave. Zia not done just yet. They're going to move on to this turtle now.
No, but Cloud9, they win that trade. Oh my goodness.
I don't know. I don't know if they will. Yes, they get the tower, but they lose jungler. Now they lose Nats as well. And if best player keeps falling behind, it is a good trade for BTK because MLBBN's gonna have the advantage when it comes to these big objectives. Best player is back on the map. Zane can get a level lead. It's gonna be huge for them. Another turtle going into the pockets of BTK.
Yeah, great turtle for their side. Cold World with the G Kondo out to safety. With that turtle secured, definitely an overall great trade for the BloodThirstyKings. A good read, though, from Basic on the top side, making the most out of the situation, at least able to find a trade-off by taking a turret. But on the bot side, they find a turret as well. So BTK still leading the way with a minor advantage.
Yeah, CD9's got to think about it, right? And Basic, he hasn't taken a death yet. He has gotten the gold lane treatment. He's been able to farm. He's gotten a bunch of gold plating, a bunch of minions. He's gotten a tower. Let's take a look at his items. He's honestly not that far ahead of Zia, though. Only 300 gold or 350 gold, 400 gold. He's got a second item locked in. This is where we saw him at last game when we were wondering when he was going to get involved. And look at the damage. Best player taking out the pick potential from BTK right now. But Cold World looking for a pick of his own with the way of the Dragon. Unable to lock on to MLBBN, though. MLBBN still gets back, and now it's the response. Nats goes down. BTK on the chase. Marquis gonna be next. Cold World falls as well. It's a 4-man wipeout along with a tier 3 in the mid side. They want to turn it into a tier 2. BTK not stopping.
Yeah, Basic with the split push on the bot side is able to take that turret. But the mid falls, which means BTK will have an easier time invading onto the side of Cloud9, which is going to push them even further back on their side of the map. You're going to see Blade of Hephaestus picked up by MLBBN for some initial burst damage upon contact, which is something they're going to have to watch out for as well. I mean, you've seen the burst potential, right? Zane just bursted down. Best player off to a rough start on this Julian. 0-3-0. Highest kills in the game right now is going to go to Hoon. On this Valentina, you know, he locked it in early. We said, was it a little too early? Looks like it wasn't, as Hoon is profiting and kind of dominating a mid lane menace in the making for game number 3.
Yeah, I think the Valentina pick was so clutch to take from Marquis. Marquis really thrives on these aggressive, highly mobile mages. Wants to be able to get in your face, wants to be able to output damage, and honestly, something as slow moving as the Lu Yi, yes, it has that divergent, but there's no dashes in that kit, right? There's no finding those angles in that kit other than teleporting, and that's only coming every minute or so. So I think right now, that's where they're kind of falling down, and I talked about in the very beginning, the mid lane is going to be crucial in this matchup. Marquis and Cold World up against Hoon and Shark, and right now Hoon and Shark are making the plays happen.
Yeah, the mid lane tank matchup, the synergy is what's going to make the difference between both of these teams. And BTK, like game number 2, It seemed like it's the same story for game number 3. We need to see Cold World get a little bit more setups. Marcuti find a diversion play to keep BTK on their toes, pressure them across the map, maybe even help Basic split push at this point. But right now, BTK, they're comfortable, right? They're invading very heavily by taking that turret in the mid lane and may be able to take a tier 2 if Basic and NACT are not careful.
They're going to look for the repositioning. They'd hit the diversion into the bottom side, look for the pick onto Zia, but that's going to be a hard gold laner to kill. They're like, wait, no, that's an Alice, 206, 9 minutes in. I don't even know if all of us can take that down. You have the flowing blood as well to be able to flicker back. I mean, and this just goes, man, Zia has improved so much. I just can't stop saying it enough. Zia, man, from gold lane, now picking up fighters in the gold lane, just has really become one of my favorite players in NA overall. Just has really become a monster and is just showing so much on the field in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, he showcased that Alice in their debut up against GOSU Nighthorde and dominated with it. And now, maybe the same situation on the opposing side of the gold lane, though. Basic yet to really showcase the team fight potential we're looking for, right? We see a lot of the split pushing, but we're yet to see him have a heavy impact. Yes, he's running on this carry. Takes a little bit more time to kind of scale and have those items necessary. He did pick up the DHS, though, so he should be able to chunk into the heavy HP pool over there by the side of BTK.
The best player, man. He's got a target on his back right now, and BTK know that they can burst him down. I think he needs to kind of play the safer route. He's starting to fall into that. Normally, best player really plays comfortable behind the lines, always coming in second or third or even fourth into these fights. And it feels like maybe he's in the front a little bit too much on this Julian.
Well, speaking of the front, Basic now in the team fight, full 5v5 on the way. Lord, very low.
Yeah, MLBBNA able to take the lore, but the fight does not stop there. Big implosion, locks on, pushed back. Best player in a little bit of trouble. Able to just dash away, though. Able to survive. Cold World also misses a G-Con Do during that fight. Unable to get the big pick, and as long as they don't get those picks, they're in trouble. Nats gonna get fractured, shattered, taken out. MLBBNA with another kill into his pocket.
Yeah, he's racking them up right now. He's definitely doing a great job on this Nolan. Not the same story for best player, though. Not able to find that opportunity. G-Con Do and the Way of the Dragon.
Good kick. Basic able to shred it down. We're starting to see the damage lock in from Basic as well. Wondering if he's got, I'm sure he's got his third item locked in. Wondering what he's picking up for his fourth.
Yeah, he definitely should be scaling through this time. I'm pretty sure he picked up the golden staff already. The later this game goes, I guess it could work in Basic's favor. At least he's running a late game marksman. Not to mention they have Marcuti on this Lui. Lui is not the easiest mage to push into and siege the base crystals. Sieging, look at Chicken. Look at all the crowd control. Barely can move, and best player taking him down.
Yeah, they're able to get 2 pickoffs there. That's big for Cloud9. In their defense, they find Shark, they find Fried Chicken now. BTK need to kind of hit on the brakes a little bit, or else they will have the opportunity, especially in some of these tight-knit corners where Basic can just kind of hang out and fire free shots. One of my issues with the carry in this composition, let's take a look at the item. He does have the Trinity locked in. Looks like maybe we're going for Rose Gold next, or Malefic, something of that nature. Basic gets shut down on a Hoon. The killing spree. That's huge. Shark in trouble as well. Another pickoff over to C9. Double kill for Basic. And if they stay tight like this, it's going to be a problem. Zia now in a little bit of trouble as well.
Let him cook.
Nats gets a lockdown. The final slash. Still untargetable. Pops the winner Truncheon, but still falls. An unstoppable kill for Basic. He's 5-0-0. He's online right now.
Zane, if they spot out Zane, man, it would be bad, but they're going to go ahead and focus on taking this turret in the mid. A great opportunity to turn this game back around in his favor. We talked about it, right? Basic being a ticking time bomb. The Way of the Dragon.
Oh, that's going to be another kill. That's an easy one. Best player gets it this time.
No!
Zane trying to come in, finds Marcuti, but drops for it. Best player with a double kill. That's a quick catch-up. Cloud9 back on the map. The map is looking blue. The goal deficit has decreased, and Cloud9 are back in the game.
Basic now has 5 kills on the carry. Scary carry in the making right now. Definitely going to have to keep a close eye on him. BTK, they cannot sleep on the damage that he stacked up with those core items. Speaking of BTK, now the tides have turned. He just picked up the Malefic Roar, so now he also has some physical penetration.
catch Basic there. He does dash back. Pumps speed light wheel. Basic still able to get the outplay. He's on fire. Nas takes the kill, but Basic does the damage. Poon able to back off and look at the diverging tune from R2, able to get into the middle of the map. They're rushing down. They're looking for more towers as Lorde is back on the map. This could be a big jump ahead for Cloud9.
Yeah, massive advantage. The Lorde should be theirs for the taking. Winter Crown picked up by Mark Cutie as well. Tier 2 on the top side will fall. Look at the Lorde quickly being burst down. The separation of responsibility from the side of Cloud9, focusing on several objectives all at the same time. A mistake, a misstep from the Bloodthirsty Kings. A major upset to be able to turn this back around in Cloud9's favor. Now, BTK is not too far out of the game yet. They just got to find a way to shut down Basic. He is stacked now. The man has every item necessary to burst down BTK. They have to find a way to isolate him and pick him off.
I don't know if there is a way. As long as so Cloud9 normally, like we've been saying, they take these wide approaches to the map. Even when we look at them right now, you look at the mini map, they're very spread out. But when it comes to these team fights, as long as they box up, which wasn't what they were doing in the beginning, but now that Basic is online, as long as they box up around him, they are good. They have the Cho, who's very similar to the Kaja combo with the carry. You lock him down for a second, you shred him, and that's pretty much what they're working here, except it's a final slash or it's a way of the dragon, and they're able to pull it off well. And here comes another way of the dragon, locking on. Basic gonna unload, final slash. Zia taken down. Lorde blasting through the door. Fried Chicken looking for trouble, but Shark goes down. Best player finds another one. Nats able to take out Malazane. BTK getting shredded. All they gotta do is lock on the Basic. Cloud9 take game number 3.
The comeback! Cloud9 able to make a match not in their favor, work toward a victory, shuts down the Bloodthirsty Kings and leads the way 2-1 for game number 3. Trex, man, the fans are going wild. We're going wild on the desk. What a game. BTK, they need to find answers. Cloud9 able to claim that game.
Cloud9 buy enough time and they stick in there, and once there is blood in the water, they got him, man. It was, I mean, the moment we saw Basic, the moment we saw Cloud9 just start to group up and cover Basic and find those little pickoffs, they were online, and I don't think there was a single thing BTK could have done. Zia was unable to make a big play. They lost their big damage opportunity. They didn't have enough CC. They didn't have a really way to engage past the final slash. Cloud9 stopped trying to take the dive approach and just took the onward, like, we're just gonna walk towards you guys as a unit, maybe find a little pickoff like what we saw when he just hit Zia at the end there. But overall, they didn't really split up in these team fights, and that's all they needed. Let's look at some of these items. Basic just decked out.
Yeah, he was definitely decked out over there. He was able to get full build. I mean, I was wondering, right? There was a moment where he was just kind of cold. He was just sitting there, not any kills, just trying to farm, trying to get a split push. But as soon as you mentioned he started getting in these engagements, he came alive. I think that's possibly where they need to continue to thrive on, right? Keep him a little bit more active in these team fights. Yeah, you can throw a team off here and there with the split push, but you can't have that be your overall game plan for every single match. Now, back to the drawing board for the side of Bloodthirsty Kings to turn this back around in their favor. 2-1 on the scoreboard. How are we feeling?
It's 2-1. It might end up 2-2. Might be what we were all waiting for. We might see our first game 5 of an NACT this season. It is back and forth. It is blow for blow. But right now, Cloud9 isn't only taking the lead, I think, in standings. They just made a very firm statement that we can make a comeback happen. We can fall behind. We can have our backs against the wall and still get a huge win. And I think that says a lot about Cloud9 right here. Basic is going to get the MVP, 6-0-6.
Yeah, on this carry, the scary carry with the full core build, just dominating, shredding through the frontal composition, especially with Shark on this TIG. Not able to find a way to get to him. I mean, you mentioned it even in the game. He lacks mobility, but I mean, if you have a lot of heroes that can protect him, if you provide a wall to not be able to close that distance into that backline, he's gonna thrive. And that's exactly what we've seen today.
And I really want to also give a big shout out to Cole World, man. Has played an amazing game that time. In the middle, the kick started to get a little off. He started having trouble finding it. In the beginning, he was doing great. kind of started missing, not really able to make the engage. Once the power spike came back in for his team, he felt confident, and he started landing those Way of the Dragons back to back to back. Taking a look at these replays, this is when BTK was really in full throttle, and then the tables turn in this fight right here, maybe a little bit before this fight, but Shark goes down, Hoon goes down, Basic just hanging out in the box with the speedy light wheel, getting target after target, and there was nothing BTK could do at that point. Oh, this play right here, I thought Zia for sure was gonna get that one, and Basic comes out. Another big Way of the Dragon, the final one to seal the deal. They find Zia once more, and at that point, it's over.
Yeah, as soon as I saw them take down Zia right there, I was like, okay, they lost their push potential, they lost their ADC, and that's when I had a feeling that they were just going to be able to close it out, especially with Basic in the back line. You saw he just focused, and he didn't even go for the kills. He just went straight in for the base crystal to be able to close that out, not wasting any time. Didn't want to give BTK a chance to be able to flip that back around. Now, with that momentum swing back in their favor, they now have 2-1 on the scoreboard. There's only one game left, potentially, or what I would hope to see, what the world would love to see, is a game number 5. Guys, if BTK wins this next game, we go to a game 5. We get to see a bonus round for points. Do we see that happen? Or has Cloud9 put their pants on, strapped up the boots, and are ready to close this out?
Finish this. Do they put their boots on their neck here, man? Do they just, I mean, because that's a big moral blow, man. And that's a big confidence boost for Cloud9 there, able to come back in that game. That is huge. That is, I mean, that's a big statement. When something like that happens, when a game feels like it's in your hands. So my question now to BTK, because I think what happened there when they got to late game, Zia not being on a gold lane, right? And is the only way that Zane is going to be able to play these these real damage junglers is if Zia is on a more chunky gold laner, right? Will they be able to put Zane on something like, you know, the Julian, the Noland, on something, you know, assassin based, while Zia also plays gold? Because that might be what they need if they want to take these games the long haul.
Yeah, do they need a shredder in the gold lane, right? I mean, somebody that can kind of turn the tide when the rest can't. So, I mean, the Alice was okay. His performance was great. I mean, there was a lot of highlights that we were talking about with it, but it wasn't enough when it came to that late game, especially up against Basic on that carry. I mean, you saw it, right? I mean, he was forced to kind of rush into the front line with the Blood Oath and the Flowing Blood, and he got bursted down with the swiftness by the speedy light wheels. So, jumping into game number 4, I'm right there with you. I'm all about it. I think maybe if he goes with the Shredder Marksman, it could give a little bit of the breathing room that BTK needs to turn it back around in their favor. Cloud9, though, I mean, that was a major turnaround. That was a comeback. It didn't look like it was going to be their game. It looked like BTK was going to close that one out for sure. Honestly, it was some flawless execution from BTK for majority of that entire game. They're always a little bit faster to the objective. Zane was on fire with the Nolan, just bursting down anybody who was out of position. Best player is having a very hard time getting online with that Julian. But he wasn't able to close it out, you know? So I think maybe with the Shredder, it's a potential answer to even out this series and take us to a game number 5. For the side of Cloud9, though, I feel like this is, like you mentioned, a major momentum boost that they need to lean on if they want to close out the series.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be huge. I think at this point, they definitely need some late game support. All the eggs can't just be in the bat. Like, in terms of damage, it can't just all be on Mobazane. They need something else, and the Ruby worked well because Ruby can still output pretty well and kind of be someone that could stop something like a Cho, be something that can stop that dive that Cloud9 wants to bring. But I think without that, they got to have a late game opportunity, or they just really need to be able to close out, because once you don't close out and Basic does come online with a marksman, you now have no answer to that, right? There was no way they were going to get through that shred, and they lose all their late game burst damage by not having a marksman. So it's definitely a question on the table that has to get answered in this next game, and there's only a few answers, right?
Yeah, there's only a few answers, but it's up for them to make that decision and put it on paper and put it in practice. Speaking of practice, we're now into the draft. The game is on, a potential final game of the day if BTK is not careful, but also an opportunity for them to even out these 4 matches and take us to a bonus round. Now, this isn't a series in terms of best of 4, guys. This is a battle of points. Each team fighting it out to get a point per match to have the most points at the end of the season between 3 rounds for a chance to get to the top 4 in the playoffs, and I hope to see it. There goes a strong first pick, though. Yeah. Phoveus locked in.
Phoveus leaked into the front. Arlott still available on the field. C9 decides to go for the Edith instead. But Phoveus is not something, I don't know if I expected to see it between these teams. The way a lot of them have been talking about it, it's huge. C9 decide not to pick up the Arlott. I think they feel comfortable, but also the Phoveus does well against the Arlott, right? All the dashes. Arlott wants to get up close and personal. Phoveus wants you to get up close and personal. So Phoveus is going to feel good, but I love the Lilia pick because it's not a dashy marksman. It's someone that can kind of keep range, bomb down onto this Phoveus pick. So C9 definitely, they have some answers.
They definitely have answers, and with the burst potential, the early game pressure that the Lilia can provide, it's going to be something they have to watch out for. Not to mention they banned out the Valentina on the side of BTK, so they can't take the black shoes away from the Lilia. So, I mean, it kind of does work over there inside of Mark Cutie's favor. Now, Hoon still has yet to give a response, though. We'll see what he picks up in the mid lane. Like I said, in week 1, he was running a lot of more extended range mages. He was running Navaria, the Eve, but this time around we're seeing him get a little bit more up close and personal. So I wonder what he is going to pull in there. Shark, though, going back to his roots. I know you remember back in those M3 days.
Yes.
The Lolita has been locked in. They're definitely digging deep in their bag for game number 4.
Like I said, we've been seeing Lolita slowly kind of creep back into the meta. I think it's a solid pick, especially up against something like a Lilia, up against what looks like C9 could try to bring. They could maybe try to bring a more clumped up composition here. Having something like a Lilia, having something like this Nolan and the Edith. We are about to come into bans here. I do want to take a quick note, Wheezy. You know, as the series have gone on, both of our faces have gotten shinier and shinier. The gloss of sweat is slowly building up, and I feel like
it's the glow.
Yeah, the glow is coming.
glowing.
We're both breaking a sweat during this series. I think as it goes on, we'll just be dripping by the end. So yeah, big shout out to that.
Florida. It's the Florida heat.
Yeah, it's Florida.
Yeah, you got to love to see it. But, I mean, hey, that's what happens when you have a great performance between two powerhouse teams. And they're definitely putting on a show today. Right now, 2-1. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better way for this series to go. But it's yet for BTK to tell the story. Are they going to take this to a game number 5? Are we going to close it out with 4 games and Cloud9 claiming victorious? You know, we'll see. But we are looking at the lineup so far. Some great crowd control for the side of BTK. They got the Lolita, a comfort pick for sure on Shark. Then you also got the Phoveus for Chicken. It's going to be the first time we get to see Chicken run this Phoveus in this NACT fall regular season. Zane, though, on the Julian, we got to see him use that before, right? So maybe it'll work this time in his favor. There's a lot of frontline presence between those 3 heroes that they have for the side of BTK, which can get grouped up easily in some crowd control if they're not careful. Speaking of crowd control, though, there's not too much crowd control for the C9 side composition, but the Lilia is the problem, right? The Lilia not only can deal some massive damage over to the Phoveus, but also to the Julian if he's not careful.
Most definitely, and with these bans coming in, we're wondering what Hoon's going to go do. They foresee a possible Fermis. Would have been a solid pick here. I was going to say Yeeve's still open. We saw Hoon pick it last time, but no. C9's like, no, not today, man. No Yeeve for you. Yeah, we're running out of options. Could definitely go for that Novaria, have some range. We saw that last week. But I think they want something maybe a bit more up close, something that can kind of sit in the box that they want to create with this Phoveus and this Lolita. But what's really out there, right? We're running options. You still have the Luyi. Luyi could be a possibility here. We saw Mark Cutie use it last time. Would give some nice angles paired up with this Lolita, so that's another possibility.
Yeah, I really am interested to see kind of how it plays out. I mean, the Eve was just banned out. I was going to say the Eve could be a combination, especially with that Numeon Blast dropping down. But that has been taken off the table. They're definitely trying to focus in on Hoon now, trying to lock in and give him a little bit of a hard time closing out this draft. I'm liking what I'm seeing from both sides right now, though. I still got to see a little bit, possibly more crowd control from the side of Cloud9. I mean, they still can do that. I mean, you can run the Edith in the XP lane. It still can be flexed into the roam position, which opens up a whole nother window of opportunity for the side of Cloud9. Speaking of opportunity, though, they're going to go ahead and lock in that show for some more additional crowd control. It's going to be single crowd control for the majority of it, though, with the way of the Dragon for displacement. Speaking of displacement, though, a little bit of a surprise, at least for myself. Not the first time we've seen it in the NACT fall season. Oh my God! For the first time we've seen that in the NACT fall season, the Wan paired up with the Angela.
Okay, this is interesting. I'm not counting it out at all. Like I said, we're in a very crazy meta right now. A lot of us were, you know, we saw Lolita Hanabi over in PH, so I'm not like saying this is bad. I do think the Wan, it's going to pair up well against. It's not going to have to suffer from the way of the Dragon. It has a way to get away. Hoon has two options. You can jump onto the 1-1 or you can jump onto Zane here. This time BTK has some late game potential along with early game, so they're kind of making up for any problems they might have had in the last game. Basic though on the Beatrix. These are the, we haven't seen these marksmen in a while. We haven't seen them in a while.
Yeah, haven't seen them for a while, but it doesn't mean they don't work, right? And that's what we're going to be looking at today. Can he get the crossbow of Tang off? Can he get those weakness points to be able to proc that in time before being shredded down? Basic going a little bit more of a safer option on this Beatrix, a jack of all trades, able to close the distance, but also able to fight from afar. Who has the answers? We have to kind of ask that question, right? Zane on this Julian, best player on the Assassin. He profited on this Nolan earlier, may be able to profit again. The Edith matchup, Chicken versus Nats, the Phobius. I love what I'm seeing, meta in the making, and a possible game winner here for the side of Cloud9, or a game 5 if BTK can close this one out.
Most definitely, and let's jump in to possibly the final game of this 4-point series. This is BTK up against Cloud9, and just a refresher, it's no best of 7, it's no best of 5. They're playing 4 games. If it ends up 2-2, they'll go to a 5th game just to see who the winner actually is. But if Cloud9 closes this out now, they leave with the lead. And there's a first blood.
What is going on? Hoon falls this early in the game. A massive advantage over there for the side of Cloud9. We're not even 1 minute in and able to find that kill.
I'm going to tell you how I win right now. Cold World walked up, gave him a kick to the face. Mark Cutie came up with the broom and cleaned things up. That's how that fight went down right there.
Yeah, and right now, with them being bursted down, gives them a little bit of a slight edge. I mean, not a massive one, though. I feel like they still can turn this back around in their favor. Hoon is running on this Angela, though, so he is going to be able to use that hard guard. He's able to keep the team alive and play with the utilities. I'm expecting the Ice Queen wand to be picked up so he can provide some additional slow on those hits for contact.
All right, so let's take a look. We've already got a kill over the side of Cloud9. Doesn't mean it's over. It's only a 300 gold lead. We do have the concussive blast on Shark. Gonna help out maybe a bit in these wave clear lanes. I mean, in clearing lane, but it's not gonna be anything huge like what we saw with the concussive blast Grok. I do want to see Hoon and Shark move around a bit more if they want to keep up. You're up against Cold World on Cho and Mark Cutie on Lilia, which is going to be intense in the early game. It's something you really want to push into the enemy side of the river with, and it's something that we know Cloud9 can do very well if they want to. First turtle on the map. Level 4s are incoming all around, and Mobazane just trying to get his orange buff as Cold World sits in his face. Does not use the retribution, so Mobazane will be able to contest for this turtle, but they're already making the engage. A lot of damage does come down onto Shark. Shark might be in a little bit of trouble, forced to back off. Best player, very low. Fly Chicken looking for the finish. Turtle gonna get reset here. Will BTK try to finish this off? Yes, Cloud9 gonna back off, and that's first turtle over the side of BTK. Very well done.
Yeah, well done indeed. Able to get that turtle. No matter with Hoon falling, they were able to find that window of opportunity and capitalize on it. Now, we got to ask the question, does BTK take this to a game number 5? I love seeing things go the distance. Honestly, even though I'm rooting for C9 in my vote, I'm rooting for BTK to win this one because, like I said, I like seeing it go back and forth. Right now, though, the later this game goes, I mean, as long as Hoon can find a way to not be bursted down so early, his heart guards are going to be huge and very impactful, especially with Zia and that crossbow tank.
Yeah, you know what really makes this game so intense right now is it's not a grand finals, right? This isn't really for who the better team is overall. This is for trash talk and Discord channels. This is for interview.
This is for NA drama.
Yeah, this is for NA drama right here. This is for interviews that we can say, yeah, I told you it was going to be 3-1. Nats is looking for that 3-1. He said it the other day. He's got a lot on the line. We got pride. We got ego. We got Zia and Basic both on normal gold laners right now. This is for all the marbles of the next couple weeks.
You know, Nats did say 3-1, and right now it's still possible for it to be 3-1. We'll find out right now if Nats is standing on business in this game. Right now, though, BTK, I mean, with that turtle on their side, they do have a little bit of an advantage, so you can't count them out. Right now, I like their composition. It's different. It's not something we're used to seeing, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't work. Ooh, good kill, though. Mobazane able to find best player, catch him out of position. Way the dragon for the knockup. Zane taking some massive blows. Heart guard activated just in time to keep Zane alive. Zia will find Basic on the 1v1 matchup on the top side as well. They're getting everything they need. Coldworld will fall next. Mova Zane in the middle with the enhanced chains will be able to shut him down and get back to safety.
Okay, we got a game here. We got a game. They're going back and forth. Even the fights, our Fight Chicken now getting involved as well. This is getting intense.
Yeah, intense is definitely the word I would use as well. Right now, BTK, their foot's on the gas. They're being very aggressive, and it's working, right? Able to take that turtle, able to possibly take this one as well. Nowhere to contest. Best player finding Zia. They're just shutting him down right there with the 2v1 matchup, but I guess that kind of makes up for Zia taking down Basic on the 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, and Zia gets a lot of gold plating there. Gold plates are now gone, so Basic can't get them. He tries to, but they disappear a little bit too fast. He may be able to get this tower, though, which can be huge. Shark gonna try to come out to help out. So at this point, BTK holding a bit of a lead, right? It's about 1,000. They do seem to have at least a little bit of control when it comes in terms of some of these team fights. Hoon, even though getting taken out early on, is able to make a big difference with these heart guards and has timed them very well. Taking a look at the items, I really want to focus on gold laners. Zia already get the Corrosion Siphon. His build is a little bit cheaper than Basic. Basic picks up the Vampiric Mallet first, finishes out the boots, and that's going to make this BOD finish a little bit later, which means his power spike is going to come a little bit later compared to Zia's. So it's definitely an interesting dynamic in terms of build between these two gold laners.
Yeah, but he does have that quick attack speed, especially with those swift boots. Speaking of attack, though, both sides smelling blood in the water, but who has the bigger shark? That's very low. Mova Zane able to take him down, able to find his 3rd kill of the game with Julian.
Yeah, BTK definitely have the spike in their hands right now. They're definitely in the lead. This doesn't mean Cloud9 is out just yet. They got to bide some time.
Oh, yo, he blocked the gloom with the shield, forcing Marquiti into the tier 2 turret, and down goes the mid turret. A well-timed decision and some great synergy from BloodThirstyKings to open up this map in their favor. Now have an opportunity to heavily invade the side of Cloud9 at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, I got a feeling this Lolita's been kind of in the pocket for a bit. They've been waiting to use, oh, wait a second, best player in trouble.
Yeah, needs to get out of there, but Demonic Force for the shutdown. Best player finding his 2nd death of the game. Chicken finding his 2nd kill of the game to match it. Right now, just an excellent gameplay from the BloodThirstyKings. Not the same, well, I guess kind of the same story from game number 2 or 3 though, right? We saw them in the lead, but then they kind of fumbled near the end. This time, can they keep that momentum? The way the Dragon with the knockup on his Zane, hard guard to keep him alive. A good decision from Hoon, keeping Zane on his toes.
Yeah, I think that heart guard is going to be so clutch in dealing with the way of the Dragon, right? It's going to be so clutch in dealing with the pickoffs that Cloud9 wants to try to pull off. It is the perfect answer. And the big difference between this game and last game is last time BTK didn't have big late game insurance. This time they brought it in the form of a Wanwan and in the form of a Phoveus. They have answers, but mainly I think even as long as BTK holds a lead, they're winning. They're even winning in late game. They have a Wanwan who's gonna pop off eventually. It might take some time, but Zia's gonna be scary.
And that's not any 1-1, that's Zia's 1-1. And we know, I mean, time and time again in NACT, he thrives on this hero. Comfort pick that a lot of people have forgotten about, but he'll quickly remind you if you're not careful. Picking up the Corrosion Siphon and the DSS for the additional slow and damage on top of that. Definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and he's going to get to that Trinity build so much faster because he doesn't have to buy boots, man. He doesn't have to buy boots. He's walking barefoot in the land of Dawn right now, and he's okay with that. He's a fast-moving Wanwan. There goes another tower. They are shredding through Cloud9 like butter right now.
Look how fast Zia is moving right now. He is ready for the team fight. He is itching for some action, and now he's going to farm even quicker up against Cloud9. Basic, though, I mean, a little bit of a slow start on this Beatrix.
Oh, hard guard locked on to Zia. Zia's looking for the first kill of the game right here. Looking for the crossbow of Tang. Able to secure one.
He killed him too fast. He did get it. He was able to proc it if he wanted to, but he decided to just go in for the kill. Oh, speaking of kills, Onivir's passion drops down. Both sides fight it out. Zane able to find Cool World unstoppable. 5-0-0. A flawless gameplay for the Julian jungle.
And not to mention, Shark has taken not a death yet. 0-0-7, so able to get some gold on top of those runs. Oh! Oh, man.
Zane is not playing around right now. Able to find Marquiti. This is a one-sided story. for game number 4. And you know what that smells like? A possible game number 5.
Yeah, not to mention Shark just got that Oracle locked in as well. That means more shields for yourself and the homies. MLBBN just locked in the Crystal. That means more damage for you and the homies. BTK just thriving right now. Feeling good. Let's take a look at the items once more. White Chicken also. We got Blade Armor. We got Radiant. We got the belt locked in early for big stackage. Lolita also with the Flask of the Oasis. Plus Flask of the Oasis on Hoon. I mean, we got shields all over the place. We got answers all over the place to deal with the pick-off potential that Cloud9 brought. And BTK is feeling it. The question is, can Cloud9 bring the big comeback like they brought last time?
Yeah, Basic down by 1.5k in gold. He just got the Blade of Despair, picks up another Legion sword, still holding on to those Swift Boots. Zane will be able to claim this lore for the Bloodthirsty Kings. They're down to... what, their inhibitor turrets right now? I'm pretty sure, yeah, they're down to their inhibitor turrets right now for the side of Cloud9 at the 10-minute mark. Not even a Luminous Lord, but an opportunity for the Bloodthirsty Kings to take an inhibitor.
And so now Lord marching down. Do they break an inhibitor here, right? They do have Basic who should be able to help Shred. They're going to melt down that Lord pretty quick. BTK didn't sync up lanes. Oh, Lord, look for the kick.
Ooh, does drop down a lot of damage. Basic finding MLBBN. Oh, demonic force from Chicken though, trying to find a possibility to avenge Zane. Not able to get it though, very low, needs to disengage. Zia was not able to find the crossbow Tang for that fight, but that's what you gotta keep an eye on. Speaking of keeping an eye on, 1v1, best player, Hoon.
If best player lost that.
Yeah.
If best player lost that 1v1 to an Angela, he would have never heard the end of it. He would have never heard the end of it, so good thing he won.
Yeah, they're keeping it spicy in the land of Dawn. I love the off-screen 1v1 matchup, because that's when the talk starts after the game. That's where everybody's got to go back and remember. But right now, 9-4 for BTK, leading the way for game number 4.
All right, back to the items here. They are starting to build up, and, you know, BTK, this is where they messed up last game. They pushed a little bit too hard on those Lord pushes. They took a loss or two. They fell into the clutch of Cold World's big Way of the Dragon, and Cold World still has a nice combo with Basic. Last time it was the Speedy Light Wheel Way of the Dragon. This time it's going to be the Bombardment from Basic. It's going to be the Sniper Shot. It's going to be the Big Dam coming from Basic, and they got to be careful the way that they engage on this, because just like last time, Cloud9 still has great defense. You pile up the Glooms, you use the big Bombardment, the Grenade Bombardment. You have lots of answers to a Lord coming at you, and BTK can't just crash through the door.
Yeah, I mean, and Shark picking up this Lolita, he's been doing so good on it. Those placements with the new Neon Blast, dropping that Bulwark Shield as well. But speaking of both sides, the way the Dragon, Hardcore right on MLBBN's cell. Hoon, not even gonna blink, knows when to go in and keep his team alive. And Chicken will punish Cold World on that engagement.
This is what BTK needs to do, right? They need to find a pick before they get the big engage. Even if it's a response pick like that one, Cloud9 thought they had it, they weren't able to get it, and BTK responds by getting one of their own. And this is when BTK, I think, is really allowed to push in. Once they have one member down, but watch for Nats in the backside hiding out in this bush.
Yeah, watch out for Nats in the bush. May be able to get a pick off, but spotted out by Fried Chicken, and quickly forced to use that flicker. Able to get back to the inhibitor in the nick of time. BTK now going to shift focus back into the jungle. They see the Lord is going to be spawning in the next 10 seconds, and they definitely don't want to overextend and make a costly mistake.
All right, yeah, it's about a 7k gold lead, 6k gold lead for BTK right now. Lord is coming up. How does Cloud9 approach this? I think they need slightly better positioning here. It does look like best player is going to go for a lane cut up in the top side, push in on the top lane. The Lord's going to get shredded down, so hopefully they at least maybe get a tower push. As long as Cloud9 plays this safe and BTK doesn't make it, I mean, if BTK makes a huge mess up, it can still turn around. But Cloud9 should be able to survive this push unless somebody gets picked off early.
Yeah, you know, but it's that window of opportunity is getting less and less, especially with Zia on this 1-1. Yeah, he's not stacked up in kills, but he's revved and ready to go. He's an engine waiting to be started for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings. I mean, look at his items. He's sitting at 11k.
Yeah, he's pumped up, he's fed, he's eating good, still bootless, still barefoot in the land of Dawn, because he don't need shoes to kick you in the face. He don't need shoes to get this off, and he's coming in on item number 6 of full damage.
And speaking of damage, knocking on a window for Cloud9. Zia able to take down Cold World. Best player taking the inhibitor. Hard guard activated to keep them alive. The Lord at about 45% HP. Chicken still in the heart of the battle. Bursted down by Nats. Looks like BTK not able to close it out with that Lord, forced out of the base. But you are going to see the split push from best player on the top side. Opens up the base for the Bloodthirsty King. Can he get out of there alive, though? The need for speed, hot pursuit on the way. Nats, though, there to keep him alive just in case, and it looks like he's able to escape back to safety.
Yeah, didn't even need the Cyclone, didn't even need the speed boost. He's good, and honestly, in Cloud9's position right now, the fact that they're behind on gold, that is a win trade for them. They went inhibitor for inhibitor. Not only that, but they took out Fly Chicken as well. That is a huge win trade for Cloud9. They had 4 people in the face and were in the base and were able to defend. It just shows how good their siege defense is right now, because they didn't even have best player with them, and they took on 5 of VTK plus a Lord and only lost a member and a tower. Taking a look at the items now, I want to take a look at Basic because it might be about time that he's going to really come online. He's got the BOD in, he's got the Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike, Halberd. He's got a lot of damage incoming, and he's got one more item as well. The big fault in that last push from Zia, he got the crossbow of Tang off, but they weren't close enough. He only took out Cold World. He wasn't able to make it multiply onto multiple members, and as long as Cloud9 can continue to do that, they'll be okay.
I'm seeing a Winter Crown picked up over there by Nas as well. Cold World almost spotted out of position, is able to extend that distance with the G Condone. A little bit of a flashy recall spam his way out. Basically trying to get some sniper damage. Rose Gold Meteor picked up by best player. We'll have a little bit of that shielding as well when he gets a little low in that HP. Now, I didn't catch Basic picking up a Wind of Nature yet. I think he's going to get it for his last item, so he is going to have to be careful if Zia is able to proc that crossbow tank.
Definitely a possibility. And Zia also, I mean, with Zia having the Wind of Nature, he can really get aggressive here. He can survive a kick. He's already got, I mean, 1-1 already has a lot in her kit to be able to nullify CC and not get picked off. And the Wind of Nature just kind of adds to it. And we said it in the very beginning, this game could come down to these gold laners both picking up marksmans. I mean, what more could you ask for here? Basic up against Zia on not some estranged gold lane pick, but old school marksmans here. I like it.
Yeah, best player, though. He's not going to fight on this Lord. He's going for the split push. Can he get it, though? I don't know if he has enough time. Both sides find it out, though. Demonic Force dropped down by Fried Chicken. Possibility to be able to take this Lord. Finish Rage dropping down. Yeah. Passion to follow from Basic. Nats very low. Zia able to take him down. Split push from best player. Spotted out by Hoon. Not able to get the finish he was looking for. Marcutie taking a lot of damage. Of course,
he's still going. Best player's still going. Best player's still going.
Yeah, he's still going. Oh, wait a second. He's doing it!
Stop
he
him.
actually hit Hoon, though. He hit Hoon by accident, so he has to go back. And the minions are not in play as well. Both sides had a crazy stalemate. Man. Yeah, I don't know if they're going back. It's like, what are you doing? They're gonna go ahead and take this Lord. Mobazane is the one to claim that. Marcutie will find Zia. The cameraman's going crazy. Yo, credits to the cameraman, man. My guy was on both engagements, man. Fighting for their life, trying to close that game out. That was a risky play from best player, but now needs to get it away to safety. Able to do that with ease. I would say that was kind of worth it, though. I mean, he almost pulled it off. He needed maybe a little bit more of time, and I think he could have got the split push.
I just want to say it's 9 p.m. here Eastern time in the States. It's probably about 9, 8, 10 a.m. overseas. If you're just tuning in, we're here on game number 4, and it's back-to-back. Shark in a little bit of trouble. Lord marching down.
And quickly bursted out of the game by Cloud9 in the mid-river. Not even going to let it cross to their side of the map. Drawing the line this time around for game number 4. Hard guard activated on Zane Hoon. Quickly placing that on top of him. He's done great on these placements. Good reads on him to keep him alive through these engagements. But Trex, 18 minutes in. This is possibly our longest match of this entire 4 games today. And a potential stalemate between both teams with how late it is.
Okay, so I think what we got here is it's coming down to these two teams and their play styles, right? Cloud9, I think overall in all these games has won in overall map control. BTK has won in a lot of these big team fights, right? And I think BTK can continue to win in these team fights, but if Cloud9 can get that sneaky back door, can pull something off, it's gonna spell trouble. BTK has to find an answer to it. They gotta play it tight. They gotta be able to rush a Lord down quickly without someone getting around the back. And if someone does go around the back, they got to push. They got to either send 2 people home or they got to hit the gas and try to look for that big wipe against those 4 members left over. It's definitely a toss-up. We're here at the 60K Gold Mine. Cloud9 about to get some of these final items locked in. They just got to buy a few more minutes, and then it's no longer a battle of gold leads, right? It is just a battle of skill here. Everyone maxed out. I don't think we've seen one of these games yet, and NACT go the distance like this.
No, this is the first, and a very close game indeed between both sides. Even though BTK had it heavily in their favor in the beginning, right now, the later this goes, the longer the respawn timers are, and the more even of a matchup it will become. It's going to boil down to who makes that mistake first. Everybody at full build right now. Winter Crown picked up over there by Marquiti for his final item. Keep in mind, Nats has it as well. We don't see a Winter Crown. Actually, we see one on the side of BTK over there by Fried Chicken.
They
but
don't
outside
need no
of that,
crowns.
there's an immortality though. There's one immortality on Zia.
Plenty of room to I mean, Zia has so much juggling space right now with the Wind of Nature, the Immortality, can bounce off, sell an item, pick up the Winter Crown, can juggle into a Gold Meteor. If he's able to pull all that off, he has a lot of juggling potential, and that's what comes with the Wanwan and not having to pick up the boots and whatnot. You have a lot of opportunity. Now they're starting to give Zia these orange buffs as well. I'm still waiting for that big crossbow of Tang, though, man. We've seen Zia pop it off. We saw it in the last Lord fight. He popped it off against Nats, was able to get the kill, but only got it on Nats. He hasn't been able to get the full barrage just yet, you know?
It's like when you're at a movie theater and you're waiting for the climax of the movie to happen, and we have yet to see it from Zia, but this may be the opportunity for that. They realize best players on the bot side, so they're going to go ahead and go in for this Lord play. A great decision. Zane will be able to get it with the Retribution. Both sides find it out, though. The way the Dragon connects on the basic, forces to win the Nature to save himself. Demonic Force dropping down Chicken.
Best player.
Far behind enemy lines. Hard Guard activated, keep him alive by Hoon. Best player on the bot side, though. Split push may be able to take this inhibitor. I don't know if he has enough time. Nobody back there. Nats will find Fried Chicken, though. BTK quickly running back. If you look at Shark, he went there to match with best player on the bottom lane.
And now the Lore's just gonna get melted down again. I can't take it anymore, Weezy. Every time they send best player down, he takes the tower, Fried Chicken dies, and everything gets reset again. We're on 22 minutes right now. BTK does nothing with this Lord, and you know what that means, right? Cloud9 is winning right now. Whether you like it or not, they are in control of the game right now. BTK needs to find an answer to this quickly.
This is like watching David versus Goliath in live action right now. Cloud9 inching their way up the map piece by piece, turret by turret. Maybe on blast, double set on the Cold Road on the Nats, but not an opportunity to deal some damage. Best player though, almost caught out by MOBA Zane. Heartguard, look at Hoon, ready to lock it on in case Zane needs the assistance, but not gonna waste it. Yeah, right now, I mean, yeah, without BTK having the push potential to close this out, Cloud9 essentially is slowly winning this game in their favor, but it can all change in the blink of an eye. One Numion Blast for a setup and a crossbow tank could be the difference that BTK needs.
I think at this point, it might be time to maybe send Zia to the off lane. He's not getting any super big plays right now, and with best player taking off lane, they can still get the retry on the Lord, right? So I think they need to do something about the off lane. I think Zia, with the maneuverability, with the Wind of Nature, can kind of handle a possible best player. I know that looks like a lot of damage, but Zia can still dance around. So they got to find out some sort of answer to the long lane pushes that Cloud9 is bringing to this. I mean, they're in control of macro right now, and it's showing that it's coming out on top.
You know, it's funny because it's super late in the game now, but they have more turrets than BTK does now, which is kind of insane.
That's why they're winning.
That's why they're winning right now. Just from and that was best player. He took the top inhibitor, and then he went and split push and took the bottom one on the Lord plays. I feel like this is a new Lord dance that we're seeing, right? They got rid of the old Lord dance and in with the new, where they burst it down in the mid-river instead and delay it to be able to have another Lord and another fight and buy some time.
Listen, I'm going to call NA out on this right now. This has always been the Lord dance, right? Long lane control is super important. This is like the key of macro, and BTK is showing they're having trouble against it. And this is something that we've seen happen a lot from certain teams. It's something that even though Basic might get his trash talk here and there, it's something that he does know and tries to implement, though maybe he doesn't always implement it amazingly. Right now, Cloud9 is using it perfectly, and now they have control over this Lord, and they're going to rush down.
No, they're rushing for it. They're going to just go straight in for it. Nivir is passing from pacing. They're not wasting any time. Best player able to get it. They just need to push back. They need to get back to safety. BTK on the chase. Zia wanting the crossbow of Tang Hoon. Even trying to apply some slow, but not able to get it. Cold World, a little bit of a G-Kundo. They just need to push back. They have this Lord this time around. This may be another comeback for Cloud9 2 times in a row.
Is this gonna be the 3-1 that Nats was talking about? Is history being written right now? Did Nats tell us the truth yesterday?
Never question the Philippines. I think we're gonna learn that the hard way. Nats predicting the 3-1 ending. Is this what he saw? Is this what he foretold? Or will BTK be able to prove him wrong? Look at the Lord slowly making his way on the top side.
Well, what makes that prediction even better is he didn't say 4-0. It wasn't just like an ego call. He was like, we'll go 3-1. And that's what might just happen right here as Cloud9 brings down the grip.
Yeah, bringing down the grip and holding it heavy. You are going to see the Lord still strong, still intact. Fried Chicken trying to hold off the side of Cloud9 from pushing into that inhibitor. Zane quickly bursting down this Lord. It has been bursted out of this game. Both sides find it out, though. Window of opportunity for BTK to win this engagement. Nivir's passion goes out. Bulwark Shield trying to negate the damage. Look at Zia, though, getting over there. He's going to miss that Landshaker. It will go in for a possible way. The Dragon hits with the G-Kundo. Very low. Forced to go back to safety. Provided with the survivability, the heals on Hoon with this Angela, and they're able to delay yet another Lord. 25 minutes in, the longest game of the NACT fall season.
Zia is dancing right now. This man is all around the world pushing this 1-1 to its limits, but it just doesn't feel like enough right now. BTK able to defend. We're creeping into 30-minute territory soon. Next Lord, was that going to be Lord number 5? Lord number 6 is the next Lord, and that right there will most likely be the game ender. Who's going to be able to take it?
Yo, we're stepping into uncharted waters right now for the NACT fall season, right? I mean, we're seeing things we have yet to see before. Right now, the coin is being flipped yet again. And this is not even a grand finals. This is just round 2. A potential for a game 5, and BTK looking to earn their title. But Cloud9, they're putting up a fight as well. It's even Stevens.
And we did see some juggling from Zia earlier as well. Popped the Wind of Nature, sold it, picked up Rose Gold Meteor. Now we'll get the passive from that again. It's definitely not going to be easy to kill Zia. He just needs that one big crossbow Tang, but we haven't seen it yet. And without it, I don't know if BTK can close the game. Without that one big wipeout, it's going to be tough. They have 2 options. Either that comes in, or we see that huge Numion blast, that big side stealth Numion blast has to come in, because without one of those 2 things, BTK might not be able to take this.
Best player going in, though, on the engagement up against Chicken. Zia, Shark, and Hoon heavily rotating together. Cold World trying to find the separation. They're going in for Chicken.
Chicken in
Looks
trouble.
like they're going to go in for the kill. He is in trouble. Hit with the G-Kundo in the way of the Dragon, putting everything in on him. Hard guard activated, though. A misplay. Making Best Player needs to get out of there. He has the reputation for the team. Both sides fighting it out. Zia still too far behind to hit the crossbow Tang. A close call, but neither side will find a casualty.
There's so much security on both of these teams. There's so much sustainability. Immortality's all over the place. We got Heart Guards coming in. We got Shields, Flask of the Oasis, everything in the kit for BTK and Cloud9 as well. But Cloud9 is doing off pure movement, man, pure grooves. Cold World looking for the pick to change the game.
Yep, look at Best Player rushing in, trying to find an opportunity to take this Lord back in his favor. Here comes Chicken through the mid-river. Also, Lord at about 25% HP. Zane in retry distance, may be able to get it. Hits away the Dragon. Best Player gets some retry. Will find the kill. Hard guard activated onto Zia. Looks for that crossbow Tang. The popcorn is hot. It's popping. Nets trying to get away. Mark Cutie trying to kite, trying to drop down the glooms. They got the Lord, but they lost Best Player in the process.
And they lose Best Player, so that is huge. It's 60 seconds. Is Best Player going to be the game-changing moment to make BTK survive this Lord push? BTK hunted. They know, man, we lost the Lord. We need a few pickoffs here to try to turn the tides. It's 45 seconds on the clock, counting down. We're at 29 minutes. I got a feeling we're going to break 30, and honestly, if BTK defends this, it could go another one. But wait, what was Zane in trouble? Watch out for the kick. Kicks him the wrong way. They're locked on.
Basic! He closes the game out. Cloud9, the Nats prediction. A wise professor from RSG Philippines making his appearance on Cloud9, a 3-1 finish. History in the making, and the cleanest prediction North America has seen yet.
3-1. Look at the Cloud9 boys in the gaming house feeling themselves. The moment they won that, I saw chairs spin and I saw people standing up. They were hype about it. That game came down to the wire. But today, Cloud9 escapes with the win. And not just escapes, but dominates with the win, showing that they are ready for this NACT. And BTK's got to go back to the drawing board, baby.
Yeah, man, what a series. I mean, honestly, that was the best comeback we have seen in a while for North America, right? I mean, BTK had a massive advantage for a majority of that game, but not able to close it out. Was it because of the Angela mid? Was it because of not having a true traditional mid laner? Was that the deciding factor? Nonetheless, though, both sides had some excellent gameplay from every single round. Everybody was at the edge of their seats. Trex even mentioned it. We were glowing. We were shining. Sweat was dripping as we were watching all of these matches. And right now, the show is officially over. That is our final round of the day. Cloud9 closing it out. 3-1 finish predicted by Nats.
Man, I gotta say, you know, I don't think it has anything to do with the draft, man. I think both teams brought up a great draft there. I think Cloud9, I got to give it to them, and I think they played better. Today that's kind of been my motto today, man. I think Cloud9 played better. You can clip it, you can say what you want, but today, right now, they controlled the map, they controlled the macro. They played like a top-tier team, and they executed it to its finest. Overall, I mean, they just played an amazing game. Taking a look at some of these stats. At this point, when you go into 30 minutes, these stats don't even mean that much. Everyone did their job to a T. Cole World, Mark Cutie, Best Player, Basic, Nats. I mean, the whole team stepped up here.
You know, if I had to give one player the MVP for that game, though, I would have to give it to Basic because he split pushed the top inhibitor and the bottom inhibitor to create that opportunity. He was buying so much time, and it was a matter of milliseconds. I mean, even at the last minute when Basic rushed in, right, he had Cole World there with the Cho to be able to protect him in a small window of opportunity. You saw BTK rushing in. You saw them trying to get the final touches to burst them down, but just a matter of seconds, Basic pops the wind of nature, and he gives it everything he's got. And there we go. Basic. Mr. Hollywood. Mr. MVP.
Mr. Retry God with the takes, man. Basic repping it. And I mean, I like it. MVP, very clean. Best player as well. You know, I said it from the beginning, BTK likes to play this tight comp. Well, Cloud9 took their book and read it easy. Got him with the banana split all around the map. And BTK just didn't have an answer from it from start to finish, man. They weren't able to keep up with Cloud9. Let's take a look at some of these replays. In the beginning, BTK was feeling themselves. It was so similar to the last comeback from C9, man. BTK had control. It felt like they had this game in their hands. Zia was popping off. Shark was popping off on the Lolita. And then once we got to about 12, 13, 14 minutes, you know, second Lord. Here's one that we're seeing right now. Even here, Best Player is just taking towers. He feels confident that his team can defend this Lord push, and this is what we've seen from them over the past 4 games. They're so comfortable doing the 4v5 and having one player handle business somewhere else.
And that takes a lot of confidence. You know, when Best Player's over there split pushing on the top side, it's a lot of confidence knowing that there's a Lord in your base in a full 5-man team. And there it goes. We gave credit over to Basic with Cole World protecting him in that last minute play. A matter of seconds, you saw Chicken, you saw everybody rushing to try and burst him out. And they had the numbers to do it, but in a matter of seconds, they're able to close it out. Now we got to swing on over to our host and get her valuable insight on how she felt about today's final series.
Wow, I was clinching on the edge of my seats. It's been a crazy series. I thought BTK had it in the last game especially, but it's like you go away for 5 minutes and come back, oh no. What happened with the team fights that were so clean in the very beginning, but they're just not able to close up the series. And it really shows how well Cloud9 played. Even the games that they're losing from the beginning, they were able to stay hold and make a comeback. And congratulations for this dominating series coming in from Cloud9, really proving that they're on the top spot right now for NA.
That's right. They're at the top of the ladder. The top team for the NACT fall regular season, BTK. Man, that's a little bittersweet, right? There was 2 games in a row where they were supposed to be the winners, but they did not find a way to close it out.
Yeah, it feels good though to know that the stakes are this high, right? I think so many people came into this feeling like it was just going to be a stomp from BTK. You know, all right, except for you, Easy, except for you. But I think a lot of, I mean, fans in general, I think a lot, the talk on the street was BTK was the favorite here. The talk on the street was BTK was going to take this. And there was a small minority of C9 fans cheering him on. And right now, C9 just showed that this wasn't, listen, man, we didn't even go to game 5. It was 3-1. They made the comebacks happen. It wasn't even just a full stomp. You can't blame it on draft. There are no excuses here. C9 controlled those games, were able to fall behind and still take a hold of them. They had the full package in those 4 matches.
Absolutely, and the Cold World basic combo is incredible, with Cold World's Cho, kicks, and basic following up, really ultimately bringing them the comeback. And today we have Basic here for an interview.
Woo.
Hello, Basic, you're back in GD Aiko's room.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. So first off, congratulations on that series. You guys did a great job with coming back. And for you guys, we know that with a lot of the pickups, you proved the audience wrong for each game. Because I noticed that predictions every series, most of the fans did predict BTK win, even though you guys proved how strong you were coming back. But ultimately, you guys proved everyone wrong, and you just showed how strong you guys are. Now, with the comebacks, I want to know, we know that a lot of the pickoffs and your farming really helped you guys win. But in terms of morale, what was going on in team comps? How did you guys get that spirit back and stay calm and turn it into you guys' favorite?
Oh, so basically, I guess I would say we just trusted each other. And even though when we're behind, we still somehow find a way to, you know, get ahead of the game. I think we're like down by 7K gold lead, but, you know, BTK is more focused on team fighting. Like if you see their heroes, their comp, they don't really got an answer to that split push. So, you know, we use that as an advantage to get ahead.
And for the split push, all of you guys actually did a lot of split pushing during the game, but you especially are known as the marksman who likes to split push. So can you give us some advice about when to split push and when not to?
I would say like if they go like 2 fighter and or Angela mid, because it's so obvious that they're gonna send the Angela on the side, and Angela cannot match the assassin or anyone basically. So you know, that's the best time to split and, you know, just kill the Angela and just let your other teammates buy time for you and play macro. Like don't initiate or anything.
Yeah, I guess you guys have the mobility heroes on for the split pushing. And now that you guys had the series, how confident do you feel about clinching the top spot in the very end?
Oh, still the same. We're gonna stay humble and we're just gonna try to do our best in our games and you know, prove the haters wrong. And you know, this is just regular season or playoffs actually. You know, what mattered the most is like the grand finals. So I'm not gonna say anything, but yeah, I mean, everyone's saying that, you know, we're gonna get stumped by BTK. Shout out to their manager, by the way. Who was it? Pika? He said, he told us that get ready to lose. And yeah, well, prove you wrong.
Well, that's what we like to see. And I mean, they might not be C9 haters. They might just be BTK supporters. And
nah, they're haters.
Okay. Well, but you guys are in the boot camp. And I think it really showed how well the synergy played out today with being in a boot camp. But how do you feel about the boot camp helping you guys, and how have you adjusted to living together with your teammates?
I mean, for me personally, I'm used to it because I did boot camp like a lot of times, I would say, I mean, it's different in Asia because, you know, America lifestyle and Asia lifestyle is different. So I would say everyone's comfortable here. Thanks to GD Icon, and thank you to Cloud9 for supporting us. Without them, we could not make this happen. And yeah, everyone's comfortable right now. You know, everyone's getting along. You know, sharing beds with each other. I got the little dog right here. Yeah, like, you know,
wow.
like, sharing beds with each other.
Who's rooming with who then? Can I know?
No, we're like all in like a living room, and there's just like beds all over the place, and you know, we sleep
you guys are
at the
gonna
same
sleep
time
in the
basically.
same room.
It's like only Nats is separated because you know, he's always like talking with his girl back in the Philippines. So you know, we gave him the room so he can have his like private time with his girl. You know.
Yeah, he got his own Angela there. And last question,
Oh,
we know that you guys have both Nas who have limited English compared to the rest of the team, and then there's one person in your team that speaks no Tagalog. So how has the communication been between the team?
I say Nats can speak English well. When it comes to comms, maybe sometimes he was probably just nervous, like talking in the his last interview is just probably nervous, but he can actually speak English. And with Carlos, we speak Taglish. You know, sometimes he understands some. Yeah, it's a new language, Taglish. But yeah, sometimes he understands us. Probably he got used to it. Like he hear it every day, and he kind of remember what is the meaning of it. So you know, sometimes it works for him. But yeah, most of the time we do Taglish. Yeah, he's actually learning.
Like, words that you taught him like in Tagalog that he knows how to say now.
Yeah, like let's say, we taught him how to say like go. It means tara, like tara tara tara, like go 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 go. And then back is like, you know, back like retreat. And yeah, most of the comms is like that. Tara, that's his favorite one, tara, and others like bad words.
And I mean, we might get to interview Best Player at one point and learn and test how well he learned in Tagalog.
Do
but
it.
yeah, we're gonna do that. Keep it in the books. Good job to C9 for today's victory. We have good faith in you guys, and we hope you continue improving and continue shining in the NA arena.
Thank you. We'll do our best.
Wow, I want to learn some Tagalog. Chat, teach me some Tagalog.
Be careful what you wish for. But that that was definitely an interesting interview. It was all over the place. But nonetheless, I agree. Their humbleness, grouping together, meeting in a centralized location definitely helped them out a lot. I mean, imagine trying to pull that off in different MS. It would have been a lot more challenging, especially that last game with the comeback. So credits to Cloud9, BTK. There's a lot of things that look very promising for them as well. Even the games that they lost, there were games they should have won. So at least you can take a little bit of faith in that for the matches to come.
Yeah, I mean, seeing all them boys in the house right now, I mean, it seems like they're having fun. It seems like they're enjoying this. I was like, it's to a point where it's contagious. Like how can you not? Like, I think they're gonna slowly gain more and more supporters as this goes on. You know, through wins, through losses. It is definitely hype to see that happening. To see them with that. You know, we haven't seen a boot camp in NA yet, so I'm excited to see how C9 keeps on moving forward. They just proved a lot to a lot of people. 3-1 against BTK, standing at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, and for the first match, we had Excellerate versus Norde, and Norde still dominating performance 4-0 against Excellerate.
Yeah, it was definitely a strong performance. We got to see Excellerate with the matches to come, see them progress a little bit better. We gave them some talking points on where they could start at, right? I mean, it wasn't really the draft. I wouldn't say it was the strongest drafting team, but it was the mechanics inside of the game that was costing them. It was the early game pressure that we just didn't see. So hopefully jumping even further, keep in mind, like we said, this is a brand new team, completely new faces who we have yet to see in the NACT any season in general. So credits to them making top 8 from here. You know, it's only up. If you're the last team, it's only up from there. So that's a good thing for them to look forward to.
Definitely. It's going to be exciting how things move forward. We got another big week ahead of us with another switch up on who will be playing who. With BTK taking this loss, they got to make some points up somewhere. And Cloud9 at this point pretty much guaranteed playoffs position, right? They're several points ahead of everybody. They're feeling comfortable, which means they have time to kind of, you know, explore more things, which is going to help them even more as things move forward.
Absolutely. And for BTK, I know this series, it does give a lot of boost for C9. For BTK, it's not the end of the day, right? This is based on a point system, and they're still pretty secure for the top 8 spot into playoff. And they have a few weeks to kind of fix a lot of the mistakes that are making, and that cost them the game at the end of the day.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I would say one thing, they had my hometown buff. For those who don't know, Cloud9 is literally, their camp is on the street I grew up on. G's house is 4 houses down from where I grew up at. So hometown buff at its finest to be able to push through. That's why I had to vote for them, man. I was like, it's just too much of a coincidence.
And you're winning now.
Hey, I am. Hey, I'm at the top of the mountain now. Everybody looked at me crazy, but I'm sitting right there with Nats, baby. Right there with Nats.
3-1, baby. 3-1. That's all I got to say. He said it.
Yeah, and can we take a look at the games tomorrow? So for tomorrow, first match of the day, we have Last Minute versus Overskill. That's going to happen at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And at 8 p.m., maybe it might be 7, who knows, it will be Godspeed versus MLC Maple Leaf.
Yeah, a lot of stories yet to be told. Some matchups that we've been asking to see for a while. So definitely make sure you guys stay tuned for tomorrow to close out round 2 and to close out this week. Hopefully today you enjoyed the fireworks that went off all the way from the beginning. Even after the first round of casting the first series, I almost lost my voice with how hype it was. I didn't expect it to be that insane. I had to kind of relax for a bit, but the second game was just as crazy. I felt like it's just been a roller coaster of emotions, but going in an upward direction, in the right direction. So just glad to be a part of it, and definitely shout out to everybody competing this NACT.
Yeah, most definitely. It was a great day to come back on, Wheezy. It was a great day to cast with you, Wheezy. Liz, as always, it's a pleasure. We missed first week, but we're here back at NACT. I'm excited to see how everything moves forward.
Yeah, I feel like our casters already said their last words for closing today's tournament, and it was a long day, relatively a very exciting series, and tomorrow's series are going to be just as exciting, especially the second game with Godspeed versus MLC Maple Leaf. I think we might be able to see our first 5-game series tomorrow. So let's find out tomorrow. I'm your host Liz, joined with Steph, Weezy, and Trex, and yeah, so I hope you guys enjoyed today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
The one, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about the gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never be sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, but how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they let me stop. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you